Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1 to 9 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Father Ziley. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus. Translated by F.C. Conybeare, Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1 through 9. The votaries of Pythagoras of Samos have this story to tell of him, that he was not an Ionian at all, but that, once on a time in Troy, he had been Euphorbus, and that he had come to life after death, but had died as the songs of Homer relate. And they say that he declined to wear apparel made from dead animal products, and, to guard his purity, abstained from all flesh diet, whether of animals or of sacrificial victims. For that he would not stain the altars with blood, nay, rather the honey cake and frankincense and the hymn of praise, these, they say, were the offerings made to the gods by this man, who realized that they welcome such tribute more than they do the hecatombs and the knife laid upon the sacrificial basket. For they say that he had of a certainty social intercourse with the gods, and learnt from them the conditions under which they take pleasure in men or are disgusted, and on this intercourse he based his account of nature. For he said that, whereas other men only make conjectures about the divinity and make guesses that contradict one another concerning it, in his own case he said that Apollo had come to him acknowledging that he was the god in person, and that Athena and the Muses and other gods whose forms and names men did not yet know had also consorted with him, though without making such acknowledgment. And the followers of Pythagoras accepted as law any decisions laid down by him, and honored him as an emissary from Zeus, but imposed, out of respect for their divine character, a ritual silence on themselves. For many were the divine and ineffable secrets which they had heard, but which it was difficult for any to keep who had not previously learnt that silence also is a mode of speech. Moreover, they declare that Empedocles of Acragas had trodden this way of wisdom when he wrote the line, "Rejoice ye, for I am unto you an immortal God, and no more mortal." And this also, "For erewhile I already became both girl and boy." And the story that he made at Olympia a bull out of pastry and sacrificed it to the god shows that he approved of the sentiments of Pythagoras. And there is much else that they tell of those sages who observed the rule of Pythagoras. But I must not now enter upon such points, but hurry on to the work which I have set myself to complete. Book 1, Chapter 2. For quite akin to theirs was the ideal which Apollonius pursued. And more divinely than Pythagoras, he wooed wisdom and soared above tyrants. And though he lived in times not long gone, nor again quite of our own day, yet men know him not because of the true wisdom which he practiced as a sage and sanely, but one man singles out one feature for praise in him and another, while some, because he had interviews with the wizards of Babylon and with the Brahmins of India, and with the nude ascetics of Egypt, put him down as a wizard, and spread the calumny that he was a sage of an illegitimate kind, judging of him ill. For Empedocles and Pythagoras himself and Democritus consorted with wizards and uttered many supernatural truths, yet never stooped to the black art. And Plato went to Egypt and mingled with his own discourses much of what he heard from the prophets and priests there. And though, like a painter, he laid their colors on to his rough sketches, yet he never passed for a wizard, although much envied of mankind for his wisdom. For the circumstance that Apollonius foresaw and foreknew so many things does not in the least justify us in imputing to him this kind of wisdom. We might as well accuse Socrates of the same, because, thanks to his familiar spirit, he knew things beforehand. And we might also accuse Anaxagoras, because of the many things which he foretold. And indeed, who does not know the story of how Anaxagoras at Olympia, in a season of intense drought, came forward wearing a fleece into the stadium by way of predicting rain, and of how he foretold the fall of the house, and truly, for it did fall, and of how he said that day would be turned into night, and stones would be discharged from heaven round Aegospotami, and of how his predictions were fulfilled. Now these feats are set down to the wisdom of Anaxagoras by the same people who would rob Apollonius of the credit of having predicted things by dint of wisdom, and say that he achieved these results by art of wizardry. It seems to me, then, that I ought not to condone or acquiesce in the general ignorance, but write a true account of the man, detailing the exact times at which he said or did this or that, as also the habits and temper of wisdom, by means of which he came near to being considered a supernatural and divine being. And I have gathered my information partly from the many cities where he was loved, and partly from the temples whose long neglected and decayed rites he restored, and partly from the accounts left of him by others, and partly from his own letters. For he addressed these to kings, sophists, philosophers, to men of Elis, of Delphi, to Indians and Egyptians, and his letters dealt with the subjects of the gods, of customs, of moral principles, of laws, and in all these departments he corrected the errors into which men had fallen. And the precise details which I have collected are as follows. Book 1, Chapter 3. There was a man, Damis, by no means stupid, who formerly dwelt in the ancient city of Nineveh. He resorted to Apollonius in order to study wisdom, and having shared, by his own account, his wanderings abroad, wrote an account of them. And he records his opinions and discourses, and all his prophecies. And a certain kinsman of Damis drew the attention of the Empress Julia to the documents containing these memoirs hitherto unknown. Now I belonged to the circle of the Empress, for she was a devoted admirer of all rhetorical exercises, and she commanded me to recast and edit these essays, at the same time paying more attention to the style and diction of them. For the man of Nineveh had told his story clearly enough, yet somewhat awkwardly. And I also read the book of Maximus of Aegae, which comprised all the life of Apollonius in Aegae. And furthermore, a will was composed by Apollonius, from which one can learn how rapturous and inspired a sage he really was. For we must not pay attention anyhow to Moeragenes, who composed 4 books about Apollonius, and yet was ignorant of many of the circumstances of his life. That then I combined these scattered sources together, and took trouble over my composition, I have said. But let my work, I pray, redound to the honor of the man who is the subject of my compilation, and also be of use to those who love learning, for assuredly they will here learn things of which as yet they are ignorant. Book 1, Chapter 4. Apollonius' home, then, was Tyana, a Greek city amidst a population of Cappadocians. His father was of the same name, and the family was ancient and directly descended from the first settlers. It excelled in wealth the surrounding families, though the district is a rich one. To his mother, just before he was born, there came an apparition of Proteus, who changes his form so much in Homer in the guise of an Egyptian demon. She was in no way frightened, but asked him what sort of child she would bear. And he answered, "Myself." "And who are you?" she asked. "Proteus," answered he, "the god of Egypt." Well, I need hardly explain to readers of the poets the quality of Proteus and his reputation as regards wisdom; how versatile he was, and forever changing his form, and defying capture, and how he had the reputation of knowing both past and future. And we must bear Proteus in mind all the more when my advancing story shows its hero to have been more of a prophet than Proteus, and to have triumphed over many difficulties and dangers in the moment when they beset him most closely. Book 1, Chapter 5. Now he is said to have been born in a meadow, hard by which there had been now erected a sumptuous temple to him. And let us not pass by the manner of his birth. For just as the hour of his birth was approaching, his mother was warned in a dream to walk out into the meadow and pluck the flowers. And in due course she came there, and her maids attended to the flowers, scattering themselves over the meadow, while she fell asleep lying on the grass. Thereupon the swans who fed in the meadows set up a dance around her as she slept, and lifting their wings as they are wont to do, cried out aloud all at once, for there was somewhat of a breeze blowing in the meadow. She then leaped up at the sound of their song, and bore her child, for any sudden fright is apt to bring on a premature delivery. But the people of the country say that just at the moment of the birth, a thunderbolt seemed about to fall to earth, and then rose up into the air and disappeared aloft. And the gods thereby indicated, I think, the great distinction to which the sage was to attain, and hinted in advance how he should transcend all things upon earth and approach the gods, and signified all the things that he would achieve. Book 1, Chapter 6. Now there is near Tyana a well sacred to Zeus, the god of oaths, so they say, and they call it the well of Asbama. Here a spring rises cold, but bubbles up like a boiling cauldron. This water is favorable and sweet to those who keep their oaths, but to perjurers it brings hot-footed justice. For it attacks their eyes and hands and feet, and they fall the prey of dropsy and wasting disease. And they are not even able to go away, but are held on the spot and bemoan themselves at the edge of the spring, acknowledging their perjuries. The people of the country then say that Apollonius was a son of Zeus, but the sage called himself the son of Apollonius. Book 1, Chapter 7. On reaching the age when children are taught their letters, he showed great strength of memory and power of application, and his tongue affected the Attic dialect, nor was his accent corrupted by the race he lived among. All eyes were turned upon him, for he was, moreover, conspicuous for his beauty. When then he reached his 14th year, his father brought him to Tarsus, to Euthydemus, the teacher from Phoenicia. Now Euthydemus was a good rhetor, and began his education. But though he was attached to his teacher, he found the atmosphere of the city harsh and strange, and little conducive to the philosophic life. For nowhere are men more addicted than here to luxury. Jesters and full of insolence are they all, and they attend more to their fine linen than the Athenians did to wisdom. And a stream called the Cydnus runs through their city, along the banks of which they sit like so many waterfowl. Hence the words which Apollonius addresses to them in his letter: "Be done with getting drunk upon your water." He therefore transferred his teacher with his father's consent to the town of Aegae, which was close by, where he found a peace congenial to one who would be a philosopher, and a more serious school of study, and a temple of Asclepius, where that god reveals himself in person to men. There he had as his companions in philosophy followers of Plato and Chrysippus, and peripatetic philosophers. And he diligently attended also to the discourses of Epicurus. For he did not despise these either, though it was to those of Pythagoras that he applied himself with unspeakable wisdom and ardor. However, his teacher of the Pythagorean system was not a very serious person, nor one who practiced in his conduct the philosophy he taught, for he was the slave of his belly and appetites, and modeled himself upon Epicurus. And this man was Euxenus from the town of Heraclea in Pontus, and he knew the opinions of Pythagoras, just as birds know what they learn from men. For the birds will wish you farewell, and say, "Good day," or "Zeus help you," and such like, without understanding what they say, and without any real sympathy for mankind, merely because they have been trained to move their tongue in a certain manner. Apollonius, however, was like the young eagles, who, as long as they are not fully fledged, fly alongside of their parents and are trained by them in flight, but who, as soon as they are able to rise in the air, outsoar the parent birds, especially when they perceive the latter to be greedy and to be flying along the ground in order to snuff the quarry. Like them, Apollonius attended Euxenus as long as he was a child and was guided by him in the path of argument, but when he reached his 16th year, he felt an impulse towards the life of Pythagoras, being fledged and winged thereto by some higher power. Notwithstanding, he did not cease to love Euxenus. Nay, he persuaded his father to present him with a villa outside the town, where there were tender groves and fountains, and he said to him, "Now you live there your own life, but I will live that of Pythagoras." Book 1, Chapter 8. Now Euxenus realized that he was attached to a lofty ideal, and asked him at what point he would begin it. Apollonius answered, "At the point at which physicians begin, for they, by purging the bowels of their patients, prevent some from being ill at all, and heal others." And having said this, he declined to live upon a flesh diet, on the ground that it was unclean, and also that it made the mind gross. So he partook only of dried fruits and vegetables. For he said that all the fruits of the earth are clean. And of wine he said that it was a clean drink, because it is yielded to men by so well domesticated a plant as the vine. But he declared that it endangered the mental balance and system, and darkened, as with mud, the ether which is in the soul. After then, having thus purged his interior, he took to walking without shoes, by way of adornment, and clad himself in linen raiment, declining to wear any animal product. And he let his hair grow long, and lived in the temple. And the people round about the temple were struck with admiration for him. And the god Asclepius one day said to the priest that he was delighted to have Apollonius as witness of his cures of the sick, and such was his reputation that the Cilicians themselves and the people all around flocked to Aegae to see him. Hence the Cilician proverb, "Whither runnest thou? Is it to see the stripling?" Such was the saying that arose about him, and it gained the distinction of becoming a proverb. Book 1, Chapter 9. Now it is well that I should not pass over in my narrative the life led in the temple by my hero, who was held in esteem even by the gods. For an Assyrian stripling came to Asclepius, and though he was sick, yet he lived the life of luxury, and being continually drunk, I will not say he lived, rather he was ever dying. He suffered then from dropsy, and finding his pleasure in drunkenness, took no care to dry up his malady. On this account then Asclepius took no care of him, and did not visit him even in a dream. The youth grumbled at this, and thereupon the god, standing over him, said, "If you were to consult Apollonius, you would be easier." He therefore went to Apollonius and said, "What is there in your wisdom that I can profit by? for Asclepius bids me consult you. And he replied, I can advise you of what under the circumstances will be most valuable to you, for I suppose you want to get well. Yes, by Zeus, answered the other, I want the health which Asclepius promises, but never gives. Hush, said the other, for he gives to those who desire it, but you do things that irritate and aggravate your disease, for you give yourself up to luxury, and you accumulate heavy meals upon your water-logged and worn-out stomach, and as it were choke water with a flood of mud. This was a clearer response, in my opinion, than Heraclitus in his wisdom gave. For he said, when he was visited by this affliction, that what he needed was someone to substitute a drought for his rainy weather, a very unintelligible remark, it appears to me, and by no means clear. But the sage restored the youth to health by a clear interpretation of the wise law. End of Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1 to 9. Recording by Father Ziley of Detroit, Michigan. DRZEILE.net.
Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 10 through 19 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 1. Chapter 10. One day he saw a flood of blood upon the altar, and there were victims laid out upon it, Egyptian bulls that had been sacrificed, and great hogs, and some of them were being flayed, and others were being cut up, and 2 gold vases had been dedicated set with jewels, the rarest and most beautiful that India can provide. So he went up to the priest and said, What is all this? For someone is making a very handsome gift to the gods. And the priest replied, You may rather be surprised at a man's offering all this without having first put up a prayer in our fane, and without having stayed with us as long as other people do, and without having gained his health from the god, and without obtaining all the things he came to ask for here. For he appears to have come only yesterday, and yet he is sacrificing on this lavish scale. And he declares that he will sacrifice more victims and dedicate more gifts, if Asclepius will hearken to him. And he is one of the richest men in existence. At any rate, he owns in Cilicia an estate bigger than all the Cilicians together possess. And he is supplicating the god to restore to him one of his eyes that has fallen out. But Apollonius fixed his eyes upon the ground, as he was accustomed to do in later life, and asked, What is his name? And when he heard it, he said, It seems to me, O priest, that we ought not to welcome this fellow in the temple, for he is some ruffian who has come here, and that he is afflicted in this way is due to some sinister reason. Nay, his very conduct in sacrificing on such a magnificent scale before he has gained anything from the god is not that of a genuine votary, but rather of a man who is begging himself off from the penalty of some horrible and cruel deeds. This was what Apollonius said, and Asclepius appeared to the priest by night, and said,
Send away so-and-so at once, and with all his possessions, and let him keep them, for he deserves to lose the other eye as well.
The priest accordingly made inquiries about the Cilician, and learned that his wife had, by a former marriage, borne a daughter, and he had fallen in love with the maiden, and had seduced her, and was living with her in open sin. For the mother had surprised the two in bed, and had put out both her eyes, and one of his, by stabbing them with her brooch-pin. Chapter 11. Again, he inculcated the wise rule, that in our sacrifices or dedications we should not go beyond the just mean in the following way. On one occasion, several people had flocked to the temple, not long after the expulsion of the Cilician, and he took the occasion to ask the priest the following questions. He said, "Are then the gods just?" Answered the priest, "Why, of course, most just." "Well, and are they wise?" Said the other, "And what can be wiser than the Godhead? But do they know the affairs of men, or are they without experience of them?" Said the other, "Why, this is just the point in which the gods excel mankind, for the latter, because of their frailty, do not understand their own concerns, whereas the gods have the privilege of understanding the affairs both of men and of themselves." Apollonius said, "All of your answers are excellent, O priest, and very true. Since, then, they know everything, it appears to me that a person who comes to the house of God and has a good conscience should put up the following prayer: O ye gods, grant unto me that which I deserve. For the holy, O priest, surely deserve to receive blessings, and the wicked the contrary. Therefore the gods, as they are beneficent, if they find anyone who is healthy and whole and unscarred by vice, will send him away surely, after crowning him, not with golden crowns, but with all sorts of blessings. And if they find a man branded with sin and utterly corrupt, they will hand him over and leave him to justice, after inflicting their wrath upon him all the more, because he dared to invade their temples without being pure." And at the same moment he looked toward Asclepius and said, "O Asclepius, the philosophy you teach is secret and congenial to yourself, in that you suffer not the wicked to come hither, not even if they pour into your lap all the wealth of India and Sardis. For it is not out of reverence for the divinity that they sacrifice these victims and kindle these fires, but in order to purchase a verdict which you will not concede to them in your perfect justice." And much similar wisdom he delivered himself of in this temple while he was still a youth. Chapter 12. This tale also belongs to the period of his residence at Aige. Cilicia was governed at the time by a ruffian addicted to infamous forms of passion. No sooner did he hear the beauty of Apollonius spoken of, than he cast aside the matters he was busy upon, and he was just then holding a court at Tarsus, and hurrying off to Aige, pretended he was sick, and must have the help of Asclepius. There he came upon Apollonius walking alone, and prayed himself to recommend him to the god. But he replied, "What recommendation can you want from anyone if you are good? For the gods love men of virtue, and welcome them without any introductions." Said the other, "Because, to be sure, the god, O Apollonius, has invited you to be his guest, but so far has not invited me." Answered Apollonius, "Nay, 'tis my humble merits, so far as a young man can display good qualities, which have been my passport to the favor of Asclepius, whose servant and companion I am. If you too really care for goodness, go boldly up to the god, and tender what prayer you will." Said the other, "By heaven I will, if you will allow me to address you one first." Apollonius said, "And what prayer can you make to me?" "A prayer which can only be offered to the beautiful, and which is that they may grant to others participation in their beauty, and not grudge their charms." This he said with a vile leer and voluptuous air, and all the usual wriggles of such infamous debauchees. But Apollonius, with a stern, fierce glance at him, said, "You are mad, you scum!" The other not only flamed up at these words, but threatened to cut off his head, whereat Apollonius laughed at him and cried out loud, "Ha! That day is to come." And in fact it was only 3 days later that the ruffian was executed by the officers of justice on the high road for having intrigued with Archelaus the king of Cappadocia against the Romans. These and many similar incidents are given by Maximus of Aige in his treatise, a writer whose reputation for oratory won him a position in the emperor's secretariat. Chapter 13. Now when he heard that his father was dead, he hurried to Tyana, and with his own hands buried him hard by his mother's sepulchre, for she too had died not long before. And he divided the property, which was very ample, with his brother, who was an incorrigibly bad character and given to drink. Now the latter had reached his 23rd year, and was of an age no longer to need a guardian. Apollonius, on the other hand, was only 20, and the law subjected him to guardians. He therefore spent afresh some time in Aige, and turned the temple into a lyceum and academy, for it resounded with all sorts of philosophical discussions. After that he returned to Tyana, by this time grown to manhood and his own master. Some one said to him that it was his duty to correct his brother and convert him from his evil ways, whereon he answered, "This would seem a bold enterprise, for how can I, who am the younger one, correct and render wise an older man? But so far as I can do anything, I will heal him of these bad passions." Accordingly, he gave to him the half of his own share of the property, on the pretence that he required more than he had, while he himself needed little. And then he pressed him and cleverly persuaded him to submit to the counsels of wisdom, and said, "Our father has departed this life, who educated us both, and corrected us, so that you are all that I have left, and I imagine I am all that you have left. If, therefore, I do anything wrong, please advise me and cure me of my faults, and in turn, if you yourself do anything wrong, suffer me to teach you better." And so he reduced his brother to a reasonable state of mind, just as we break in skittish and unruly horses by stroking and patting them. And he reformed him from his faults, numerous as they were, for he was the slave of play and of wine. And he led a riotous life, and was vain of his hair, which he dressed up and dyed, strutting about like an arrogant dandy. So when all was well between him and his brother, he at once turned his attention to his other relatives, and consolated such of them as were in want, by bestowing on them the rest of his property, leaving only a trifle to himself. For he said that Anaxagoras of Clazomenae kept his philosophy for cattle rather than for men when he abandoned his fields to flocks and goats, and that of Crates of Thebes, when he threw his money into the sea, benefited neither man nor beast. And as Pythagoras was celebrated for his saying that "a man should have no intercourse except with his own wife," he declared that this was intended by Pythagoras for others than himself, for that he was resolved never to wed, nor have any connection whatever with women. In laying such restraint on himself, he surpassed Sophocles, who only said that in reaching old age he had escaped from a mad and cruel master. But Apollonius, by dint of virtue and temperance, never even in his youth was so overcome. While still a mere stripling, in full enjoyment of his bodily vigor, he mastered and gained control of the maddening passion. And yet there are those who accuse him falsely of an addiction to venery, alleging that he fell a victim of such sins, and spent a whole year in their indulgence among the Scythians, the facts being that he never once visited Scythia, nor was ever carried away by such passions. Not even Euphrates ever accused the sage of venery, though he traduced him otherwise, and composed lying treatises against him, as we shall show when we come to speak of him below. And his quarrel with Apollonius was that the latter rallied him for doing everything for money, and tried to wean him of his love of filthy lucre, and of huckstering his wisdom. But these matters I must defer to the times to which they belong. Chapter 14. On one occasion Euxenus asked Apollonius why so noble a thinker as he, and one who was master of a diction so fine and nervous, did not write a book. He replied, I have not yet kept silence. And forthwith he began to hold his tongue from a sense of duty, and kept absolute silence, though his eyes and his mind were taking note of many a thing, and though most things were being stored in his memory. Indeed, when he reached the age of 100, he still surpassed Simonides in point of memory, and he used to chant a hymn addressed to memory, in which it is said that everything is worn and withered away by time, whereas time itself never ages, but remains immortal because of memory. Nevertheless, his company was not without charm during the period of his silence, for he would maintain a conversation by the expression of his eyes, by gestures of his hand, and nodding his head. Nor did he strike men as gloomy or morose, for he retained his fondness for company and his cheerfulness. This part of his life, he says, was still the most uphill work he knew, since he practised silence for 5 whole years. For he says he often had things to say and could not do so, and he was often obliged not to hear things the hearing of which would have enraged him, and often when he was moved and inclined to break out in rebuke to others, he said to himself, "Bear up then, my heart and tongue." And when reasoning offended him, he had to give up for the time the refuting of it. Chapter 15. These years of silence he spent partly in Pamphylia and partly in Cilicia, and though his paths lay through such effeminate races as these, he never spoke nor was even induced to murmur. Whenever, however, he came on a city engaged in civil conflict, and many were divided into factions over spectacles of a low kind, he would advance and show himself, and by indicating part of his intended rebuke, by manual gesture or by look on his face, he would put an end to all the disorder, and people hushed their voices, as if they were engaged in the mysteries. Well, it is not so very difficult to restrain those who have started a quarrel about dances and horses, for those who are rioting about such matters, if they turn their eyes to a real man, blush and check themselves, and easily recover their senses. But a city hard pressed by famine is not so tractable, nor so easily brought to a better mood by persuasive words, and its passion quelled. But in the case of Apollonius, mere silence on his part was enough for those so afflicted. Anyhow, when he came to Aspendus in Pamphylia, and this city is built on the river Eurymedon along with 2 others, he found nothing but vetch on sale in the market, and the citizens were feeding upon this and on anything else they could get, for the rich men had shut up all the corn, and were holding it up for export from the country. Consequently, an excited crowd of all ages had set upon the governor, and were lighting a fire to burn him alive, although he was clinging to the statues of the emperor, which were more dreaded at that time and more inviolable than the Zeus in Olympia. For they were statues of Tiberius, in whose reign a master is said to have been held guilty of impiety, merely because he struck his own slave, when he had on his person a silver drachma coined with the image of Tiberius. Apollonius then went up to the governor, and with a sign of his hand asked him what was the matter, and he answered that he had done no wrong, but was indeed being wronged quite as much as the populace. But, he said, if he could not get a hearing, he would perish along with the populace. Apollonius then turned to the bystanders, and beckoned to them that they must listen, and they not only held their tongues from wonderment at him, but they laid the fire they had kindled on the altars which were there. The governor then plucked up the courage and said, "This man and that man," and he named several, "are to blame for the famine which has arisen, and they have taken away the corn and are keeping it, one in one part of the country and another in another." The inhabitants of Aspendus thereupon passed the word to one another to make for these men's estates. But Apollonius signed with his head that they should do no such thing, but rather summon those who were to blame, and obtain the corn from them with their consent. And when, after a little time, the guilty parties arrived, he very nearly broke out in speech against them, so much was he affected by the tears of the crowd. For the children and women had all flocked together, and the old men were groaning and moaning as if they were on the point of dying by hunger. However, he respected his vow of silence, and wrote on a writing-board his indictment of the offenders, and handed it to the governor to read out aloud. And his indictment ran as follows: Apollonius to the corn-dealers of Aspendus. The earth is mother of us all, for she is just. But you, because you are unjust, have pretended that she is your mother alone. And if you do not stop, I will not permit you to remain upon her. They were so terrified by these words that they filled the marketplace with corn, and the city revived. Chapter 16. After the term of his silence was over, he also visited the great Antioch, and passed into the temple of the Apollo of Daphne, to which the Assyrians attach the legend of Arcadia. For they say that Daphne, the daughter of Ladon, there underwent her metamorphosis, and they have a river flowing there, the Ladon, and a laurel tree is worshipped by them, which they say was substituted for the maiden, and cypress trees of enormous height surround the temple, and the ground sends up springs both ample and placid, in which they say Apollo purified himself by ablution. And there it is that the earth sends up a shoot of cypress, they say in honor of Cyparissus, an Assyrian youth, and the beauty of the shrub lends credence to the story of his metamorphosis. Well, I perhaps may seem to have fallen into a somewhat juvenile vein to approach my story by such legendary particulars as these, but my interest is not really in mythology. What, then, is the purport of my narrative? Apollonius, when he beheld a temple so graceful, and yet the home of no serious studies, but only of men half barbarous and uncultivated, remarked, O Apollo, change these dumb dogs into trees, so that at least as cypresses they may become vocal. And when he had inspected the springs, and noted how calm and quiet they were, and how not one of them made the least babble, he remarked, The prevailing dumbness of this place does not permit even the springs to speak. And when he saw the Ladon, he said, It is not your daughter alone that underwent a change, but you too, so far as one can see, have become a barbarian after being a Hellen and an Arcadian. And when he was minded to converse, he avoided the frequented regions and the disorderly, and said that it was not a rabble he wanted, but real men, and he resorted to the more solemn places, and lived in such temples as were not shut up. At sunrise, indeed, he performed certain rites by himself, rites which he only communicated to those who had disciplined themselves by a 4-year spell of silence. But during the rest of the day, in case the city was a Greek one, and the sacred rites familiar to him, he would call the priests together, and talk wisely about the gods, and would correct them, supposing that they had departed from the traditional forms. If, however, the rites were barbarous and peculiar, then he would find out who had founded them, and on what occasion they were established, and having learnt the sort of cult it was, he would make suggestions, in case he could think of any improvement upon them, and then he would go in quest of his followers, and bid them ask any questions they liked. For he said that it was the duty of philosophers of his school to hold converse at the earliest dawn with the gods, but as the day advanced, about the gods, and during the rest of the day to discuss human affairs in friendly intercourse. And having answered all the questions which his companions addressed to him, and when he had had enough of their society, he would rise and give himself up for the rest of the day to the general public, not, however, before midday, but as far as possible just when the day stood still. And when he thought he had had enough of such conversation, he would be anointed and rubbed, and then fling himself into cold water, for he called hot baths the old age of men. At any rate, when the people of Antioch were shut out of them because of the enormities committed there, he said, The emperor, for your sins, has granted you a new lease of life. And when the Ephesians wanted to stone their governor because he did not warm their baths enough, he said to them, "You are blaming your governor because you get such a sorry bath, but I blame you because you take a bath at all." Chapter 17. The literary style which he cultivated was not dithyrambic or tumid and swollen with poetical words, nor again was it far-fetched and full of affected Atticisms, for he thought that an excessive degree of Atticizing was unpleasant. Neither did he indulge in subtleties, or spin out his discourses, nor did anyone ever hear him disassembling in an ironical way, nor addressing to his audience methodical arguments. But when he conversed, he would assume an oracular manner, and use the expressions, "I know," or "It is my opinion," or "Where are you drifting to?" or "You must know." And his sentences were short and crisp, and his words were telling and closely fitted to the things he spoke of, and his words had a ring about them as of the dooms delivered by a sceptred king. And when a certain quibbler asked him why he asked no questions of him, he replied, "Because I asked questions when I was a stripling, and it is not my business to ask questions now, but to teach people what I have discovered." The other asked him afresh, "How then, O Apollonius, should a sage converse?" He replied, "Like a lawgiver, for it is the duty of the lawgiver to deliver to the many the instructions of whose truth he has persuaded himself." This was the line he pursued during his stay in Antioch, and he converted to himself the most unrefined people. Chapter 18. After this, he formed the scheme of an extensive voyage, and had in mind the Indian race and the sages there, who are called Brahmans and Hyrcanians, for he said that it was a young man's duty to go abroad and to embark upon foreign travel. But he made a great deal of the Magi who live in Babylon and Susa, for, he said, he was determined to acquaint himself thoroughly with their lore, even if it cost him a journey. And he announced his intention to his followers, who were 7 in number. But when they tried to persuade him to adopt another plan, in hopes of drawing him off from his resolution, he said, "I have taken the gods into counsel, and I have told you their decision. And I have made trial of you to see if you are strong enough to undertake the same things as myself. Since therefore you are so soft and effeminate, I wish you very good health, that you may go on with your philosophy. But I must depart whither wisdom and the gods lead me." Having said this, he quitted Antioch with 2 attendants, who belonged to his father's house, one of them a shorthand writer, and the other a calligraphist. Chapter 19. And he reached the ancient city of Nineveh, where he found an idol set up of barbarous aspect, and it is, they say, Io, the daughter of Inachus, and horns short and, as it were, budding project from her temples. While he was staying there and forming wiser conclusions about the image than could the priests and prophets, one Damas, a native of Nineveh, joined him as a pupil, the same, as I said at the beginning, who became the companion of his wanderings abroad, and his fellow-traveller and associate in all wisdom, and who has preserved to us many particulars of the sage. He admired him, and, having a taste for the road, said, "Let us depart, O Apollonius, you following God, and I you. For I think you will find me of considerable value. For if I know nothing else, I have at least been to Babylon, and I know all the cities there are, because I have been up there not long ago, and also the villages in which there is much good to be found. And moreover, I know the languages of the various barbarous races, and there are several, for example, the Armenian tongue, and that of the Medes and Persians, and that of the natives of Cadus, and I am familiar with all of them." Apollonius said, "And I, my good friend, understand all languages, though I never learnt a single one." The native of Nineveh was astonished at this answer, but the other replied, "You need not wonder at my knowing all human languages, For, to tell you the truth, I also understand all the secrets of human silence." Thereupon the Assyrian worshipped him when he heard this, and regarded him as a demon, and he stayed with him, increasing in wisdom, and committing to memory whatever he learnt. This Assyrian's language, however, was of a mediocre quality, for he had not the gift of expressing himself, having been educated among the barbarians. But he kept a journal of their intercourse, and recorded in it whatever he heard or saw, and he was very well able to put together a memoir of such matters, and managed this better than anyone else could do. At any rate, the volume which he calls his scrapbook was intended to serve such a purpose by Damis, who was determined that nothing about Apollonius should be passed over in silence, nay, that his very solecisms and negligent utterances should also be written down. And I may mention the answer which he made to one who cavilled and found fault with this journal. It was a lazy fellow and malignant who tried to pick holes in him, and remarked that he had recorded well enough a lot of things. For example, the opinions and ideas of his hero, but that in collecting such trifles as these he reminded him of dogs who pick up and eat the fragments which fall from a feast. Damis replied thus: "If the banquets are those of gods, and it is gods who are being fed, surely they must have attendants whose business it is that not even the parcels of ambrosia that fall to the ground should be lost." End of Volume 1, Book 1, chapters 10 through 19. Volume 1, Book 1, chapters 20 through 28 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 1. Chapter 20. Such was the companion and admirer that he had met with, and in common with him most of his travels and life were passed. And as they fared on into Mesopotamia, the tax-gatherer who presided over the bridge Zeugma led them into the registry and asked them what they were taking out of the country with them. And Apollonius replied, "I am taking with me temperance, justice, virtue, continence, valor, discipline." And in this way he strung together a number of feminine nouns or names. The other, already scenting his own perquisites, said, "You must then write down in the register these female slaves." Apollonius answered, "Impossible, for they are not female slaves that I am taking out with me, but ladies of quality." Now Mesopotamia is bordered on one side by the Tigris, and on the other by the Euphrates, rivers which flow from Armenia and from the lowest slopes of Taurus. But they contain a tract like a continent, in which there are some cities, though for the most part only villages, and the races that inhabit them are the Armenian and the Arab. These races are so shut in by the rivers that most of them, who lead the life of nomads, are so convinced that they are islanders as to say that they are going down to the sea, when they are merely on their way to the rivers, and think that these rivers border the earth and encircle it, for they curve round the continental tract in question, and discharge their waters into the same sea. But there are people who say that the greater part of the Euphrates is lost in a marsh, and that this river ends in the earth. But some have a bolder tale to which they adhere, and declare that it runs under the earth to turn up in Egypt and mingle itself with the Nile. Well, for the sake of accuracy and truth, and in order to leave out nothing of the things that Damis wrote, I should have liked to relate all the incidents that occurred on their journey through these barbarous regions, but my subject hurries me on to greater and more remarkable episodes. Nevertheless, I must perforce dwell upon two topics: on the courage which Apollonius showed in making a journey through races of barbarians and robbers, which were not at that time as yet subject to the Romans, and at the cleverness with which, after the manner of the Arabs, he managed to understand the language of animals. For he learnt this on his way through these Arab tribes who best understand it and practice it. For it is quite common for the Arabians to listen to the birds prophesying like any oracles, but they acquire this faculty of understanding them by feeding themselves, so they say, either on the heart or the liver of serpents. Chapter 21. He left Ctesiphon behind, and passed on to the borders of Babylon, and here was a frontier garrison belonging to the king, which one could not pass by without being questioned who one was, and as to one's city, and one's reasons for coming there. And there was a satrap in command of this post, a sort of eye of the king, I imagine, for the Mede had just acceded to the throne, and instead of being content to live in security, he worried himself about things real and imaginary, and fell into fits of fear and panic. Apollonius then and his party were brought before this satrap, who had just set up the awning on his wagon, and was driving out to go somewhere else. When he saw a man so dried up and parched, he began to bawl out like a cowardly woman, and hid his face, and could hardly be induced to look up at him. He said, "Whence do you come to us, and who sent you?" as if he was asking questions of a spirit. And Apollonius replied, "I have sent myself, to see whether I can make men of you, whether you like it or not." He asked a second time who he was to come trespassing like that into the king's country, and Apollonius said, "All the earth is mine, and I have a right to go all over it and through it." Whereupon the other said, "I will torture you if you don't answer my questions." Said the other, "And I hope that you will do it with your own hands, so that you may catch it well if you touch a true man." Now the eunuch was astonished to find that Apollonius needed no interpreter, but understood what he said without the least trouble or difficulty. He said, "By the gods, who are you?" this time altering his tone to a whine of entreaty. And Apollonius replied, "Since you have asked me civilly this time, and not so rudely as before, listen, I will tell you who I am. I am Apollonius of Tyana, and my road leads me to the king of India, because I want to acquaint myself with the country there, and I shall be glad to meet your king, for those who have associated with him say that he is no bad fellow, and certainly he is not, if he is this Varden who has lately recovered the empire which he had lost." Replied the other, "He is the same, O divine Apollonius, for we have heard of you a long time ago, and in favor of so wise a man as you, he would, I am sure, step down off his golden throne, and send your party to India, each of you mounted on a camel. And I myself now invite you to be my guest, and I beg to present you with these treasures." And at the moment he pointed out a store of gold to him, saying, "Take as many handfuls as you like, fill your hands, not once, but 10 times. And when Apollonius refused the money, he said, "Well, at any rate, you will take some of the Babylonian wine in which the king pledges us, his 10 satraps. Take a jar of it, with some roast steaks of bacon and venison, and some meal and bread, and anything else you like. For the road after this, for many stades, leads through villages which are ill-stocked with provision." And here the eunuch caught himself up and said, "O ye gods, what have I done? For I have heard that this man never eats the flesh of animals, nor drinks wine, and here I am inviting him to dine in a gross and ignorant manner." Said Apollonius, "Well, you can offer me a lighter repast, and give me bread and dried fruits." Said the other, "I will give you leavened bread and palm dates, like amber and of good size. And I will supply you with vegetables, the best which the gardens of the Tigris afford. Apollonius said, Well, the wild herbs which grow free are nicer than those which are forced and artificial. The satrap said, They are nicer, I admit, but our land in the direction of Babylon is full of wormwood, so that the herbs which grow in it are disagreeably bitter. In the end, Apollonius accepted the satrap's offer, and as he was on the point of going away, he said, My excellent fellow, don't keep your good manners to the end another time, but begin with them. This by way of rebuking him for saying that he would torture him, and for the barbaric language which he had heard to begin with. Chapter 22. After they had advanced 20 stades, they chanced upon a lioness that had been slain in a chase, and the brute was bigger than any they had ever seen. And the villagers rushed up and cried out, and to tell the truth, so did the huntsmen, when they saw what an extraordinary thing lay before them. And it really was a marvel, for when it was cut asunder, they found 8 whelps within it. And the lioness becomes a mother in this way. They carry their young for 6 months, but they bring forth young only 3 times. And the number of whelps at the first birth is 3, and at the second 2. And if the mother makes a 3rd attempt, it bears only a single whelp, but I believe a very big one, and preternaturally fierce. For we must not believe those who say that the whelps of a lioness make their way out into the world by clawing through their mother's womb. For nature seems to have created the relationship of offspring to mother for their nourishment, with a view to the countenance of the race. Apollonius then eyed the animal for a long time with attention, and then he said, O Damis, the length of our stay with the king will be a year and 8 months. For neither will he let us go sooner than that, nor will it be to our advantage to quit him earlier. And you may guess the number of months from that of the whelps, and that of the years of the lioness, for you must compare wholes with wholes. And Damis replied, But what of the sparrows in Homer? What do they mean, the ones which the dragon devoured in Aulis, which were 8 in number, when he seized their mother for a 9th? Calchas surely explained these to signify 9 years, and predicted that the war with Troy would last so long. So take care that Homer may not be right, and Calchas too, and that our stay may not extend to 9 years abroad. Apollonius replied, Well, Homer was surely quite right in comparing the nestlings to years, for they are already hatched out and in the world. But what I had in mind were incomplete animals that were not yet born, and perhaps never would have been born. How could I compare them to years? For things that violate nature can hardly come to be, and they anyhow quickly pass to destruction, even if they do come into existence. So follow my arguments, and let us go and pray to the gods who reveal thus much to us. Chapter 23. And as he advanced into Scythian country, and was already close to Babylon, he was visited by a dream, and the god who revealed it to him fashioned its imagery as follows. There were fishes which had been cast up from the sea onto the land, and they were gasping and uttering a lament almost human, and bewailing that they had quitted their element. And they were begging a dolphin that was swimming past the shore to help them in their misery, just like human beings who are weeping in a foreign land. Apollonius was not in the least frightened by his dream, but set himself to conjecture its meaning and drift, and he was determined to give Damis a shock, for he found that he was the most nervous of men. So he related his vision to him, and feigned as if it foreboded evil. But Damis began to bellow as if he had seen the dream himself, and tried to dissuade Apollonius from going any further. He said, Lest we also, like the fishes, get thrown out of our element and perish, and have to weep and wail in a foreign land. Nay, we may even be reduced to straits, and have to go down on our knees to some potentate or king, who will flout us as the dolphins did the fishes. Then Apollonius laughed and said, You have not become a philosopher yet if you are afraid of this sort of thing. But I will explain to you the real drift of the dream. For this land of Scythia is habited by the Eretrians, who were brought up here from Euboea by Darius 500 years ago, and they are said to have been treated at their capture like the fishes that we saw in the dream. For they were netted in, so they say, and captured one and all. It would seem, then, that the gods are instructing me to visit them and tend their needs, supposing I can do anything for them. And perhaps also the souls of the Greeks whose lot was cast in this part of the world are enlisting my aid for their land. Let us go on and diverge from the high road, and ask only about the well, hard by which their settlement is. Now this well is said to consist of a mixture of pitch and oil and water, and if you draw up a bucket and pour it out, these three elements divide and part themselves from one another. That he really did visit Scythia, he himself acknowledges in a letter which he wrote to the sophist of Clazomenae, for he was so kind and munificent that when he saw the Eretrians, he remembered the sophist, and wrote to him an account of what he had seen, and of what he had done for them. And all through this letter he urges the sophist to take pity on the Eretrians, and praise him, in case ever he should compose a discourse about them, not to deprecate even the sheddings of tears over their fate. Chapter 24. And the record which Damis has left about the Eretrians is in harmony with this, for they live in the country of the Medes, not far distant from Babylon, a day's journey for a fleet traveller, but their country is without cities, for the whole of Scythia consists of villages, except for a race of nomads that also inhabits it, men who seldom dismount from their horses. And the settlement of the Eretrians is in the center of the rest, and the river is carried round it in a trench. For they say that they themselves diverted it round the village in order to form a rampart of defense against the barbarians of the country. But the soil is drenched with pitch, and is bitter to plant in, and the inhabitants are very short-lived, because the pitch in the water forms a sediment in most of their bowels. And they get their sustenance off a bit of rising ground on the confines of the village, where the ground rises above the tainted country. On this they sow their crops, and regard it as their land. And they say that they have heard from the natives that 780 of the Eretrians were captured, not of course all of them fighting men, for there was a certain number of women and old men among them, and there was, I imagine, a certain number of children too, for the greater portion of the population of Eretria had fled to Caphareus, and to the furthest extremes of Euboea. But anyhow, the men who were brought up numbered about 400, and there were 10 women perhaps, but the rest, who had started from Ionia and Lydia, perished as they were driven up. And they managed to open a quarry on the hill, and as some of them understood the art of cutting stone, they built temples in the Greek style, and a marketplace large enough for their purpose, and they dedicated various altars, 2 to Darius, and 1 to Xerxes, and several to Daridius. But up to the time of Daridius, 88 years after their capture, they continued to write in the manner of the Greeks, and what is more, their ancient graves are inscribed with the legend, So-and-so, the son of so-and-so. And though the letters are Greek, they said that they never yet had made them out. And there were ships engraved on the tombstones, to show that the various individuals had lived in Euboea, and engaged either in seafaring trade, or in that of purple, as sailors or as dyers. And they say that they read an elegiac inscription written over the sepulchre of some sailors and seafarers, which ran thus: Here we, who once sailed over the deep-flowing billows of the Aegean Sea, are lying in the midst of the plain of Ecbatana. Farewell, once famed fatherland of Eretria, farewell, Athens! Ye neighbors of Euboea, farewell, thou darling sea! Well, Damas says that Apollonius restored the tombs that had gone to ruin and closed them up, and that he poured out libations and made offerings to their inmates, all that religion demands, except that he did not slay or sacrifice any victim. Then, after weeping and in an excess of emotion, he delivered himself of the following apostrophe in their midst. Ye Eretrians, who by the lot of fortune have been brought hither, ye, even if ye are far from your own land, have at least received burial. But those who cast you hither perished unburied round the shores of your island 10 years after yourselves. For the gods brought about this calamity in the hollows of Euboea. And Apollonius, at the end of his letter to the sophist, writes as follows. I also attended, O Scopelianus, to your Eretrians, while I was still a young man, and I gave what help I could, both to their dead and the living. What attention then did he show to their living? This, the barbarians, in the neighborhood of the hill, when the Eretrians sowed their seed upon it, would come in summertime and plunder their crops, so that they had to starve and see the fruits of their husbandry go to others. When therefore he reached the king, he took pains to secure for them the sole use of the hill. Chapter 25. I found the following to be an account of the sage's stay in Babylon, and of all we need to know about Babylon. The fortifications of Babylon extend 480 stadia, and form a complete circle, and its wall is 3 half-plethrons high, but less than a plethron in breadth, and it is cut asunder by the river Euphrates into halves of similar shape, and there passes underneath the river an extraordinary bridge, which joins together by an unseen passage the palaces on either bank. For it is said that a Median woman was formerly queen of those parts, who spanned the river underneath in a manner in which no river was ever bridged before. For she got stones, it is said, and copper and pitch, and all the materials which men have found set under water, and she piled these up along the banks of the river. Then she diverted the stream into lakes, and as soon as the river was dry, she dug down 2 fathoms, and made a hollow tunnel, which she caused to debouch into the palaces on either bank like a subterranean grotto, and she roofed it on a level with the bed of the stream. The foundations were thus made stable, and also the walls of the tunnel. But as the pitch required water in order to set as hard as stone, the Euphrates was let in again to flood the roof, and so the bridge stood solid. And the palaces are roofed with bronze, and a glitter goes off from them. But the chambers of the women and of the men and the porticos are adorned partly with silver, and partly with golden tapestries or curtains, and partly with solid gold in the form of pictures. But the subjects embroidered on the stuffs are taken by them from Hellenic story, Andromadas being represented, and Amumanae, and you see Orpheus everywhere. And they delight in Orpheus, perhaps out of regard for his peaked cap and breeches, for it cannot be for his music or the songs with which he charmed and soothed others. And woven into the pattern you perceive Datis drawing up Naxos out of the sea, and Artapaphernes beleaguering Eretria, and such battles of Xerxes as he said he won. For a little further off, of course, there is Athens and Thermopylae, and other pictures still more to the Median taste, such as rivers drained from off the land and a bridge over the sea and the piercing of Athos. But they say that they also visited a man's apartment, of which the roof had been carried up in the form of a dome, to resemble in a manner the heavens, and that it was roofed with sapphire, a stone that is very blue and like heaven to the eye. And there were images of the gods which they worship fixed aloft, and looking like golden figures shining out of the ether. And it is here that the king gives judgment, and golden wrynecks are hung from the ceiling, 4 in number, to remind him of Edrestia, the goddess of justice, and to engage him not to exalt himself above humanity. These figures the Magi themselves say they arranged, for they have access to the palace, and they call them the tongues of the gods. Chapter 26. With respect to the Magi, Apollonius has said all that there is to be said, how he associated with them and learned some things from them, and taught them others before he went away. But Damis is not acquainted with the conversations which the sage held with the Magi, for the latter forbade him to accompany him in his visits to them. So he tells us merely that he visited the Magi at midday and about midnight, and he says that he once asked his master, "What of the Magi?" But the latter answered, "They are wise men, but not in all respects." Chapter 27. But of this later on. When then he arrived at Babylon, the satrap in command of the great gates, having learnt that he had come to see the country, held out a golden image of the king, which everyone must kiss before he is allowed to enter the city. Now an ambassador coming from the Roman emperor has not this ceremony imposed upon him, but anyone who comes from the barbarians, or just to look at the country, is arrested with dishonor unless he has first paid his respects to this image. Such are the silly duties committed to satraps among barbarians. When, therefore, Apollonius saw the image, he said, "Who is that?" And on being told that it was the king, he said, "This king whom you worship would acquire a great boon if I merely commended him as of an honorable and good reputation." And with these words he passed through the gate. But the satrap was astonished, and followed him, and taking hold of his hand, he asked him through an interpreter his name and his family, and what was his profession, and why he came thither. And he wrote down the answers in a book, and also a description of his dress and appearance, and ordered him to wait there. Chapter 28. But he himself ran off to the persons who are known as the ears of the king, and described Apollonius to them, after first telling them both that he refused to do homage, and that he was not the least like other men. They bade him bring him along, and show him respect without using any violence. And when he came, the head of the department asked him what induced him to flout the king, and he answered, "I have not yet flouted him." "But would you flout him?" was the next question. Apollonius said, "Why, of course I will, if, on making his acquaintance, I find him to be neither honorable nor good." "Well, and what presents do you bring for him?" Apollonius answered afresh that he brought courage and justice, and so forth. The other said, "Do you mean to imply that the king lacks these qualities?" He answered, "No, indeed, but I would fain teach him to practice them, in case he possesses them." Said the other, "And surely it was by practicing these qualities that he has recovered the kingdom, which you behold, after he had lost it, and has restored his house. No light task this, nor easy." "And how many years is it since he recovered his kingdom?" Answered the other, "This is the 3rd year since, which year began about 2 months ago." Apollonius then, as was his custom, upheld his opinion, and went on. "O bodyguard, or whatever I ought to call you, Darius, the father of Cyrus and of Artaxerxes, was master of these palaces, I think, for 60 years, and he is said, when he felt that his end was near at hand, to have offered a sacrifice to justice, and to have addressed her thus, 'O lady mistress, or whosoever thou art.' This shows that he had not long loved justice and desired her, but as yet knew her not, nor deemed that he had won her, and he brought up his 2 sons so foolishly that they took up arms against one another, and one was wounded and the other killed by this fellow. Well, here is a king who perhaps does not know that he is firmly seated on the throne, and you would have me believe that he combines already all these virtues, and you extol him, though if he does turn out fairly good, it is you and not I that will gain thereby." The barbarian then glanced at his neighbor and said, "Here is a windfall. 'Tis one of the gods who has brought this man here, for as one good man associating with another improves him, so he will much improve our king, and render him more temperate and more gracious, for these qualities are conspicuous in this man." They accordingly ran into the palace, and told everybody the good news, that there stood at the king's gates a man who was wise and a Hellen and a good counselor. End of Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 20 through 28. Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 29 through 40 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 1. Chapter 29. When these tidings were brought to the king, he happened to be sacrificing in company with the Magi, for religious rites are performed under their supervision. And he called one of them and said, "The dream is come true, which I narrated to you today when you visited me in my bed." Now the dream which the king had dreamed was as follows. He thought that he was Artaxerxes, the son of Xerxes, and that he had altered and assumed the latter's form, and he was very much afraid lest some change should come over the face of his affairs, for so he interpreted his change of appearance. But when he heard that it was a Hellen and a wise man that had come, he remembered about Themistocles of Athens, who had once come from Greece and had lived with Artaxerxes, and had not only held the king in singular esteem, but had made himself equally esteemed by him. So he held out his right hand and said, "Call him in, for it will make the best of beginnings if he will join with me in my sacrifice and prayer." Chapter 30. Accordingly, Apollonius entered escorted by a number of people, for they had learnt that the king was pleased with the newcomer, and thought that this would gratify him. But as he passed into the palace, he did not glance at anything that the others admired, but he passed them by as if he was still travelling along the high road, and calling Damis to him, he said, "You asked me yesterday what was the name of this Pamphylian woman who was said to have been intimate with Sappho, and to have composed the hymns which they sing in honor of Artemis of Perga, in the Aeolian and Pamphylian modes." Said Damis, "Yes, I did ask you, but you did not tell me her name." "I did not tell you, my good fellow, but I explained to you about the keys in which the hymns are written, and I told you their names, and how the Aeolian strains were altered into the highest key of all, that which is peculiar to the Pamphylians. After that we turned to another subject, for you did not ask me again about the name of the lady. Well, she is called, this clever lady is, Damophylae, and she is said, like Sappho, to have had girl-friends and to have composed poems, some of which were love-songs and other hymns. The particular hymn to Artemis was transposed by her, and has been sung by the following of Sappho. How far then he was from being astonished at the king and his pomp and ceremony, he showed by the fact that he did not think such things worth looking at, but went on talking about other things, as if he did not think the palace worth a glance. Chapter 31. Now the king caught sight of him approaching, for the vestibule of the temple was of considerable length, and insisted to those by him that he recognized the sage. And when he came still nearer, he cried out with a loud voice, and said, "This is Apollonius, whom Megabates, my brother, said he saw in Antioch, and admired and respected of serious people. And he depicted him to me at that time just such a man as now comes to us." And when Apollonius approached him and saluted him, the king addressed him in the Greek language, and invited him to sacrifice with him. And it chanced that he was on the point of sacrificing to the sun as a victim a horse of the true Nicean breed, which he had adorned with trappings, as if for a triumphal procession. But Apollonius replied, "Do you, O king, go on with your sacrifice in your way, but permit me to sacrifice in mine." And he took up a handful of frankincense and said, "O thou sun, send me as far over the earth as is my pleasure and thine, and may I make the acquaintance of good men, but never hear anything of bad ones, nor they of me." And with these words he threw the frankincense into the fire, and watched to see how the smoke of it curled upwards, and how it grew turbid, and in how many points it shot up, and in a manner he caught the meaning of the fire, and watched how it appeared of good omen and pure. Then he said, "Now, O king, go on with your sacrifice in accordance with your own traditions, for my traditions are such as you see." Chapter 32. And he quitted the scene of sacrifice in order not to be present at the shedding of blood. But after the sacrifice was over, he approached and said, "O king, do you know the Greek tongue thoroughly, or have you a smattering of it perhaps, in order to be able to express yourself and appear polite in case any Greek arrives?" The king replied, "I know it thoroughly, as well as I do my native language. So say you what you like, for this, I suppose, is the reason why you put the question to me." Said the other, "It was my reason, so listen. The goal of my voyage is India, but I had no intention of passing you by, for I heard that you were such a man as from a slight acquaintance I already perceived you to be, and was desirous also of examining the wisdom which is indigenous among you and is cultivated by the Magi, and of finding out whether they are such wise theologians as they are reported to be. Now my own system of wisdom is that of Pythagoras, a man of Samos, who taught me to worship the gods in the way you see, and to be aware of them whether they are seen or not seen, and to be frequent in my converse with them, and to dress myself in this land wool, for it was never worn by sheep, but it is the spotless product of spotless parents, the gift of water and of earth, namely linen. And the very fashion of letting my hair grow long I learnt from Pythagoras as part of his discipline, and also it is a result of his wisdom that I keep myself pure from animal food. I cannot, therefore, become either for you or for anybody else a companion in drinking or an associate in idleness and luxury. But if you have problems of conduct that are difficult and hard to settle, I will furnish you with solutions. For I not only know matters of practice and duty, but I even know them beforehand." Such was the conversation which Damis declares the sage to have held, and Apollonius himself composed a letter containing them, and has sketched out in his epistles much else of what he said in conversation. Chapter 33. Since the king said that he was more pleased and delighted with his arrival than if he had added to his own possessions the wealth of Persia and India, and added that Apollonius must be his guest and share with him the royal roof, Apollonius remarked, "Supposing, O king, that you came to my country of Tyana, and I invited you to live where I live, would you care to do so?" The king answered, "Why, no, unless I had a house to live in that was big enough to accommodate not only my escort and bodyguard, but myself as well, in a handsome manner." Said the other, "Then I may use the same argument to you, for if I am housed above my rank, I shall live ill at ease, for superfluity distresses wise men more than deficiency distresses you. Let me, therefore, be entertained by some private person who has the same means as myself, and I will visit you as often as you like." The king conceded this point, lest he should be betrayed into doing anything that might annoy him, and Apollonius took up his quarters with a gentleman of Babylon, of good character, and besides high-minded. But before he had finished dinner, one of the eunuchs who carry messages presented himself and addressed him thus. He said, "The king bestows upon you 10 presents, and leaves you free to name them, but he is anxious that you should not ask for small trifles, for he wishes to exhibit to you and to us his generosity." Apollonius commended the message and asked, "Then when am I to ask for them?" And the messenger replied, "Tomorrow," and at once went off to all the king's friends and kinsmen, and bade them to be present when the sage should prefer his demand and receive the honor. But Damis says that he expected him to ask for nothing, because he had studied his character, and knew that he offered to the gods the following prayer: "O ye gods, grant unto me to have little, and to want nothing." However, as he saw him much preoccupied, and, as it were, brooding, he determined that he was going to ask, and was anxiously turning over his mind what he should ask. But at eventide Apollonius said, "Damis, I am thinking over with myself the question of why the barbarians have regarded the eunuchs as men sufficiently chaste to be allowed the free entry of the women's apartments." Answered the other, "But, O Apollonius, a child could tell you. For inasmuch as the operation has deprived them of the faculty, they are freely admitted into those apartments, no matter how far their wishes may go." "But do you suppose the operation has removed their desires or the further aptitude?" Damis replied, "Both. For if you extinguish in a man the unruly member that lashes the body to madness, the fit of passion will come on him no more." After a brief pause, Apollonius said, "Tomorrow, Damis, you shall learn that even eunuchs are liable to fall in love, and that the desire which is contracted through the eyes is not extinguished in them, but abides alive and ready to burst into a flame. For that will occur which will refute your opinion. And even if there were really any human art of such tyrannic force that it could expel such feelings from the heart, I do not see how we could ever attribute to them any chastity of character, seeing that they would have no choice, having been by sheer force and artificially deprived of the faculty of falling in love. For chastity consists in not yielding to passion when the longing and impulse is felt, and in the abstinence which rises superior to this form of madness." Accordingly, Damis answered and said, "Here is a thing that we will examine another time, O Apollonius, but we had better consider now what answer you can make tomorrow to the king's magnificent offer. For you will perhaps ask for nothing at all, but you should be careful and be on your guard, lest you should seem to decline any gift the king may offer, as they say, out of mere empty pride. For you see the land that you are in, and that we are wholly in his power. And you must be on your guard against the accusation of treating him with contempt, and understand that although we have sufficient means to carry us to India, yet what we have will not be sufficient to bring us back thence, and we have no other supply to fall back upon." Chapter 34. And by such devices he tried to wheedle Apollonius into not refusing to take anything he might be offered. But Apollonius, by way of assisting him in his argument, said, "But, O Damis, are you not going to give me some examples? Let me supply you with some. Ascanes, the son of Licinius, went off to Dionysus in Sicily in quest of money, and Plato is said thrice to have traversed Charybdis in quest of the wealth of Sicily, and Aristippus of Cyrene, and Helicon of Cyzicus, and Pythagorean of Rhegium, when he was in exile, buried their noses so deep in the treasure houses of Dionysius that they could barely tear themselves away. Moreover, they tell of how Eudoxus and Cnidus once arrived in Egypt, and both admitted that he had come there in quest of money, and conversed with the king about the matter. And not to take away more characters, they say that Speusippus the Athenian was so fond of money that he recited festal songs when he reached Macedonia in honor of Cassander's marriage, which were frigid compositions, and that he sang these songs in public for the sake of money. Well, I think, O Damis, that a wise man runs more risk than do sailors and soldiers in action, for envy is ever assailing them. Whether he holds his tongue or speaks, whether he exerts himself or is idle, whether he passes by anything or takes care to visit anyone, whether he addresses others or neglects to address them. And so a man must fortify himself, and understand that a wise man who yields to laziness or anger or passion, or love of drink, or who commits any other action prompted by impulse and importune, will probably find his fault condoned. But if he stoops to greed, he will not be pardoned, but render himself odious as a combination of all vices at once. For surely they will not allow that he could be the slave of money, unless he was already the slave of his stomach, or of fine raiment, or of wine, or of riotous living. But you perhaps imagine that it is a lesser thing to go wrong in Babylon than to go wrong at Athens, or at the Olympian or Pythagorean games, and you do not reflect that a wise man finds Hellas everywhere, and that a sage will not regard or consider any place to be a desert or barbarous, because he, at any rate, lives under the eyes of virtue, and although he only sees a few men, yet he is himself looked at by 10,000 eyes. Now, if you came across an athlete, Damis, one of those who practice and train themselves in wrestling and boxing, surely you would require him, in case he were contending in the Olympic games or went to Arcadia, to be both noble in character and good. Nay more, if the Pythian or Nemean contest were going on, you would require him to take care of his physique, because these arenas and race-courses are well known and held in respect by Hellas. Would you then, if Philip were sacrificing with Olympic rites after capturing certain cities, or if his son Alexander were holding games to celebrate his victories, tell the man forthwith to neglect the training of his body, and to leave off being keen to win, because the contest was to be held in Olynthus, or in Macedonia, or in Egypt, rather than among the Hellenes and on your native race-courses? These, then, were the arguments by which Damis declares that he was so impressed as to blush at what he had said, and to ask Apollonius to pardon him for having, through imperfect acquaintance with him, ventured to tender him such advice, and use such arguments. But the sage caught him up, and said, "Never mind, for it was not by way of rebuking and humbling you that I spoke thus, but in order to give you some idea of my own point of view." Chapter 35. Now when the eunuch arrived and summoned him before the king, he said, "I will come as soon as I have duly discharged my religious duties." Accordingly, he sacrificed and offered his prayer, and then departed, and everyone looked at him and wondered at his bearing. And when he had come within, the king said, "I present you with 10 gifts, because I consider you such a man as never before has come hither from Hellas." And he answered and said, "I will not, O king, decline all your gifts, but there is one which I prefer to many tens of gifts, and for that I will most eagerly solicit." And he at once told the story of the Eretrians, beginning it from the time of Datis. He said, "I ask then, that these poor people should not be driven away from their borders and from the hill, but should be left to cultivate the span of earth, which Darius allowed them, for it is very hard if they are not to be allowed to retain the land which was substituted for their own when they were driven out of the latter." The king then consented, and said, "The Eretrians were, until yesterday, the enemies of myself and of my fathers, for they once took up arms against us, and they have been neglected in order that their race might perish. But henceforth they shall be written among my friends, and they shall have, as a satrap, a good man who will judge their country justly." He said, "But why will you not accept the other 9 gifts?" He answered, "Because I have not yet, O king, made any friends here. And do you yourself require nothing? Said the king. He said, Yes, I need dried fruits and bread, for that is a repast which delights me and which I find magnificent. Chapter 36. While they were thus conversing with one another, a hubbub was heard to proceed from the palace, of eunuchs and women shrieking all at once. And in fact, an eunuch had been caught misbehaving with one of the royal concubines, just as if he were an adulterer. The guards of the harem were now dragging him along by the hair in the way they do royal slaves. The senior of the eunuchs accordingly declared that he had long before noticed he had an affection for this particular lady, and had already forbidden him to talk to her, or touch her neck or hand, or assist her toilet, though he was free to wait upon all the other members of the harem. Yet he had now caught him misbehaving as if he were the lady's lover. Apollonius thereupon glanced at Damis, as if to indicate that the argument they had conducted on the point, that even eunuchs fall in love, was now demonstrated to be true. But the king remarked to the bystanders, Nay, but it is disgraceful, gentlemen, that, in the presence of Apollonius, we should be enlarging on the subject of chastity rather than he. What then, O Apollonius, do you urge us to do with him? Why, to let him live, of course, answered Apollonius, to the surprise of them all. Whereupon the king reddened and said, Then you do not think he deserves to die many times for thus trying to usurp my rights? Nay, but my answer, O king, was suggested not by any wish to condone his offense, but rather to mete out to him a punishment which will wear him out. For if he lives with this disease of impotence on him, and can never take pleasure in eating or drinking, nor in the spectacles which delight you and your companions, and if his heart will throb as he often leaps up in his sleep, as they say is particularly the case of people in love, is there any form of consumption so wasting as this, any form of hunger so likely to enfeeble his bowels? Indeed, unless he be one of those who are ready to live at any price, he will entreat you, O king, before long even to slay him, or he will slay himself, deeply deploring that he was not put to death straightway this very day. Such was the answer rendered on this occasion by Apollonius, one so wise and humane that the king was moved by it to spare the life of his eunuch. Chapter 37. One day the king was going to hunt the animals in the parks in which the barbarians keep lions and bears and leopards, and he asked Apollonius to accompany him on the chase. But the latter replied, You have forgotten, O king, that I never attend you even when you are sacrificing. And moreover, it is no pleasure to me to attack animals that have been ill-treated and enslaved in violation of their nature. And the king, asking him what was the most stable and secure way of governing, Apollonius answered, To respect many and confide in few. And on one occasion the governor of Syria sent a mission about 2 villages, which, I think, are close to the bridge, alleging that these villages had long ago been subject to Antiochus and Seleucus, but at present they were under his sway, and belonged to the Romans, and that, whereas the Arabians and Armenians did not disturb these villages, yet the king had traversed so great a distance in order to exploit them, as if they belonged to himself rather than to the Romans. The king sent an embassy aside and said, O Apollonius, these villages were given to my forefathers by the kings whom I mentioned, that they might sustain the wild animals which are taken by us in our country, and sent to theirs across the Euphrates, and they, as if they had forgotten this fact, have espoused a policy that is new and unjust. What then do you think are the intentions of the embassy? Apollonius replied, Their intention, O king, is moderate and fair, seeing that they only desire to obtain from you, with your consent, places which, as they are in their territory, they can equally well retain without it. And he added in his opinion that it was a mistake to quarrel with the Romans over villages so paltry that probably bigger ones were owned even by private individuals. He also said that it was a mistake to go to war even over large issues. And when the king was ill, he visited him, and discoursed so weightily and in such a lofty strain about his soul, that the king recovered, and said to his courtiers that Apollonius had so wrought upon him that he now felt a contempt, not only for his kingdom, but also for death. Chapter 38. One day the king was showing to him the grotto under the Euphrates, and asked him what he thought of so wonderful a thing. Apollonius, in answer, belittled the wonder of the work, and said, "It would be a real miracle, O king, if you went dry-shod through the river as deep as this and as unfordable." And when he was shown the walls of Ecbatana, and was told that they were the dwelling place of gods, he remarked, "They are not the dwelling place of gods at all, and I am not sure that they are of real men either. For, O king, the inhabitants of the city of Lacedaemon do not dwell within walls, and have never fortified their city. Moreover, on one occasion, the king had decided a suit for some villages, and was boasting to Apollonius of how he had listened to the one suit for 2 whole days. Said the other, "Well, you took a mighty long time, anyhow, to find out what was just." And when the revenues from the subject country came in on one occasion in great quantities at once, the king opened his treasury, and showed his wealth to the sage, and induced him to fall in love with wealth. But he admired nothing that he saw, and said, "This for you, O king, represents wealth, but to me it is mere chaff." Said the other, "How then, and in what manner can I best make use of it?" He said, "By spending it, for you are a king." Chapter 39. And he addressed many such sayings to the king, and found him ready to do what he advised him. When finding that he had had enough of the society of the Magi, he said to Damis, "Come, let us start for India, for the people who visited the lotus-eaters in the ships were seduced from their own home principles by the food, and we, without tasting any of the victuals of this land, have remained here a longer time than is right and fitting." Damis said, "And I am more than of your opinion, and as I bore in mind the period of time which you discovered by the help of the lioness, I was waiting on for it to be completed. Now it has not yet all of it expired, for we have so far only spent a year and 4 months. However, if we can depart at once, it would be as well." Said the other, "But the king will not let us go, O Damis, before the 8th month has passed. For you, I think, see that he is a worthy man, and too superior a person to be ruling over barbarians." Chapter 40. When at last they were resolved on their departure, and the king had consented that they should go away, Apollonius remembered the presents, which he had put off till he should have acquired friends, and he said, "O excellent king, I have in no way remunerated my host, and I owe a reward to the Magi. Do you, therefore, attend to them, and oblige me by bestowing your favors on men who are both wise and wholly devoted to yourself?" The king then was more than delighted, and said, "I will show you tomorrow how much I value them, and what great rewards I hold them to have earned. But since you ask for nothing that is mine, I hope you will at least allow these gentlemen to accept from me whatever money they like." And he pointed to Damis and his companions. And when they too declined the offer, Apollonius said, "You see, O king, how many hands I have, and how closely they resemble one another." The king said, "But do you, anyhow, take a guide, and camels on which to ride, for the road is too long by far for you to walk the whole of it." Apollonius said, "Be it so, O king. For they say that the road is a difficult one for him who is not so mounted, and moreover this animal is easily fed, and finds his pasture easily where there is no fodder. And, methinks, we must lay in a supply of water also, and take it in bottles like wine." The king said, "Yes, for 3 days the country is waterless, but after that there are plenty of rivers and springs. But you must take the road over the Caucasus, for there you will find plenty of the necessities of life, and the country is friendly." And the king then asked him what he would bring back to him from his destination, and he answered, "A graceful gift, O king, for if I am turned into a wiser man by the society of people yonder, I shall return to you here a better man than I am now." When he said this, the king embraced him and said, "May you come back, for that will indeed be a great gift." End of Volume 1, Book 1. Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 1 through 11 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 2. Chapter 1. In the summer our travelers, together with their guide, left Babylon and started out mounted on camels. And the king had supplied them with a camel-driver and plenty of provisions, as much as they wanted. The country through which they traveled was fertile, and the villages received them very respectfully, for the leading camel bore upon his forehead a chain of gold, to intimate to all who met them that the king was sending on their way some of his own friends. And as they approached the Caucasus, they say that they found the land becoming more fragrant. Chapter 2. We may regard this mountain as the beginning of the Taurus which extends through Armenia and Cilicia as far as Pamphylia and Mycale, and it ends at the sea on the shore of which the Carians live. And this we may regard as the extreme end of the Caucasus, and not as its beginning, as some people say. For the height of Mycale is not very great, whereas the peaks of the Caucasus are so lofty that the sun is cloven asunder by them. And it encompasses with the rest of the Taurus the whole of Scythia, which borders on India and skirts Myotis and the left side of Pontus, a distance almost of 20,000 stades. For no less than this is the extent of land enclosed by the elbow of the Caucasus. As to the statement made about such part of the Taurus as in our own country, to the effect that it projects beyond Armenia, it was long disbelieved, but has received definite confirmation from the conduct of the Pards, which I know are caught in the spice-bearing region of Pamphylia. For these animals delight in fragrant odors, and scenting their smell from afar off, they quit Armenia and traverse the mountains in search of the tear or gum of the styrax, whenever the winds blow from its quarter and the trees are distilling. And they say that the pard was once caught in Pamphylia, which was wearing a chain round its neck, and the chain was of gold, and on it was inscribed in Armenian lettering, "The king Arsaces to the Nicean god." Now the king of Armenia was certainly at that time Arsaces, and he, I imagine, finding the pard, had let it go free in honor of Dionysus, because of its size. For Dionysus is called Nicean by the Indians and by all the Oriental races from Nysa in India. And this animal had been for a time under the restraint of man, and would let you pat it with your hand and caress it. But when it was goaded to excitement by the springtime, for in that season the pards begin to rut, it would rush into the mountains, from longing to meet the male, decked as it was with the ring. And it was taken in the lower Taurus, whither it had been attracted by the fragrance of the gum. And the Caucasus bounds India and Media, and stretches down by another arm to the Red Sea. Chapter 3. And legends are told of this mountain by the barbarians, which also have an echo in the poems of the Greeks about it, to the effect that Prometheus, because of his love of man, was bound there, and that Hercules, another Hercules, and not the Theban is meant, could not brook the ill treatment of Prometheus, and shot the bird which was feeding upon its entrails. And some say that he was bound in a cave, which, as a matter of fact, is shown in a foothill of the mountain, and Damis says that his chains still hung from the rocks, though you could not easily guess at the material of which they were made, but others say that they bound him on the peak of the mountain, and it has 2 summits, and they say that his hands were lashed to them, although they are distant from one another not less than a stade, so great was his bulk. But the inhabitants of the Caucasus regard the eagle as a hostile bird, and burn out the nests which they build among the rocks by hurling into them fiery darts, and they also set snares for them, declaring that they are avenging Prometheus. To such an extent are their imaginations dominated by the fable. Chapter 4. Having passed the Caucasus, our travelers say they saw men 4 cubits high, and that they were already black, and that when they passed over the river Indus they saw others 5 cubits high. But on their way to this river our wayfarers found the following incidents worthy of notice. For they were travelling by bright moonlight, when the figure of an empusa or hobgoblin appeared to them, that changed from one form into another, until finally it vanished into nothing. And Apollonius realized what it was, and himself heaped abuse on the hobgoblin, and instructed his party to do the same, saying that this was the right remedy for such a visitation. And the phantasm fled away shrieking, even as ghosts do. Chapter 5. And as they were passing over the summit of the mountain, going on foot, for it was very steep, Apollonius asked of Damis the following question. He said, "Tell me where we were yesterday." And he replied, "On the plain." "And today, O Damis, where are we?" Said he, "In the Caucasus, if I mistake not." "Then when were you lower down than you are now?" he asked again, and Damis replied, "That's a question hardly worth asking, for yesterday we were travelling through the valley below, while today we are close up to heaven." Said the other, "Then you think, O Damis, that our road yesterday lay low down, whereas our road today lays high up?" He replied, "Yes, by Zeus, unless at least I'm mad." Apollonius said, "In what respect then do you suppose that our roads differ from one another, and what advantage has today's path for you over that of yesterday?" Damis said, "Because yesterday I was walking along where a great many people go, but today where are very few." Said the other, "Well, O Damis, can you not also in a city turn out of the main street and walk where you will find very few people?" Damis replied, "I did not say that, but that yesterday we were passing through villages and populations, whereas today we are ascending through an untrodden and divine region. For you heard our guide say that the barbarians declare this tract to be the home of the gods." And with that he glanced up to the summit of the mountain. But Apollonius recalled his attention to the original question by saying, "Can you tell me then, O Damis, what understanding of divine mystery you get by walking so near the heavens?" He replied, "None whatever." Apollonius said, "And yet you ought, when your feet are placed on a platform so divine and vast as this, you ought at once to utter thoughts of the clearest kind about the heaven and about the sun and moon, which you probably think you could touch from a vantage ground so close to heaven." Said he, "Whatever I knew about God's nature yesterday, I equally know today, and so far no fresh idea has occurred to me concerning him." Replied the other, "So then you are, O Damis, still below, and have won nothing from being high up, and you are as far from heaven as you were yesterday. And my question which I asked you to begin with was a fair one, although you thought that I asked it in order to make fun of you." Damis replied, "The truth is that I thought I should anyhow go down from the mountain wiser than I came up it, because I had heard, O Apollonius, that Anaxagoras of Clazomenae observed the heavenly bodies from the mountain Mimas in Ionia, and Thales of Miletus from Mycale, which was close by his home, and some are said to have used as their observatory Mount Pangaeos, and others Athos. but I have come up a greater height than any of those, and yet shall go down again no wiser than I was before. Apollonius replied, For neither did they, and such star-gazings show you indeed a bluer heaven and bigger stars and the sun rising out of the night. But all these phenomena were manifest long ago to shepherds and goatherds, but neither Athos will reveal to those who climb up it, nor Olympus, so much extolled by the poets, in what way God cares for the human race, and how he delights to be worshipped by them, nor reveal the nature of virtue and of justice and temperance, unless the soul scans these matters narrowly, and the soul, I should say, if it engages on the task pure and undefiled, will soar much higher than this summit of Caucasus. Chapter 6. And having passed beyond the mountain, they at once came upon elephants with men riding on them. And these people dwell between the Caucasus and the river Kophen, and they are rude in their lives, and their business is to tend the herds of elephants. Some of them, however, rode on camels, which are used by Indians for carrying dispatches, and they will travel 1,000 stades in a day without ever bending the knee or lying down anywhere. One of the Indians, then, who was riding on such a camel, asked the guide where they were going, and when he was told the object of their voyage, he informed the nomads thereof, and they raised a shout of pleasure, and bade them approach, and when they came up they offered them wine which they make out of palm dates and honey from the same tree, and steaks from the flesh of lions and leopards which they had just flayed. And our travellers accepted everything except the flesh, and then started off for India, and betook themselves eastwards. Chapter 7. And as they were taking breakfast by a spring of water, Damis poured out a cup of the Indians' wine, and said, Here's to you, Apollonius, on the part of Zeus the Saviour, for it is a long time since you have drunk any wine. But you will not, I am sure, refuse this as you do wine, that is made from the fruit of the vine. And withal he poured out a libation, because he had mentioned the name of Zeus. Apollonius then gave a laugh, and said, Do we not also abstain from money, O Damis? Said the other, Yes, by Zeus, as you have often intimated to us. Said the other, Shall we then abstain from the use of a golden drachma and of a silver piece, and be proof against temptation by any such coin, although we see not private individuals only, but kings as well, agape for money? And then, if anyone offers us a brass coin or a silver one, or a gilded one and a counterfeit, shall we not accept it, merely because it is not what it pretends to be, and what the many itch to have? And to be sure, the Indians have coins of Oralchicus and black brass, with which, I suppose, all who come to the Indian haunts must purchase everything. What then? Supposing the nomads, good people as they are, offered us money, would you in that case, Damis, seeing me decline it, have advised me better, and have explained that what is coined by the Romans or by the king of Media is really money, whereas this is another sort of stuff only in vogue among the Indians? And what would you think of me if you could persuade me of such things? Would you not think I was a cheat, and abandoned my philosophy as thoroughly as cowardly soldiers do their shields? And yet, when you have thrown away your shield, you can procure another that is quite as good as the first, in the opinion of Archilochus. But how can one who has dishonored and cast away philosophy ever recover her? And in this case, Dionysus might well pardon one who refuses all wine whatever, but if I chose date wine in preference to that made of grapes, he would be aggrieved, I am sure, and say that his gift had been scorned and flouted. And we are not far away from this god, for you hear the guide saying that the mountains of Nyssa are close by, upon which Dionysus works, I believe, a great many miracles. Moreover, drunkenness, Damis, invades men not from drinking the wine of grapes alone, for they are equally roused to frenzy by date wine. Anyhow, we have seen a great many Indians overcome by this wine, some of them dancing till they fell, and others singing as they reeled about, just like the people among us, who indulge in drink of a night and not in season. And that you yourself regard this drink as genuine wine is clear from the fact that you poured out a libation of it to Zeus, and offered up the prayers which usually accompany wine. And this, Damis, is the defense which I have to make of myself against you. For neither do I wish to dissuade you from drinking, nor these companions of ours either. Nay, I would allow you also to eat meat, for the abstinence from these things have, I perceive, profited you nothing, though it has profited me in the philosophic profession which I have made from boyhood. The companions of Damis welcomed this speech, and took to their good cheer with a will, thinking that they would find the journey easier if they lived rather better. Chapter 8. They crossed the river Cophen, themselves in boats, but the camels by a ford on foot, for the river has not yet reached its full size here. They were now in a continent subject to the king, in which the mountain of Nyssa rises covered to its very top with plantations, like the mountain of Tmolos in Lydia, and you can ascend it, because paths have been made by the cultivators. They say, then, that when they had ascended it, they found the shrine of Dionysus, which, it is said, Dionysus founded in honor of himself, planting round it a circle of laurel trees, which enclosed just as much ground as suffices to contain a moderate-sized temple. He also surrounded the laurels with a border of ivy and vines, and he had set up inside an image of himself, knowing that in time the trees would grow together and make themselves into a kind of roof. And this had now formed itself, so that neither rain can wet nor wind blow upon the shrine. And there were scythes and baskets and wine-presses, and their furniture dedicated to Dionysus, as if to one who gathers grapes, all made of gold and silver. And the image resembled a youthful Indian, and was carved out of polished white stone. And when Dionysus celebrates his orgies and shakes Nyssa, the cities underneath the mountain hear the noise and exult in sympathy. Chapter 9. Now the Hellenes disagree with the Indians, and the Indians among themselves, concerning this Dionysus. For we declare that the Theban Dionysus made an expedition to India in the role both of soldier and of reveller, and we base our arguments, among other things, on the offering at Delphi, which is preserved in the treasuries there. And it is a disk of Indian silver bearing the inscription, Dionysus, the son of Semele and of Zeus, from the men of India to the Apollo of Delphi. But the Indians who dwell in the Caucasus and along the river Cophen say that he was an Assyrian visitor when he came to them, who understood the affairs of the Theban. But those who inhabit the district between the Indus and the Hydraotes, and the continental region beyond, which ends at the river Ganges, declare that Dionysus was the son of the river Indus, and that the Dionysius of Thebes, having become his disciple, took to the Thyrsus, and introduced it in the orgies, that this Dionysus declared that he was the son of Zeus, and had lived safe inside his father's thigh until he was born, and that he found a mountain called Meros, or Thigh, on which Nyssa borders, and planted Nyssa in honor of Dionysus with the vine of which he had brought the suckers from Thebes, and that it was there that Alexander held his orgies. But the inhabitants of Nyssa deny that Alexander ever went up to the mountain, although he was eager to do so, being an ambitious person and fond of old-world things. But he was afraid lest his Macedonians, if they got among vines, which they had not seen for a long time, would fall into a fit of homesickness, or recover their taste for wine, after they had already become accustomed to water only. So they say he passed by Nyssa, making his vow to Dionysus, and sacrificing at the foot of the mountain. Well, I know that some people will take amiss what I write, because the companions of Alexander on his campaigns did not write down the truth in reporting this, but I, at any rate, insist upon the truth, and hold that, if they had respected it more, they would never have deprived Alexander of the praise due to him in this matter. For, in my opinion, it was a greater thing that he never went up, in order to maintain the sobriety of his army, than that he should have ascended the mountain, and have himself held revel there, which is what they tell you. Chapter 10. Damis says that he did not see the rock called the Birdless, or Aurunus, which is not far distant from Nyssa, because this lay off the road, and their guide feared to diverge from the direct path. But he says he heard that it had been captured by Alexander, and was called Birdless, not because it rises 9,000 feet, for the sacred birds fly higher than that, but because on the summit of the rock there is, they say, a cleft which draws into itself the birds which fly over it, as we may see at Athens also in the vestibule of the Parthenon, and in several places in Phrygia and Lydia. And this is the reason why the rock was called, and actually is, birdless. Chapter 11. And as they made their way to the Indus, they met a boy of about 13 years old, mounted on an elephant, and striking the animal. And when they wondered at the sight, Apollonius said, Damis, what is the business of a good horseman? He replied, Why, what else than to sit firm upon the horse and control it, and turn it with the bit, and punish it when it is unruly, and to take care that the horse does not plunge into a chasm or a ditch or a hole, especially when he is passing over a marsh or a clay bog. Apollonius said, And shall we require nothing else, O Damis, of a good horseman? He said, Why, yes. When the horse is galloping up a hill, he must slacken the bit, and when he is going down a hill, he must not let the horse have his way, but hold him in, and he must caress his ears and mane. And in my opinion, a clever rider never uses a whip, and I should commend anyone who rode in this way. And what is needful for a soldier who rides a charger? He said, The same things, O Apollonius, and in addition the ability to inflict and parry blows, and to pursue and to retire, and to crowd the enemies together without letting his horse be frightened by the rattling of shields or the flashing of the helmets, or by the noise made when the men raise their war cry and give a whoop. This, I think, all belongs to good horsemanship. What, then, will you say of this boy who is riding on the elephant? He is much more wonderful, Apollonius, for it seems to me a superhuman feat for such a tiny mite to manage so huge an animal, and guide it with the crook, which you see him digging into the elephant like an anchor, without fearing either the look of the brute, or its height, or its enormous strength. And I would not have believed it possible, I swear by Athena, if I had heard another telling it, and had not seen it. Said Apollonius, Well then, if anyone wanted to sell us this boy, would you buy him, Damis? He said, Yes, by Zeus, and I would give everything I have to possess him, for it seems to me the mark of a liberal and splendid nature to be able to capture, like a citadel, the greatest animal which earth sustains, and then govern it as its master. Said the other, What then would you do with the boy, unless you bought the elephant as well? Damis said, I would set him to preside over my household and over my servants, and he would rule them much better than I can. Apollonius said, And are you not able to rule your own servants? Damis replied, About as able to do so as you are yourself, Apollonius. For I have abandoned my property, and am going about, like yourself, eager to learn and to investigate things in foreign countries. But if you did actually buy the boy, and if you had 2 horses, one of them a racer and the other a charger, would you put him, O Damis, on these horses? He answered, I would, perhaps, upon the racer, for I see others doing the same. But how could he ever mount a war horse accustomed to carry armor? For he could not either carry a shield, as knights must do, or wear a breastplate or helmet. And how could he wield a javelin, when he cannot use the shaft of a bolt or of an arrow? And he would in military matters be like a stammerer. Said the other, Then there is, Damis, something else which controls and guides this elephant, and not the driver alone, whom you admire almost to the point of worshipping. Damis replied, What can that be, Apollonius? For I see nothing else upon the animal except the boy. He answered, This animal is docile beyond all others, and when he has once been broken in to serve man, he will put up with anything at the hands of man, and he makes it his business to be tractable and obedient to him, and he loves to eat out of his hands, in the way little dogs do, and when his master approaches, he fondles him with his trunk, and he will allow him to thrust his head into his jaws, and he holds them as wide open as his master likes, as we have seen among the nomads. But of a night the elephant is said to lament his state of slavery. Yes, by heaven, not by trumpeting in his ordinary way, but by wailing mournfully and piteously. And if a man comes upon him when he is lamenting in this way, the elephant stops his dirge at once as if he were ashamed. Such control, O Damis, has he over himself, and it is his instinctive obedience which actuates him, rather than the man who sits upon him and directs him. End of Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 1 through 11. Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 12 through 21 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 2. Chapter 12. And when they came to the Indus, they saw a herd of elephants crossing the river, and they say that they heard this account of the animals. Some of them are marsh elephants, others again mountain elephants, and there is also a third kind which belongs to the plain, and they are captured for use in war. For indeed they go into battle saddled with towers big enough to accommodate 10 or 15 Indians all at once, and from these towers the Indians shoot their bows and hurl their javelins, just as if they were taking aim from gate towers. And the animal itself regards his trunk as a hand, and uses it to hurl weapons. And the Indian elephants are as much bigger than those of Libya, and these are bigger than the horses of Nisa. And other authorities have dwelt on the age of the animals, and say that they are very long-lived. But our party, too, say that they came on an elephant near Taxila, the greatest city in India, who was anointed with myrrh by the natives and adorned with fillets. For, they said, this elephant was one of those who fought on the side of Porus against Alexander, and, as it had made a brave fight, Alexander dedicated it to the sun, and it had, they say, gold rings around its tusks or horns, whichever you call them, and an inscription was on them written in Greek as follows: Alexander the son of Zeus dedicates Ajax to the sun. For he had given this name to the elephant, thinking so great an animal deserved a great name. And the natives reckoned that 350 years had elapsed since this battle, without taking into account how old the elephant was when he went into battle. Chapter 13. And Juba, who was once sovereign of the Libyan race, says that formerly the knights of Libya fought with one another on elephants, and one division of these had a tower engraved upon their tusks, but the others nothing. And when night interrupted the fray, the animals which were so marked had, he says, got the worst of it, and fled into Mount Atlas. But he himself, 400 years afterwards, caught one of the fugitives, and found the captivity of the stamp still fresh on the tusk, and not yet worn away by time. This Juba is of opinion that the tusks are horns, because they grow just where the temples are, and because they need no sharpening of any kind, and remain as they grew, and do not, like teeth, fall out and then grow afresh. But I cannot accept this view, for horns, if not all, at any rate those of stags, do fall out and grow afresh, but the teeth although in the case of men those which may fall out will in every case grow again. On the other hand, there is not a single animal whose tusk or dog-tooth falls out naturally, nor in which, when it has fallen out, it will come again. For nature implants these tusks in their jaws for the sake of defense. And moreover, a circular ridge is formed year by year at the base of the horns, as we see in the case of goats and sheep and oxen. But a tusk grows out quite smooth, and unless something breaks it, it always remains so, for it consists of a material and substance as hard as stone. Moreover, the carrying of horns is confined to animals with cloven hooves, but this animal has 5 nails, and the sole of his foot has many furrows in it, and not being confined by hooves, it seems to stand on a soft, flabby foot. And in the case of all animals that have horns, nature supplies cavernous bones and causes the horn to grow from outwards, whereas she makes the elephant tusk full and equally massive throughout. And when in the lathe you lay bare the interior, you find a very thin tube piercing the center of it, as in the case with teeth. Now the tusks of the marsh elephants are dark in color, and porous and difficult to work, because they are hollowed out into many cavities, and often knots are formed in them, which oppose difficulties to the craftsman's tool. But the tusks of the mountain kind, though smaller than these, are very white, and there is nothing about them difficult to work. But best of all are the tusks of the elephants of the plain, for these are very large and very white, and so pleasant to turn and carve that the hand can shape them into whatever it likes. If I may also describe the characters of these elephants, those which come from the marshes and are taken there are considered to be stupid and idle by the Indians, but those which come from the mountains they regard as wicked and treacherous, and, unless they want something, not to be relied upon by man. But the elephants of the plain are said to be good and tractable, and fond of learning tricks. For they will write and dance, and will sway themselves to and fro, and leap up and down from the ground to the sound of the flute. Chapter 14. And Apollonius saw a herd, I think, of about 30 elephants crossing over the river Indus, and they were following as their leader the smallest among them. But the bigger ones had picked up their young ones by their projecting tusks, where they held them fast by twining their trunks around them. Said Apollonius, "No one, O Damis, has instructed them to do this, but they act of their own instinctive wisdom and cleverness. And you see how, like baggage porters, they have picked up their young, and have them bound fast on, and so carry them along." He said, "I see, Apollonius, how cleverly and with what sagacity they do this. What then is the sense of the silly speculation indulged in by those who idly dispute whether the affection of animals for their young is natural or not, when these very elephants, by their conduct, proclaim that it is so, and that it comes to them by nature? For they have certainly not learnt to do so from men, as they have other things. For these have never yet shared their life of men, and have been endowed by nature with their love of their offspring, and that is why they provide for them and feed their young." Apollonius said, "And you need not, Damis, confine your remarks to elephants, for this animal is only second to man, in my opinion, in understanding and foresight. But I am thinking rather of bears, for they are the fiercest of all animals, and yet they will do anything for their whelps, and also of wolves, among which, although they are so addicted to plunder, yet the female protects its young ones, and the male brings her food in order to save the life of the whelps. And I also equally have in mind the panther, which, from the warmth of its temperament, delights to become a mother, for that is the time when it is determined to rule the male and be mistress of the household, and the male puts up with anything and everything from her, subordinating everything to the welfare of the offspring. And there is also told a story of the lioness, how she will make a lover of the panther and receive him in the lion's lair in the plain. But when she is going to bring forth her young, she flees into the mountains to the haunts of the panthers, for she brings forth young ones that are spotted, and that is why she hides her young and nurses them in winding thickets, pretending that she is spending the day out hunting. For if the lion detected the trick, he would tear the whelps in pieces and claw her offspring as illegitimate. You have read, no doubt, also of one of Homer's lions, and how he made himself look terrible in behalf of his own whelps, and steeled himself to do battle for them. And they say the tigress, although she is the cruelest animal in this country, will approach the ships on the Red Sea to demand back her whelps, and if she gets them back, she goes off mightily delighted. But if the ships sail away, they say that she howls along the sea-coast, and sometimes dies outright. And who does not know the ways of birds? How that the eagles and the cranes will not build their nests until they have fixed in them, the one an eagle stone, and the other a stone of light, to help the hatching out of the eggs and to drive away the snakes. And if we look at creatures in the sea, we need not wonder at the dolphins loving their offspring, for they are superior creatures. But shall we not admire the whales and seals and the viviparous species? For I once saw a seal that was kept shut up at Aige in the circus, and she mourned so deeply for her whelp, which had died after being born in confinement, that she refused food for 3 days together, although she is the most voracious of animals. And the whale takes up its young ones into the cavities of its throat, whenever it is fleeing from a creature bigger than itself. And a viper has been seen licking the serpents which it had borne, and caressing them with her tongue, which she shoots out for the purpose. But we need not entertain, Damis, the silly story that the young of vipers are brought into the world without mothers, for that is a thing which is consistent neither with nature nor with experience. Damis then resumed the conversation by saying, You will allow me then to praise Euripides for this iambic line which he puts into the mouth of Andromache. And in the case of all men, then, their life lay in their children. Apollonius said, I admit that that is said cleverly and divinely, but much cleverer and truer would have been the verse if it had included all animals. Damis said, Then you would like, O Apollonius, to rewrite the line so that we might sing it as follows. And in the case of all animals, then, their life lay in their children. And I agree with you, for it is better so. Chapter 15. But tell me this, did we not, at the beginning of our conversation, declare that the elephants display wisdom and intelligence in what they do? He replied, Why, certainly, we did say so, Damis, for if intelligence did not govern this animal, neither would it subsist, nor the populations among which it lived. Damis said, Why then do they conduct their passage over the river in a way so stupid and inconvenient to themselves? For, as you see, the smallest one is leading the way, and he is followed by a slightly larger one. Then comes another still larger than he, and the biggest ones come last of all. But surely they ought to travel in the opposite fashion, and make the biggest ones a wall and rampart in front of themselves. Apollonius replied, But in the first place they appear to be running away from men who are pursuing them, and whom we shall doubtless come across, as they follow the animals' tracks, and they must and ought to use their best strength to fortify their rear against attack, as is done in war, so that you may regard the elephant as the best tactician to be found among animals. Secondly, as they are crossing a river, if their biggest ones went first, that would not enable the rest of the herd to judge whether the water is shallow enough for all to pass, for the tallest ones would find the passage practicable and easy, but the others would find it dangerous and difficult, because they would not rise above the level of the stream. But the fact that the smallest is able to get across is a sign in itself to the rest that there is no difficulty. And, moreover, if the bigger ones went in first, they would deepen the river for the small ones, for the mud is forced to settle down into ruts and trenches, owing to the heaviness of the animal and the thickness of his feet, whereas the larger ones are in no way prejudiced by the smaller ones crossing in front, because they sink in less deeply. Chapter 16. And I have read in the discourse of Juba that elephants assist one another when they are being hunted, and that they will defend one that is exhausted. And if they can remove him out of danger, they anoint his wounds with the tears of the aloe tree, standing round him like physicians. Many such learned discussions were suggested to them, as one occasion after another worth speaking of arose. Chapter 17. And the statements made by Nearchus and Pythagoras about the river Acesines, to the effect that it debouches to the Indus, and that snakes live in it 70 cubits long, were, they say, fully verified by them. But I will defer what I have to say till I come to speak about dragons, of whose capture Damis gives an account. But when they reached the Indus, and were inclined to pass over the river, they asked the Babylonian whether he knew anything of the river, and questioned him about how to get across it. But he said that he had never navigated it, nor did he know whence they could get a boat onto it. They said, "Why then did you not hire a guide?" He said, "Because I have one who will direct us." And with that he showed them a letter, written to that effect, and this gave them occasion to marvel afresh at the humanity and foresight of Vardanes. For he had addressed the letter in question to the satrap of the Indus, although he was not subject to his dominion, and in it he reminded him of the good service he had done him, but declared that he would not ask any recompense for the same. He said, "For it is not my habit to ask for a return of favors." But he said he would be very grateful if he would give a welcome to Apollonius, and send him on wherever he wished to go. And he had given gold to the guide, so that, in case he found Apollonius in want thereof, he might give it to him and save him from looking to the generosity of anyone else. And when the Indian received the letter, he declared that he was highly honored, and would interest himself in the sage as much as if the king of India had written in his behalf, and he lent his official boat for him to embark in, and other vessels on which the camels were ferried across, and he also sent a guide to the whole of the country, which is bordered by the Hydraotes, and he wrote to his own king, begging him not to treat with less respect than Vardanes, a man who was a Greek and divine. Chapter 18. Thus they crossed the Indus at the point where it was nearly 40 stades broad, for such is the size of its navigable portion. And they write the following account of this river. They say that the Indus arises in the Caucasus, and is bigger at its source than any of the other rivers of Asia, and as it advances it absorbs into itself several navigable rivers, and, like the Nile, it floods the land of India and brings down soil over it, and so provides the Indians with land to sow in the manner of the Egyptians. Now it is said that there is snow on the hills in Ethiopia and in the land of the Catadupi, and I do not choose to contradict out of respect for the authorities. Nevertheless, I cannot agree with them when I consider how the river Indus effects the same results as the Nile, without any snow falling on the country that rises behind and above it. And moreover, I know that God has set the Ethiopian and the Indian at the two extremes or horns of the entire earth, making black the latter who dwell where the sun rises no less than the former who dwell where it sets. Now how should this be the case of the inhabitants, unless they enjoyed summer heat during the winter? But where the sun warms the earth all through the year, how can one suppose that it ever snows? And how could it ever snow there so hard as to supply the rivers there with water, and make them rise above their normal levels? But even if there were frequent snowfalls in regions so exposed to the sun, How could the melted snow ever cover such an expanse as to resemble a sea? And how could it ever supply a river which deluges the whole of Egypt? Chapter 19. And as they were being conveyed across the Indus, they say that they came across many river horses and many crocodiles, just as those do who sail along the Nile. And they say that the vegetation on the Indus resembles that which grows along the Nile, and that the climate of India is sunny in winter, but suffocating in summer. But to counteract this, Providence has excellently contrived that it should often rain in their country. And they also say that they learned from the Indians that the king was in the habit of coming to this river when it rose in the appropriate seasons, and would sacrifice to the river bulls and black horses. For white is less esteemed by the Indians than black, because, I imagine, the latter is their own color. And when he has sacrificed, they say that he plunges into the river a measure of gold made to resemble that which is used in measuring wheat. And why the king does this, the Indians, they say, have no idea. But they themselves conjectured that this measure was sunk in the river, either to secure the plentiful harvest, whose yield the farmers use such a measure to gauge, or to keep the river within its proper bounds, and prevent it from rising to such heights as that it would drown the land. Chapter 20. And after they had crossed the river, they were conducted by the satrap's guide direct to Taxila, where the Indian had his royal palace. And they say that on this side of the Indus the dress of the people consists of native linen, with shoes of biblus, and a hat when it rains, but that the upper classes there are apparelled in byssus, and that the byssus grows upon a tree of which the stem resembles that of the white poplar, and the leaves those of the willow. And Apollonius says that he was delighted with the byssus, because it resembled his sable philosopher's cloak. And the byssus is imported into Egypt from India for many sacred uses. Taxila, they tell us, is about as big as Nineveh, and was fortified fairly well after the manner of Greek cities. And here was the royal residence of the personage who then ruled the empire of Porus. And they saw a temple, they say, in front of the wall, which was not far short of 100 feet in size, made of porphyry, and there was constructed within it a shrine, somewhat small as compared with the great size of the temple, which is also surrounded with columns, and deserving of notice. For bronze tablets were nailed into each of its walls, on which were engraved the exploits of Porus and Alexander. But the pattern was wrought with orichalcus, and silver, and gold, and black bronze. And you saw elephants, horses, soldiers, helmets, shields, and spears, and javelins and swords, all made of iron. And if we are to believe report, in a respectable style of art resembling that of Zeuxis, or Polygnotus, or Euphranor, who delighted in light and shade, and infused life into their designs, as well as a sense of depth and relief. And the metals were blended in the design, melted in like so many colors, and the character of the picture was also pleasing in itself, for Porus dedicated these designs after the death of the Macedonian, who was depicted in them in the hour of victory, reinstating Porus, who was wounded, and presenting him with India, which was now his gift. And it is said that Porus was grieved at the death of Alexander, and that he lamented him as a generous and good prince, and as long as Alexander was alive after his departure from India, he never used the royal diction and style, although he had license to do so, nor issued kingly edicts to the Indians, but figured himself as a satrap full of moderation, and guided in every action by the wish to please Alexander. Chapter 21. My argument does not allow me to pass over the accounts written of this Porus. For when the Macedonian was about to cross the river, and some of Porus's advisers wished him to make an alliance with the kings on the other side of the Hyphasis and of the Ganges, urging that the invader would never face a general coalition against him of the whole of India, he replied, "If the temper of my subjects is such that I cannot save myself without allies, then for me it is better not to be king." and when someone announced to him that Alexander had captured Darius, he remarked, "A king, but not a man." And when the mule driver had caparisoned the elephant on which he meant to fight, he said, "He, O king, will carry you." He replied, "Nay, I shall carry him, if I prove myself the same man I used to be." And when they counseled him to sacrifice to the river, and induce it to reject the rafts of the Macedonians, and make itself impassable to Alexander, he said, "It ill befits those who have arms to resort to imprecation." And after the battle, in which his conduct struck Alexander as divine and superhuman, when one of his relations said to him, "If you had only paid homage to him after he had crossed, O Porus, you would not yourself have been defeated in battle, nor would so many Indians have lost their lives, nor would you yourself have been wounded," he said, "I knew from report that Alexander was so fond of glory that, if I did homage to him, he would regard me as a slave, but I fought him as a king. And I much preferred his admiration to his pity, nor was I wrong in my calculation. For by showing myself to be such a man as Alexander found me, I both lost and won everything in one day." Such is the character which the historians give of this Indian, and they say that he was the handsomest of his race, and in stature taller than any man since the Trojan heroes, but that he was quite young when he went to war with Alexander. End of Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 12 through 21.
Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 22 to 32 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 22 to 32. Chapter 22. While he was waiting in the temple, and it took a long time for the king to be informed that strangers had arrived, Apollonius said, "O Damis, is there such a thing as painting?" "Why, yes," he answered, "if there be any such thing as truth." "And what does this art do?" "It mixes together," replied Damis, "all the colours there are, blue with green, and white with black, and red with yellow." "And for what reason," said the other, "does it mix these? For it isn't merely to get a colour, like dyed wax." "It is," said Damis, "for the sake of imitation, and to get a likeness of a dog, or a horse, or a man, or a ship, or of anything else under the sun. And what is more, you see the sun himself represented, sometimes borne upon a 4-horse car, as he is said to be seen here, and sometimes again traversing the heaven with his torch, in case you are depicting the ether and the home of the gods." "Then, O Damis, painting is imitation?" "And what else could it be?" said he. "For if it did not effect that, it would be voted to be an idle playing with colours. And," said the other, "the things which are seen in heaven whenever the clouds are torn away from one another, I mean the centaurs and stag antelopes, yes, and the wolves too, and the horses, what have you got to say about them? Are we not to regard them as works of imitation?" "It would seem so," he replied. "Then, Damis, God is a painter, and has left his winged chariot upon which he travels as he disposes of affairs human and divine, and he sits down on these occasions to amuse himself by drawing these pictures, as children make figures in the sand." Damis blushed, for he felt that his argument was reduced to such an absurdity. But Apollonius, on his side, had no wish to humiliate him, for he was not unfeeling in his refutations of people, and said, "But I am sure, Damis, you did not mean that. Rather that these figures flit through the heaven not only without meaning, but, so far as Providence is concerned, by mere chance, while we who by nature are prone to imitation rearrange and create them in these regular figures." "We may," he said, "rather consider this to be the case, O Apollonius, for it is more probable and a much sounder idea." "Then, O Damis, the mimetic art is twofold, and we may regard the one kind as an employment of the hands and mind in producing imitations, and declare that this is painting, whereas the other kind consists in making likenesses with the mind alone. Not twofold, replied Damis, for we ought to regard the former as the more perfect and more complete kind, being anyhow painting, and a faculty of making likenesses, with the help both of mind and hand. But we must regard the other kind as a department of that, since its possessor perceives and imitates with the mind without having the delineative faculty, and would never use his hand in depicting its objects. Then, said Apollonius, you mean, Damis, that the hand is disabled by a blow or by disease? No, he answered, but it is disabled, because it has never handled pencil nor any instrument or colour, and has never learned to draw. Then, said the other, we are both of us, Damis, agreed that man owes his mimetic faculty to nature, but his power of painting to art, and the same would appear to be true of plastic art. But methinks you would not confine painting itself to the mere use of colours, for a single colour was often found sufficient for this purpose by our older painters, and as the art advanced it employed four, and later yet more. But we must also concede the name of painting to an outline drawn without any colour at all, and composed merely of shadow and light. For in such designs we see a resemblance, we see form and expression, and modesty and bravery, although they are altogether devoid of colour, and neither blood is represented nor the colour of a man's hair or beard. Nevertheless these compositions in monochrome are likenesses of people, either tawny or white, and even if we drew one of these Indians with a white pencil, yet he would seem black, for there would be his flat nose, and his stiff curling locks, and prominent jaws, and a certain gleam about his eyes, to give a black look to the picture, and depict an Indian to the eyes of all those who have intelligence. And for this reason I should say that those who look at works of painting and drawing require a mimetic faculty, for no one could appreciate or admire a picture of a horse or of a bull unless he had formed an idea of the creature represented. Nor again could one admire a picture of Ajax by the painter Timomachus, which represents him in a state of madness, unless one had conceived in one's mind first an idea or notion of Ajax, and had entertained the probability that after killing the flocks in Troy he would sit down exhausted and meditate suicide. But these elaborate works of Porus we cannot, Damis, regard as works of brass founding alone, for they resemble regular pictures, nor as works of painting alone, for they are cast in brass. So let us regard them as the chef-d'œuvre of a man who is both painter and brass founder at once, and as similar to the work of Hephaestus upon the shield of Achilles, as revealed in Homer. For there are crowded together in that work too men slaying and slain, and you would say that the earth was stained with gore, though it is made of brass. Chapter 23. While the sage was engaged in this conversation, messengers and an interpreter presented themselves from the king, to say that the king would make him his guest for 3 days, because the laws did not allow of strangers residing in the city for a longer time, and accordingly they conducted him into the palace. I have already described the way in which the city is walled, but they say that it was divided up into narrow streets in the same irregular manner as is Athens, that the houses were built in such a way that if you look at them from outside they had only one story, while if you went into one of them you at once found subterranean chambers extending as far below the level of the earth as did the chambers above. Chapter 24. And they say that they saw a temple of the sun in which was kept a sacred elephant called Ajax, and there were images of Alexander made of gold, and others of Porus, though the latter were of black bronze. But on the walls of the temple there were red stones, and gold glittered underneath, and gave off a sheen as bright as sunlight. But the statue was compacted of pearls arranged in the symbolic manner affected by all barbarians in their shrines. Chapter 25. And in the palace they say that they saw no magnificent chambers, nor any bodyguards or sentinels, but, as is the case in the houses of the upper class, a few servants, and only 3 or 4 of them who required to converse with the king. And they say that they admired this arrangement more than they did the pompous splendour of Babylon, and their esteem was enhanced when they went within. for the men's chambers and the porticos and the whole of the vestibule were in a very chaste style. Chapter 26. So the Indian was regarded by Apollonius as a philosopher, and addressing him through an interpreter, he said, "I am delighted, O king, to find you living like a philosopher." "And I," said the other, "am over delighted that you should think of me thus." "And," said Apollonius, "is this customary among you, or was it you yourself established your government on so modest a scale?" "Our customs," said the king, "are dictated by moderation, and I am still more moderate in my carrying them out; and though I have more than other men, yet I want little, for I regard most things as belonging to my own friends." "Blessed are you, then, in your treasure," said Apollonius, "if you rate your friends more highly than gold and silver, for out of them grows up for you a harvest of blessings." "Nay, more," said the king, "I share my wealth also with my enemies; for the barbarians who live on the border of this country were perpetually quarrelling with us and making raids into my territories, but I keep them quiet and control them with money, so that my country is patrolled by them, and instead of their invading my dominions, they themselves keep off the barbarians that are on the other side of the frontier and are difficult people to deal with." And when Apollonius asked him whether Porus also had paid them subsidy, he replied, "Porus was as fond of war as I am of peace." By expressing such sentiments he quite disarmed Apollonius, who was so captivated by him that once, when he was rebuking Euphrates for his want of philosophic self-respect, he remarked, "Nay, let us rather reverence Phraeutis the Indian," for this was the name of the Indian. And when a satrap, for the great esteem in which he held the monarch, desired to bind on his brow a golden mitre adorned with various stones, he said, "Even if I were an admirer of such things, I should decline them now, and cast them off my head, because I have met with Apollonius. And how can I now adorn myself with ornaments which I never before deigned to bind upon my head, without ignoring my guest and forgetting myself?" Apollonius also asked him about his diet, and he replied, "I drink just as much wine as I pour out in libation to the sun, and whatever I take in the chase I give to others to eat, for I am satisfied with the exercise I get. But my own meal consists of vegetables and of the pith and fruit of date palms, and of all that a well-watered garden yields in the way of fruit. And a great deal of fruit is yielded to me by the trees which I cultivate with these hands." When Apollonius heard this, he was more than gratified, and kept glancing at Damis. Chapter 27. And when they had conversed a good deal about which road to take to the Brahmans, the king ordered the guide from Babylon to be well entertained, as it was customary so to treat those who came from Babylon, and the guide from the satrap to be dismissed after being given provisions for the road. Then he took Apollonius by the hand, and having bidden the interpreter to depart, he said, "You will then, I hope, choose me for your boon companion?" And he asked the question of him in the Greek tongue. But Apollonius was surprised, and remarked, "Why did you not converse with me thus from the beginning?" "I was afraid," said the king, "of seeming presumptuous, for I do not know myself, not to mention the fact that I am a barbarian by decree of fate. But you have won my affection, and as soon as I saw that you take pleasure in my society, I was unable to keep myself concealed. But that I am quite competent in the Greek speech I will show you amply." "Why then," said Apollonius, "did you not invite me to the banquet instead of begging me to invite you?" "Because," he replied, "I regard you as my superior, for wisdom has more of the kingly quality about it." And with that he led him and his companions to where he was accustomed to bathe. And the bathing place was a garden, a state in length, in the middle of which was dug out a pool, which was fed by fountains of water, cold and drinkable, and on each side there were exercising places, in which he was accustomed to practise himself after the manner of the Greeks, with javelin and quoit throwing. For physically he was very robust, both because he was still young, for he was only 27 years old, and because he trained himself in this way. And when he had had enough exercise, he would jump into the water and exercised himself in swimming. But when they had taken their bath, they proceeded into the banqueting chamber with wreaths upon their heads, for this is the custom of the Indians whenever they drink wine in the palace. Chapter 28. And I must on no account omit to describe the arrangement of the banquet, since this has been clearly described and recorded by Damis. The king then banquets lying upon a mattress, and as many as 5 of his nearest relations with him, but all the rest join in the feast sitting upon chairs. And the table resembles an altar in that it is built up to the height of a man's knee in the middle of the chamber, and allows room for 30 to dispose themselves around it, like a choir in a close circle. Upon it laurels are strewn, and other branches, which are similar to the myrtle, but yield to the Indians their balm. Upon it are served up fish and birds, and there are also laid upon it whole lions and gazelles and swine and the loins of tigers, for they decline to eat the other parts of this animal, because they say that, as soon as it is born, it lifts up its front paws to the rising sun. Next, the master of ceremonies rises and goes to the table, and he selects some of the viands for himself, and cuts off other portions, and then he goes back to his own chair and eats his full, constantly munching bread with it. And when they have all had enough, goblets of silver and gold are brought in, each of which is enough for 10 banqueters, and out of these they drink, stooping down like animals that are being watered. And while they are drinking, they have brought in performers of various dangerous feats, requiring elaborate preparation. For a boy, like a theatrical dancer, would throw a light somersault, and at the same moment a javelin was aimed at him, up in the air, and when he was a long way from the ground, the boy would, by a tumbler's leap, raise himself above the weapon, and if he missed his leap, he was sure to be hit. For the archer, before he let fly, went round the banqueters and showed them the point of his weapon, and let them try the missile themselves. And another man would take a sling, and aiming within a hair's breadth, would shoot at his own son, and pick out his figure with the missiles as he stood erect against the hoarding. Such are their forms of entertainment in their banquets, and they aim straight even when they are drunk. Chapter 29. Well, the companions of Damis marvelled at the accuracy of their eye, and were surprised at the exactness with which they aimed their weapons. But Apollonius, who was eating beside the king, cheek by jowl, was less interested in these feats, and said to the king, "Tell me, O king, how you acquired such a command of the Greek tongue, and whence you derived all your philosophical attainments in this place. For I don't imagine that you owe them to the teachers, for it is not likely that there are in India any who could teach it." The king then smiled and said, "Our ancestors used to ask questions of mariners who sailed to their coast to see whether they were pirates, so widespread did they consider that calling to be, in spite of its cruelty. But so far as I can make out, you Greeks ask your visitors whether they are not philosophers, so convinced are you that every one you meet with must needs possess this divinest of human attainments. And that philosophy and piracy are one and the same thing among you I am well aware, for they say that a man like yourself is not to be found anywhere, but that most of your philosophers are like people who have despoiled another man of his garment, and then have dressed themselves up in it, although it does not fit them, and proceed to strut about trailing another man's garment. Nay, by Zeus, just as robbers live in luxury, well knowing that they lie at the mercy of justice, so are they, it is said, addicted to gluttony and riotous living and to delicate apparel. And the reason is this. You have laws, I believe, to the effect that if a man is caught forging money, he must die, and the same if any one illegally enrolls a boy upon the register, and all the rest of it, I know not what. But people who utter a counterfeit philosophy or corrupt her are not, I believe, restrained among you by any law, nor is any authority set to suppress them. Chapter 30. Now, among us few engage in philosophy, and they are sifted and tried as follows. A young man, so soon as he reaches the age of 18, and this I think is accounted the time of full age among you also, must pass across the river Herphasis to the man whom you are set upon visiting, after first making a public statement that he will become a philosopher, so that those who wish to may exclude him, if he does not approach the study in a state of purity. And by pure I mean, firstly, in respect of his parentage, that no disgraceful deed can be proved against either his father or his mother; next, that their parents in turn, up to the 3rd generation, are equally pure, that there was no ruffian among them, no debauchee, nor any unjust usurer; and when no scar or reproach can be proved against them, nor any other stain whatever, then it is time narrowly to inspect the young man himself, and test him, to see firstly whether he has a good memory, and secondly whether he is modest and reserved in disposition, and does not merely pretend to be so, whether he is addicted to drink, or greedy, or a quack, or a buffoon, or rash, or abusive, to see whether he is obedient to his father, to his mother, to his teachers, to his schoolmasters, and, above all, if he makes no bad use of his personal attractions. The particulars then of his parents and of their progenitors are gathered from witnesses and from the public archives. For whenever an Indian dies, there visits his house a particular authority charged by the law to make a record of him, and of how he lived, and if this officer lies or allows himself to be deceived, he is condemned by the law and forbidden ever to hold another office, on the ground that he has counterfeited a man's life. But the particulars of the youth themselves are duly learned by inspection of them. For in many cases a man's eyes reveal the secrets of his character, and in many cases there is material for forming a judgment and appraising his value in his eyebrows and cheeks. For from these features the dispositions of people can be detected by wise and scientific men, as images are seen in a looking-glass. For seeing that philosophy is highly esteemed in this country, and it is held in honour by the Indians, it is absolutely necessary that those who take to it should be tested and subjected to 1,000 modes of proof. That then we proceed thus in the case of teachers, and put their philosophical aptitude to a test, I have clearly explained. Now I will relate to you my own history. Chapter 31. My grandfather was king, and had the same name as myself, but my father was a private person, for he was left quite young, and 2 of his relations were appointed his guardians in accordance with the laws of the Indians, but they did not carry on the king's government honestly on his behalf. No, by the son, but so unfairly that their subjects found their regime oppressive, and the government fell into bad repute. A conspiracy then was formed against them by some of the magnates, who attacked them at a festival, and slew them when they were sacrificing to the river Indus. The conspirators then seized upon the reins of government, and held the state together. Now my father's kinsmen entertained apprehensions for him, because he was not yet 16 years of age, so they sent him across the Hyphasis to the king there, and he has more subjects than I have, and his country is much more fertile than this one. This monarch wished to adopt him, but this my father declined on the ground that he would not struggle with fate that had robbed him of his kingdom, but he besought him to allow him to take his way to the sages and become a philosopher, for he said that this would make it easier for him to bear the reverses of his house. The king, however, being anxious to restore him to his father's kingdom, my father said, "If you see that I am become a genuine philosopher, then restore me, but if not, let me remain as I am." The king accordingly went in person to the sages, and said that he would lie under great obligation to them if they would take care of a youth who already showed such nobility of character, and they, discerning in him something out of the common run, were delighted to impart to him their wisdom, and were glad to educate him when they saw how addicted he was to learning. Now 7 years afterwards the king fell sick, and at the very moment when he was dying he sent for my father, and appointed him co-heir in the government with his own son, and promised his daughter in marriage to him, as she was already of marriageable age. And my father, since he saw that the king's son was the victim of flatterers, and of wine, and of such like vices, and was also full of suspicions of himself, said to him, "Do you keep all this, and enjoy the whole empire as your own, for it is ridiculous that one who could not even keep the kingdom which belonged to him should presume to meddle with one which does not. But give me your sister, for this is all I want of yours." So having obtained her in marriage, he lived hard by the sages in 7 fertile villages, which the king bestowed upon his sister as her pin-money. I then am the issue of this marriage, and my father, after teaching me Greek, brought me to the sages at an age, somewhat too early perhaps, for I was only 12 at the time, but they brought me up like their own son. For any that they admit knowing the Greek tongue they are especially fond of, because they consider that in virtue of the similarity of his disposition he already belongs to themselves. Chapter 32. And when my parents had died, which they did almost together, the sages bade me repair to the villages and look after my own affairs, for I was now 19 years of age. But, alas, my good uncle had already taken away the villages, and didn't even leave me the few acres my father had acquired, for he said that the whole of them belonged to his kingdom, and that I should get more than I deserved if he spared my life. I accordingly raised a subscription among my mother's freedmen, and kept 4 retainers. And one day, when I was reading the play called The Children of Hercules, a man presented himself from my own country, bringing a letter from a person devoted to my father, who urged me to cross the river Hydrotis, and confer with him about my present kingdom, for he said there was a good prospect of my recovering it, if I wavered not. I cannot but think that some god set me on reading this drama at that moment, and I followed the omen, and having crossed the river, I learned that one of the usurpers of the kingdom was dead, and that the other was besieged in this very palace. Accordingly I hurried forward, and proclaimed to the inhabitants of the villages through which I passed that I was the son of so-and-so, naming my father, and that I was come to take possession of my own kingdom. But they received me with open arms, and escorted me, recognizing my resemblance to my grandfather, and they had daggers and weapons, and our numbers increased from day to day. And when I approached the gates, the population received me with such enthusiasm that they snatched up torches off the altar of the sun, and came before the gates, and escorted me hither with many hymns in praise of my father and grandfather. But the drone that was within they walled up, although I protested against his being put to such a death. End of Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 22 to 32.
Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 33 through 43 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 2, Chapter 33. Here Apollonius interrupted and said, "You have exactly played the part of the restored sons of Hercules in the play, and praised be the gods who have helped so noble a man to come by his own, and restored you by their providential intervention. But tell me this about these sages. Were they not once actually subject to Alexander? And were they not brought before him to philosophize about the heavens?" He said, "Those were Oxydraci. But this race has always been independent, and well equipped for war. And they say that they attempted, yet never acquired, any real knowledge of wisdom. But the genuine sages live between the Hyphasis and the Ganges, in a country which Alexander never reached. Not, I imagine, because he was afraid of what was in it, but, I think, because the omens warned him against it. But if he had crossed the Hyphasis, and had been able to take the surrounding country, he could certainly never have taken possession of their castle, in which they live, not even if he had 10,000 like Achilles, and 30,000 like Ajax behind him. For they do not do battle with those who approach them, but they repulse them with prodigies and thunderbolts which they send forth, for they are holy men and beloved of the gods. It is related, anyhow, that Hercules of Egypt and Dionysus, after they had overrun the Indian people with their arms, at last attacked them in company, and that they constructed engines of war, and tried to take the place by assault. But the sages, instead of taking the field against them, lay quiet and passive, as it seemed to be the enemy. But as soon as the latter approached, they were driven off by rockets of fire and thunderbolts which were hurled obliquely from above, and fell upon their armor. It was on that occasion, they say, that Hercules lost his golden shield, and the sages dedicate it as an offering, partly out of respect for Hercules' reputation, and partly because of the reliefs upon the shield. For in these Hercules is represented fixing the frontier of the world at Gadira, and turning the mountains into pillars, and confining the ocean within its boundaries. Thence it is clear that it was not the Theban Hercules, but the Egyptian one, that came to Gedera and fixed the limits of the world. Chapter 34. While they were thus talking, the strain of the hymn sung to the flute fell upon their ears, and Apollonius asked the king what was the meaning of their ode. He answered, "The Indians sing their abominations to the king at the moment of his going to bed, and they pray that he may have good dreams, and rise up propitious and affable towards his subjects." Apollonius said, "And how do you, O king, feel in regard to this matter? For it is yourself, I suppose, that they honor with their pipes." He said, "I don't laugh at them, for I must allow it because of the law, although I do not require any admonition of the kind, for in so far as a king behaves himself with moderation and integrity, he will bestow, I imagine, favors on himself rather than on his subjects." Chapter 35. After this conversation, they laid themselves down to repose. But when the day dawned, the king himself went to the chamber in which Apollonius and his companions were sleeping, and gently stroking the bed, he addressed the sage, and asked him what he was thinking about. He said, "For I don't imagine you are asleep, since you drink water and despise wine." Said the other, "Then you don't think that those who drink water go to sleep?" Said the king, "Yes, they sleep, but with a very light sleep, which just sits upon the tips of their eyelids, as we say, and not upon their minds." Said Apollonius, "Nay, with both do they sleep, and perhaps more with the mind than with the eyelids. For unless the mind is thoroughly composed, the eyes will not admit of sleep either. For note how madmen are not able to go to sleep because their minds leap with excitement, and their thoughts run coursing hither and thither, so that their glances are full of fury and morbid impulse, like those of the dragons who never sleep." He went on, "Since then, O king, we have clearly intimated the use and function of sleep, and what it signifies for men, let us examine whether the drinker of water needs sleep less soundly than the drunkard." Said the king, "Do not quibble, for you put forward the case of a drunkard. He, I admit, will not sleep at all, for his mind is in a state of revel, and whirls him about and fills him with uproar. All, I tell you, who try to go to sleep when in drink, seem to themselves to be rushed up onto the roof, and then to be dashed down to the ground, and to fall into a whirl, as they say happened to Ixion. Now, I do not put the case of a drunkard, but a man who has merely drunk wine, but remains sober. I wish to consider whether he will sleep, and how much better he will sleep than a man who drinks no wine." Chapter 36. Apollonius then summoned Damis, and said, "'Tis a clever man with whom we are discussing, and one thoroughly trained in argument." Damis said, "I see it is so, and perhaps this is what is meant by the phrase, 'catching a Tartar.' But the argument excites me very much, of which he has delivered himself, so it is time for you to wake up and finish it." Apollonius then raised his head slightly and said, "Well, I will prove out of your own lips and following your own argument, how much advantage we who drink water have in that we sleep more sweetly. For you have clearly stated and admitted that the minds of drunkards are disordered and are in a condition of madness. For we see those who are under the spell of drink imagining that they see 2 moons at once and 2 suns, while those who have drunk less, even though they are quite sober, while they entertain no such delusions as these, are yet full of exultation and pleasure, and this fit of joy often falls upon them, even though they have not had any good luck. And men in such a condition will plead cases, although they have never opened their lips before in a law court, and they will tell you they are rich, although they have not a farthing in their pockets. For these, O king, are the affections of a madman. For the mere pleasure of drinking disturbs their judgment, and I have known many of them who were so firmly convinced that they were well off, that they were unable to sleep, but leapt up in their slumbers. And this is the meaning of the saying that good fortune itself is the reason for being anxious. Men have also devised sleeping draughts, by drinking or anointing themselves with which, people at once stretch themselves out and go to sleep as if they were dead. But when they wake up from such sleep, it is with a sort of forgetfulness, and they imagine that they are anywhere rather than where they are. Now, these draughts are not exactly drunk, but I would rather say that they drench the soul and body, for they do not induce any sound or proper sleep, but the deep coma of a man half dead, or the light and distracted sleep of men haunted by phantoms, even though they be wholesome ones. And you will, I think, agree with me in this, unless you are disposed to quibble rather than argue seriously. But those who drink water, as I do, see things as they really are, and they do not record in fancy things that are not. For they were never found to be giddy, nor full of drowsiness or of silliness, nor unduly elated, but they are wide awake and thoroughly rational, and always the same, whether late in the evening or early in the morning when the market is crowded. For these men never nod, even though they pursue their studies far into the night. For sleep does not drive them forth, pressing down like a slave-holder upon their necks that are bowed down like the wine, but you will find them free and erect, and they go to bed with a clear, pure soul, and welcome sleep, and are neither buoyed up by the bubbles of their own private luck, nor scared out of their wits by any adversity. For the soul meets both alternatives with equal calm, if it be sober and not overcome with either feeling. And that is why it can sleep a delightful sleep, untouched by the sorrows which startle others from their couches. Chapter 37. And more than this, as a faculty of divination by means of dreams, which is the divinest and most godlike of human faculties, the soul detects the truth all the more easily when it is not muddied by wine, but accepts the message unstained and scans it carefully. Anyhow, the explainers of dreams and visions, those whom the poets call interpreters of dreams, will never undertake to explain any vision to anyone without having first asked the time when it was seen. For if it was at dawn, and in the sleep of morning-tide, they calculate its meaning on the assumption that the soul is then in a condition to divine soundly and healthily, because by then it has cleansed itself of the stains of wine. But if the vision was seen in the first sleep or at midnight, when the soul is still immersed in the lees of wine and muddied thereby, they decline to make any suggestions, if they are wise. And that the gods also are of this opinion, and that they commit the faculty of oracular response to souls which are sober, I will clearly show. There was, O king, a seer among the Greeks called Amphiaraeus. Said the other, I know, for you allude, I imagine, to the son of Oecles, who was swallowed up alive by the earth on his way back from Thebes. Apollonius said, This man, O king, still divines in Attica, inducing dreams in those who consult him, and the priests take a man who wishes to consult him, and they prevent his eating for 1 day, and from drinking wine for 3, in order that he may imbibe the oracles with his soul in a condition of utter transparence. But if wine were a good drug of sleep, then the wise Amphiaraeus would have bidden his votaries to adopt the opposite regimen, and would have had them carried into his shrine as full of wine as leathern flagons. And I could mention many oracles, held in repute by Greeks and barbarians alike, where the priest utters his response from the tripod after imbibing water and not wine. So you may consider me also as a fit vehicle for the god, O king, along with all who drink water. For we are rapt by the nymphs, and are bacchantic revellers in sobriety. The king said, Well then, you must make me too, O Apollonius, a member of your religious brotherhood. Said the other, I would do so, provided only you will not be esteemed vulgar and held cheap by your subjects. For in the case of a king, a philosophy that is at once moderate and indulgent makes a good mixture, as is seen in your own case. But an excess of rigor and severity would seem vulgar, O king, and beneath your august station, and it might be construed by the envious as due to pride. Chapter 38. When they had thus conversed, for by this time it was daylight, they went out into the open. And Apollonius, understanding that the king had to give audience to embassies and such like, said, You then, O king, must attend to the business of state, but let me go and devote this hour to the sun, for I must needs offer up to him my accustomed prayer. The king said, And I pray he may hear your prayer, for he will bestow his grace on all who find pleasure in your wisdom. But I will wait for you until your return, for I have to decide some cases in which your presence will very greatly help me. Chapter 39. Apollonius then returned, when the day was already far advanced, and asked him about the cases which he was judging. But he answered, Today I have not judged any, for the omens did not allow me. Apollonius then replied and said, It is the case, then, that you consult the omens in such cases as these, just as you do when you are setting out on a journey or a campaign. He said, Yes, by Zeus, for there is a risk in this case of one who is a judge straying from the right line. Apollonius felt that what he said was true, and asked him again what the suit was which he had to decide. He said, For I see that you have given your attention to it, and are perplexed what verdict to give. The king said, I admit that I am perplexed, and that is why I want your advice. For one man has sold to another land, in which there lay a treasure as yet undiscovered, and some time afterwards the land, being broken up, revealed a certain chest, which the person who sold the land says belongs to him rather than to the other, for that he would never have sold the land if he had known beforehand that he had a fortune thereon. But the purchaser claims that he acquired everything that he found in land, which thenceforth was his. And both their contentions are just, and I shall seem ridiculous if I order them to share the gold between them, for any old woman could settle the matter in that way. Apollonius thereupon replied as follows. The fact that they are quarreling about gold shows that these two men are no philosophers, and you will, in my opinion, give the best verdict if you bear this in mind, that the gods attach the first importance and have most care for those who live a life of philosophy together with moral excellence, and only pay secondary attention to those who have committed no faults and were never yet found unjust. Now they entrust to philosophers the task of rightly discerning things divine and human as they should be discerned, but to those who merely are of good character they give enough to live upon, so that they may never be rendered unjust by actual lack of the necessaries of life. It seems then to me, O king, right to weigh these men in the balance, as it were, and to examine their respective lives. For I cannot believe that the gods would deprive the one even of his land, unless he was a bad man, or that they would, on the other hand, bestow on the other even what was under the land, unless he was better than the man who sold it. The two claimants came back the next day, and the seller was convicted of being a ruffian who had neglected the sacrifices, which it was his bounden duty to sacrifice to the gods on that land. But the other was found to be a decent man, and a most devout worshipper of the gods. Accordingly, the opinion of Apollonius prevailed, and the better of the two men quitted the court as one on whom the gods had bestowed this boon. Chapter 40. When the lawsuit had been thus disposed of, Apollonius approached the Indian and said, This is the third day, O king, that you have made me your guest, and at dawn tomorrow I must quit your land in accordance with the law. Said the other, But the law does not yet speak to you thus, for you can remain on the morrow, since you came after midday. Apollonius said, I am delighted with your hospitality, and indeed you seem to me to be straining the law for my sake. The king said, Yes, indeed, and I would I could break it in your behalf. But tell me this, Apollonius, did not the camels bring you from Babylon, which they say you were riding? He said, They did, and Vardan gave them to us. Will they then be able to carry you on after they have come already so many stades from Babylon? Apollonius made no answer, but Damis said, O king, our friend here does not understand anything about our journey, nor about the races among which we shall find ourselves in future, but he regards our passage into India as mere child's play, under the impression that he will everywhere have you and Vardan to help him. I assure you, the true condition of our camels has not been acknowledged to you, for they are in such an evil state that we could carry them rather than they us, and we must have others. For if they collapse anywhere in the wilderness of India, he continued, we shall have to sit down and drive off the vultures and wolves from the camels, and as no one will drive them off from us, we shall perish too. The king answered accordingly and said, I will remedy this, for I will give you other camels, and you need 4, I think, and the satrap ruling the Indus will send back 4 others to Babylon. But I have a herd of camels on the Indus, all of them white. Damis said, And will you not also give us a guide, O king? He answered, Yes, of course, and I will give a camel to the guide and provisions, and I will write a letter to Iarchus, the oldest of the sages, praying him to welcome Apollonius as warmly as he did myself, and to welcome you also as philosophers and followers of a divine man. And forthwith the Indian gave them gold and precious stones, and linen, and 1,000 other such things. And Apollonius said that he had enough gold already, because Vardan had given it to the guide on the sly, but that he would accept the linen robes, because they were like the cloaks worn by the ancient and genuine inhabitants of Attica. And he took up one of the stones, and said, O rare stone, how opportunely have I found you, and how providentially! Detecting in it, I imagine, some secret and divine virtue. Neither would the companions of Damis accept for themselves the gold. Nevertheless, they took good handfuls of the gems, in order to dedicate them to the gods, whenever they should regain their own country. Chapter 41. So they remained the next day as well, for the Indian would not let them go, and he gave them a letter for Iarchus, written in the following terms. King Phraotes, to Iarchus his master, and to his companions, all hail! Apollonius, wisest of men, yet accounts you still wiser than himself, and is come to learn your lore. Send him away, therefore, when he knows all that you know yourselves, assured that nothing of your teaching will perish, for in discourse and memory he excels all men. And let him also see the throne on which I sat, when you, Father Iarchus, bestowed on me the kingdom. And his followers too deserve commendation for their devotion to such a master. Farewell to yourself and your companions. Chapter 42. And they rode out of Taxila, and after a journey of 2 days reached the plain, on which Porus is said to have engaged Alexander. And they say they saw gates therein that enclosed nothing, but had been erected to carry trophies. For there was set up on them a statue of Alexander standing in a 4-poled chariot, as he looked when at Issus he confronted the satraps of Darius. And at a short distance from one another there are said to have been built 2 gates, carrying the one a statue of Porus, and the other one of Alexander, of both, as I imagine, reconciled to one another after the battle, for the one is in the attitude of one man greeting another, and the other of one doing homage. Chapter 43. And having crossed the river Hydraotes, and passed by several tribes, they reached the Hyphasis, and 30 stades away from this they came on altars bearing the inscription, "To Father Ammon and Hercules his brother, and to Athena Providence, and to Zeus of Olympus, and to the Cabiri of Samothrace, and to the Indian Sun, and to the Delphian Apollo." And they say there was also a brass column dedicated and inscribed as follows: "Alexander stayed his steps at this point." The altars we may suppose to be due to Alexander, who so honored the limit of his empire, but I fancy the Indians beyond the Hyphasis erected the column by way of expressing their pride at Alexander's having gone no further. End of Volume 1, Book 2, Chapters 33 through 43. Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 1 through 15 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare, Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 1 through 15. Chapter 1. It is now time to notice the river Hyphasis, and to ask what is its size as it traverses India, and what remarkable features it possesses. The springs of this river well forth out of the plain, and close to its source its streams are navigable, but as they advance they soon become impossible for boats, because spits of rock alternating with one another rise up just below the surface. Round these the current winds of necessity, so rendering the river unnavigable. And in breadth it approaches to the river Eyster, and this is allowed to be the greatest of all the rivers which flow through Europe. Now the woods along the bank closely resemble those of the river in question, and a balm also is distilled from the trees, out of which the Indians make a nuptial ointment. And, unless the contracting parties to the wedding have besprinkled the young couple with this balm, the union is not considered complete nor compatible with Aphrodite bestowing her grace upon it. Now they say that the grove in the neighborhood of the river is dedicated to this goddess, and also the fishes called peacock fish, which are bred in this river alone, and which have been given the same name as the bird, because their feathers are blue, and their scales spotty, and their tails golden, and because they can fold and spread the latter at will. There is also a creature in this river which resembles a white worm. By melting this down, they make an oil, and from this oil, it appears, there is given off a flame such that nothing but glass can contain it. And this creature may be caught by the king alone, who utilizes it for the capture of cities, for as soon as the fat in question touches the battlements, a fire is kindled which defies all the ordinary means devised by men against combustibles. Chapter 2. And they say that wild asses are also to be captured in these marshes, and these creatures have a horn upon the forehead, with which they butt like a bull, and make a noble fight of it. The Indians make this horn into a cup, for they declare that no one can ever fall sick on the day on which he has drunk out of it, nor will anyone who has done so be the worse for being wounded, and he will be able to pass through fire unscathed, and he is even immune from poisonous draughts which others would drink to their harm. Accordingly, this goblet is reserved for kings, and the king alone may indulge in the chase of this creature. And Apollonius says that he saw this animal and admired its natural features, but when Damis asked him if he believed the story about the goblet, he answered, "I will believe it, if I find the king of the Indians hereabout to be immortal. For surely a man who can offer me or any one else a draught potent against disease and so wholesome, will he not be much more likely to imbibe it himself, and take a drink out of this horn every day even at the risk of intoxication? For no one, I conceive, would blame him for exceeding in such cups. Chapter 3. At this place they say that they also fell in with a woman who was black from her head to her bosom, but was altogether white from her bosom down to her feet, and the rest of the party fled from her, believing her to be a monster. But Apollonius clasped the woman by the hand, and understood what she was, for in fact such a woman in India is consecrated to Aphrodite, and a woman is born piebald in honour of this goddess, such as is Apis among the Egyptians. Chapter 4. They say that from this point they crossed the part of the Caucasus which stretches down to the Red Sea, and this range is thickly overgrown with aromatic shrubs. The spurs then of the mountain bear the cinnamon tree, which resembles the young tendrils of the vine, and the goat gives sure indication of this aromatic shrub. For if you hold out a bit of cinnamon to the goat, she will whine and whimper after your hand like a dog, and will follow you when you go away, pressing her nose against it. But if the goat herd drags her away, she will moan as if she were torn away from the lotus. But on the steps of this mountain there grow very lofty frankincense trees, as well as many other species, for example, the pepper trees, which are cultivated by the apes. Nor did they neglect to record the look and appearance of this tree, and I will repeat exactly their account of it. The pepper tree resembles in general the willow of the Greeks, and particularly in regard to the berry of the fruit, and it grows in steep ravines where it cannot be got at by men, and where a community of apes is said to live in the recesses of the mountain and in any of its glens. And these apes are held in great esteem by the Indians, because they harvest the pepper for them, and they drive the lions off them with dogs and weapons. For the lion, when he is sick, attacks the ape in order to get a remedy, for the flesh of the ape stays the course of his disease, and he attacks it when he is grown old to get a meal, for the lions, when they are past hunting stags and wild boars, gobble up the apes, and husband for their pursuit whatever strength they have left. The inhabitants of the country, however, are not disposed to allow this, because they regard these animals as their benefactors, and so make war against the lions in behalf of them. For this is the way they go to work in collecting the pepper. The Indians go up to the lower trees and pluck off the fruit, and they make little round shallow pits around the trees, into which they collect the pepper, carelessly tossing it in as if it had no value and was of no serious use to mankind. Then the monkeys mark their actions from above out of their fastness, and when the night comes on they imitate the action of the Indians, and twisting off the twigs of the trees they bring and throw them into the pits in question. Then the Indians at daybreak carry away the heaps of the spice which they have thus got without any trouble, and indeed during the repose of slumber.
Chapter 5.
After crossing the top of the mountain, they say they saw a smooth plain seamed with cuts and ditches full of water, some of which were carried crosswise, whilst others were straight. These are derived from the river Ganges, and serve both for boundaries, and also are distributed over the plain when the soil is dry. But they say that this soil is the best in India, and constitutes the greatest of the territorial divisions of that country, extending in length towards the Ganges a journey of 15 days, and of 18 from the sea to the mountain of the apes along which it skirts. The whole soil of the plain is black and fertile of everything, for you can see on it standing corn as high as reeds, and you can also see beans 3 times as large as the Egyptian kind, as well as sesame and millet of enormous size. And they say that nuts also grow there, of which many are treasured up in our temples here as objects of curiosity. But the vines which grow there are small, like those of the Lydians and Maeones. Their vintage, however, is not only drinkable, but has a fine bouquet from the first. They also say that they came upon a tree there resembling a laurel, upon which there grew a cup or husk resembling a very large pomegranate, and inside the cup there was a kernel as blue as the cups of the hyacinth, but sweeter to the taste than any of the fruits the seasons bring. Chapter 6. Now as they descended the mountain, they say they came in for a dragon hunt, which I must needs describe. For it is utterly absurd for those who are amateurs of hare hunting to spin yarns about the hare, as to how it is caught or ought to be caught, and yet that we should omit to describe a chase as bold as it is wonderful, and in which the sage was careful to assist. So I have written the following account of it. The whole of India is girt with dragons of enormous size, for not only the marshes are full of them, but the mountains as well, and there is not a single ridge without one. Now the marsh kind are sluggish in their habits, and are 30 cubits long, and they have no crest standing up on their heads, but in this respect resemble the she-dragons. Their backs, however, are very black, with fewer scales on them than the other kinds. And Homer has described them with deeper insight than have most poets. For he says that the dragon that lived hard by the springs of Aulis had a tawny back, but other poets declare that the congener of this one in the grove of Nemea also had a crest, a feature which we could not verify in regard to the marsh dragons.
Chapter 7.
And the dragons along the foothills and the mountain crests make their way into the plains after their quarry, and prey upon all the creatures in the marshes. For indeed they reach an extreme length, and move faster than the swiftest of rivers, so that nothing escapes them. These actually have a crest of moderate extent and height when they are young, but as they reach their full size it grows with them, and extends to a considerable height, at which time also they turn red and get serrated backs. This kind also have beards, and lift their necks on high, while their scales glitter like silver, and the pupils of their eyes consist of a fiery stone, and they say that this has an uncanny power for many secret purposes. The plain specimen falls the prize of the hunters whenever it draws upon itself an elephant, for the destruction of both creatures is the result, and those who capture the dragons are rewarded by getting the eyes and skin and teeth. In most respects they resemble the largest swine, but they are slighter in build and flexible, and they have teeth as sharp and indestructible as those of the largest fishes. Chapter 8. Now the dragons of the mountains have scales of a golden colour, and in length excel those of the plain, and they have bushy beards, which also are of a golden hue, and their eyebrows are more prominent than those of the plain, and their eye is sunk deep under the eyebrow, and emits a terrible and ruthless glance. And they give off a noise like the clashing of brass whenever they are burrowing under the earth, and from their crests, which are all fiery red, there flashes a fire brighter than a torch. They also can catch the elephants, though they are themselves caught by the Indians in the following manner. They embroider golden runes on a scarlet cloak, which they lay in front of the animal's burrow after charming them to sleep with the runes, for this is the only way to overcome the eyes of the dragon, which are otherwise inflexible, and much mysterious lore is sung by them to overcome him. These runes induce the dragon to stretch his neck out of his burrow and fall asleep over them. Then the Indians fall upon him as he lies there, and dispatch him with blows of their axes, and having cut off the head, they despoil it of its gems. And they say that in the heads of the mountain dragons there are stored away stones of flowery colour, which flash out all kinds of hues, and possess a mystical power if set in a ring, like that which they say belonged to Gyges. But often the Indian, in spite of his axe and his cunning, is caught by the dragon, who carries him off to his burrow, and almost shakes the mountains as he disappears. These are also said to inhabit the mountains in the neighbourhood of the Red Sea, and they say that they heard them hissing terribly, and that they saw them go down to the shore and swim far out into the sea. It was impossible, however, to ascertain the number of years that this creature lives, nor would any statements be believed. This is all I know about dragons. Chapter 9. They tell us that the city under their mountain is of great size, and called Parax, and that in the centre of it are stored up a great many heads of dragons, for the Indians who inhabit it are trained from their boyhood in this form of sport. And they are also said to acquire an understanding of the language and ideas of animals by feeding either on the heart or the liver of the dragon. And as they advanced, they thought they heard the pipe of some shepherd marshalling his flock, but it turned out to be a man looking after a herd of white hinds, for the Indians use these for milking, and find their milk very nutritious. Chapter 10. From this point their road led for 4 days across a rich and well-cultivated country, till they approached the castle of the sages, when their guide bade his camel crouch down, and leapt off it in such an agony of fear that he was bathed in perspiration. Apollonius, however, quite understood where he was come to, and smiling at the panic of the Indians, said, "It seems to me that this fellow, were he a mariner who had reached harbour after a long sea voyage, would worry at being on land and tremble at being on dock." And as he said this, he ordered his camel to kneel down, for indeed he was by now well accustomed to do so. But it seems that what scared the guide so much was that he was now close to the sages. For the Indians fear these people more than they do their own king, because the very king to whom the land is subject consults them about everything that he has to say or do, just as people who send to an oracle of a god, and the sages indicate to him what it is expedient for him to do and what is inexpedient, and dissuade and warn him off with signs. Chapter 11. And they were about to halt in the neighbouring village, which is hardly distant a single stage from the eminence occupied by the sages, when they saw a youth run up to them, the blackest Indian they ever saw, and between his eyebrows was a crescent-shaped spot which shone brightly. But I learned that at a later time the same feature was remarked in the case of Menon, the pupil of Herod the Sophist, who was an Ethiop. It showed while he was a youth, but as he grew up to a man's estate, its splendour waned, and finally disappeared with his youth. But the Indian also wore, they say, a golden anchor, which is affected by Indians as a herald's badge, because it holds all things fast. Chapter 12. Then he ran up to Apollonius and addressed him in the Greek tongue, and so far this did not seem so remarkable, because all the inhabitants of the village spoke the Greek tongue. But when he addressed him by name and said, "Hail, so-and-so," the rest of the party were filled with astonishment, though our sage only felt the more confidence in his mission, for he looked to Damis and said, "We have reached men who are unfeignedly wise, for they seem to have the gift of foreknowledge." And he at once asked the Indian what he must do, because he was already eager for an interview, and the Indian replied, "Your party must halt here, but you must come on just as you are, for the masters themselves issue this command." Chapter 13. The word "masters" at once had a Pythagorean ring for the ears of Apollonius, and he gladly followed the messenger. Now the hill, the summit of which is inhabited by the sages, is, according to the account of our travellers, of about the same height as the Acropolis of Athens, and it rises straight up from the plain, though its natural position equally secures it from attack, for the rock surrounds it on all sides. On many parts of this rock you see traces of cloven feet and outlines of beards and of faces, and here and there impressions of backs, as of persons who had slipped and rolled down. For they say that Dionysus, when he was trying to storm the place together with Hercules, ordered the Pans to attack it, thinking that they would be strong enough to take it by assault. But they were thunderstruck by the sages and fell one way and another, and the rocks, as it were, took the print of the various postures in which they fell and failed. And they say that they saw a cloud floating round the eminence on which the Indians live, and render themselves visible or invisible at will. Whether there were any other gates to the eminence, they say they did not know, for the cloud around it did not anywhere allow them to be seen, whether there was an opening in the rampart, or whether on the other hand it was a close-shut fortress. Chapter 14. Apollonius says that he himself ascended mostly on the south side of the ridge, following the Indian, and that the first thing he saw was a well 4 fathoms deep, above the mouth of which there rose a sheen of deep blue light, and at midday, when the sun was stationary about it, the sheen of light was always drawn up on high by the rays, and in its ascent assumed the look of a glowing rainbow. But he learnt afterwards that the soil underneath the well was composed of a realgar, but that they regarded the water as holy and mysterious, and no one either drank it or drew it up, but it was regarded by the whole land of India all around as binding in oaths. And near this there was a crater, he says, of fire, which sent up a lead-coloured flame, though it emitted no smoke or any smell, nor did this crater ever overflow, but emitted just matter enough not to bubble over the edges of the pit. It is here that the Indians purify themselves of involuntary sins, wherefore the sages call the well of testing, and the fire of pardon. And they say that they saw there 2 jars of black stone, of the rains and of the winds respectively. The jars of the rains, they say, is opened in case the land of India is suffering from drought, and sends up clouds to moisten the whole country. But if the rains should be in excess, they are stopped by the jar being shut up. But the jar of winds plays, I imagine, the same role as the bag of Aeolus, for when they open this jar ever so little, they let out one of the winds which creates a seasonable breeze by which the country is refreshed. And they say that they came upon statues of gods, and they were not nearly so much astonished at finding Indian or Egyptian gods as they were by finding the most ancient of the Greek gods, the statue of Athene Polias, and of Apollo of Delos, and of Dionysus of Lemne, and another of him at Amyclea, and others of similar age. These were set up by these Indians, and worshipped with Greek rites, and they say that they are met with in the heart of India. Now they regard the summit of this hill as the navel of the earth, and on it they worship fire with mysterious rites, deriving the fire, according to their own account, from the rays of the sun. And to the sun they sing a hymn every day at midday. Chapter 15. Apollonius himself describes the character of these sages and of their settlement upon the hill, for in one of his addresses to the Egyptians he says, "I saw Indian Brahmans living upon the earth, and yet not on it, and fortified without fortifications, and possessing nothing, yet having the riches of all men." He may indeed be thought to have here written with too much subtlety, but we have anyhow the account of Damis, to the effect that they made a practice of sleeping on the ground, and that they strewed the ground with such grass as they might themselves prefer. And what is more, he says that he saw them levitating themselves 2 cubits high from the ground, not for the sake of miraculous display, for they disdain any such ambition, but they regard any rites they perform in thus quitting earth and walking with the sun as acts of homage acceptable to the god. Moreover, they neither burn upon an altar nor keep in stoves the fire which they extract from the sun's rays, although it is a material fire, but like the rays of sunlight when they are refracted in water, so this fire is seen raised aloft in the air and dancing in the ether. And further, they pray to the sun who governs the seasons by his might, that the latter may succeed duly in the land, so that India may prosper. But of a night they entreat the ray of light not to take the night amiss, but to stay with them just as they have brought it down. Such then was the meaning of the phrase of Apollonius that the Brahmans are upon earth, and yet not upon the earth, and his phrase, fortified without fortifications or walls, refers to the air or vapour under which they bivouac. For though they seem to live in the open air, yet they raise up a shadow and veil themselves in it, so that they are not made wet when it rains, and they enjoy the sunlight whenever they choose. And the phrase, without possessing anything they had the riches of all men, is thus explained by Damis. All the springs which the Bacchanals see leaping up from the ground under their feet, whenever Dionysus stirs them and earth in a common convulsion, spring up in plenty for these Indians also when they are entertaining or being entertained. Apollonius therefore was right in saying that people provided as they are with all they want offhand and without having prepared anything, possess what they do not possess. And on principle they grow their hair long, as the Lacedaemonians did of old, and the people of Thurium and Tarentum, as well as the Melians, and all who set store by the fashions of Sparta, and they bind a white turban on their heads, and their feet are naked for walking, and they cut their garments to resemble the exomis. But the material of which they make their raiment is a wool that springs wild from the ground, white like that of the Pamphylians, though it is of softer growth, and a grease like olive oil distills from off it. This is what they make their sacred vesture of, and if anyone else except these Indians tries to pluck it up, the earth refuses to surrender its wool, and they all carry both a ring and a staff, of which the peculiar virtues can affect all things, and the one and the other, so we learn, are prized as secrets. End of Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 1 through 15. Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 16 through 23 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 3, Chapter 16. When Apollonius approached, the rest of the sages welcomed him and shook hands, but Iarchus sat down on a high stool, and this was of black copper and chased with golden figures, while the seats of the others were of copper, but plain and not so high, for they sat lower down than Iarchus. And when he saw Apollonius, Iarchus greeted him in the Greek tongue, and asked for the Indian's letter. And as Apollonius showed astonishment at his gift of prescience, he took pains to add that a single letter was missing in the epistle, namely a delta, which had escaped the writer, and this was found to be the case. Then having read the epistle, he said, "What do you think of us, O Apollonius?" Why, said the latter, how can you ask, when it is sufficiently shown by the fact that I have taken a jamie to see you, which was never till now accomplished by any of the inhabitants of my country? And what do you think we know more than yourself? I, replied the other, consider that your lore is profounder and much more divine than our own. And if I add nothing to my present stock of knowledge while I am with you, I shall at least have learned that I have nothing more to learn. Thereupon the Indian replied and said, Other people ask those who arrive among them who they are that come, and why. But the first display we make of our wisdom consists in showing that we are not ignorant who it is that comes. And you may test this point to begin with. And to suit his word, he forthwith recounted the whole story of Apollonius's family, both on his father's and his mother's side, and he related all his life in Aegea, and how Damis had joined them, and any conversations that they had had on the road, and anything they had found out through the conversation of others with them. All this, just as if he had shared their voyage with them, the Indian recounted straight off, quite clearly without pausing for breath. And when Apollonius was astounded and asked him how he came to know it all, he replied, And you too are come to share in this wisdom, but you are not yet an adept. Will you teach me then, said the other, all this wisdom? Ay, and gladly, for that is a wiser course than grudging and hiding matters of interest. And moreover, O Apollonius, I perceive that you are well endowed with memory, a goddess whom we love more than any other of the divine beings. Well, said the other, you have certainly discerned by your penetration my exact disposition. We, said the other, O Apollonius, can see all spiritual traits, for we trace and detect them by 1,000 signs. But as it is nearly midday, and we must get ready our offerings for the gods, let us now employ ourselves with that, and afterwards let us converse as much as you like, but you must take part in all our religious rites. By Zeus, said Apollonius, I should be wronging the Caucasus and the Indus, both of which I have crossed in order to reach you, if I did not feast myself on your rites to the full. Do so, said the other, and let us depart. Chapter 17. Accordingly they betook themselves to a spring of water, which Damis, who saw it subsequently, says resembles that of Dirce in Boeotia. And first they stripped, and then they anointed their heads with an amber-like drug, which imparted such a warmth to these Indians that their bodies steamed, and the sweat ran off them as profusely as if they were washing themselves with fire. Next they threw themselves into the water, and having so taken their bath, they betook themselves to the temple with wreaths upon their heads and full of sacred songs. And they stood round in the form of a chorus, and having chosen Iarchus as conductor, they struck the earth, uplifting their rods, and the earth arched itself like a billow of the sea, and raised them up 2 cubits high into the air. But they sang a song resembling the paean of Sophocles, which they sing at Athens in honour of Asclepius. But when they had alighted upon the ground, Iarchus called the stripling who carried the anchor and said, Do you look after the companions of Apollonius. And he went off swifter than the quickest of the birds, and coming back again said, I have looked after them. Having fulfilled then the most of their religious rites, they sat down to rest upon their seats, But Iarchus said to the stripling, "Bring out the throne of Phraortes for the wise Apollonius, that he may sit upon it and converse with us." Chapter 18. And when he had taken his seat, he said, "Ask whatever you like, for you find yourselves among people who know everything." Apollonius then asked him whether they knew themselves also, thinking that he, like the Greeks, would regard self-knowledge as a difficult matter. But the other, contrary to Apollonius's expectations, corrected him and said, "We know everything, just because we begin by knowing ourselves. For no one of us would be admitted to this philosophy unless he first knew himself." And Apollonius remembered what he had heard Phraortes say, and how he who would become a philosopher must examine himself before he undertakes the task. And he therefore acquiesced in this answer, for he was convinced of its truth in his own case also. He accordingly asked a fresh question, namely, who they considered themselves to be, and the other answered, "We consider ourselves to be gods." Apollonius asked afresh, "Why?" "Because," said the other, "we are good men." This reply struck Apollonius as so instinct with trained good sense that he subsequently mentioned it to Domitian in his defense of himself. Chapter 19. He therefore resumed his questions and said, "And what view do you take of the soul?" "That," replied the other, "which Pythagoras imparted to you, and which we imparted to the Egyptians." "Would you then say," said Apollonius, "that as Pythagoras declared himself to be Euphorbus, so you yourself, before you entered your present body, were one of the Trojans, or Achaeans, or someone else?" And the Indian replied, "Those Achaean sailors were the ruin of Troy, and your talking so much about it is the ruin of you Greeks. For you imagine that the campaigners against Troy were the only heroes that ever were, and you forget other heroes, both more numerous and more divine, whom your own country, and that of the Egyptians, and that of the Indians have produced. Since then you have asked me about my earlier incarnation, tell me whom you regard as the most remarkable of the assailants or defenders of Troy." "I," replied Apollonius, "regard Achilles, the son of Peleus, and Thetis as such, for he and no other is celebrated by Homer as excelling all the Achaeans in personal beauty and size, and he knows of mighty deeds of his. And he also rates very highly such men as Ajax and Nereus, who were only second to him in beauty and courage, and are celebrated as such in his poems." "With him," said the other, "O Apollonius, I would have you compare my own ancestor, or rather my ancestral body, for that was the light in which Pythagoras regarded Euphorbus." Chapter 20. "There was then," he said, "a time when the Ethiopians, an Indian race, dwelt in this country, and when Ethiopia as yet was not, but Egypt stretched its borders beyond Meroe and the cataracts, and on the one side included in itself the fountains of the Nile, and on the other was only bounded by the mouths of the river. Well, at that time of which I speak, the Ethiopians lived here, and were subject to King Ganges, and the land was sufficient for their sustenance, and the gods watched over them. But when they slew this king, neither did the rest of the Indians regard them as pure, nor did the land permit them to remain upon it, for it spoiled the seed which they sowed in it before it came into ear, and inflicted miscarriages on their women,
and it gave a miserable feed to their flocks. And wherever they tried to found a city, it would give way, sink down under their feet. Nay, more, the ghost of Ganges drove them forward on their path, a haunting terror to their multitude, and it did not quit them until they atoned to earth by sacrificing the murderers who shed the king's blood with their hands. Now this Ganges, it seems, was 10 cubits high, and in personal beauty excelled any man the world had yet seen, and he was the son of the river Ganges. And when his own father inundated India, he himself turned the flood into the Red Sea, and effected a reconciliation between his father and the land, with the result that the latter brought forth fruits in abundance for him when living, and also avenged him after death. And since Homer brings Achilles to Troy in Helen's behalf, and relates how he took 12 cities by sea and 11 on land, and how he was carried away by wrath because he had been robbed of a woman by the king, on which occasion, my own opinion, he showed himself merciless and cruel, let us contrast the Indian in similar circumstances. He, on the contrary, set himself to found 60 cities, which are the most considerable of those hereabouts. And I would like to know who would regard the destruction of cities as a better title to fame than the rebuilding of them. And he also repulsed the Scythians, who once invaded this land across the Caucasus. Surely it is better to prove yourself a good man by liberating your country than to bring slavery upon a city, and that too on behalf of a woman who probably was never really carried off against her will. And he had formed an alliance with the king of the country, over which Phraortes now rules, although that other had violated every law and principle of morality by carrying off his wife. He yet did not break his oath, and so stable, he said, was his pledged word, that, in spite of the injury he had suffered, he would not do anything to harm the other. Chapter 21. And I could enumerate many more merits of this great man, if I did not shrink from pronouncing a panegyric upon myself. For I may tell you I am the person in question, as I clearly proved when I was 4 years old. For this Ganges, on one occasion, fixed 7 swords made of adamant in the earth, to prevent any monster approaching our country. Now the gods ordered us to sacrifice if we came where he had implanted these weapons, though without indicating the spot where he had fixed them. I was a mere child, and yet I led the interpreters of their will to a trench, and told them to dig there, for it was there, I said, that they had been laid. Chapter 22. And you must not be surprised at my transformation from one Indian to another, for here is one, and he pointed to a stripling of about 20 years of age, who in natural aptitude for philosophy excels everyone, and he enjoys good health, as you see, and is furnished with an excellent constitution. Moreover, he can endure fire and all sorts of cutting and wounding, yet in spite of all these advantages he detests philosophy. What then, said Apollonius, O Iarchus, is the matter with the youth? For it is a terrible thing you tell me, if one so well adapted by nature to the pursuit refuses to embrace philosophy, and has no love for learning, and that although he lives with you. He does not live with us, replied the other, but he has been caught like a lion against his will, and confined here, but he looks askance at us when we try to domesticate him and caress him. The truth is, this stripling was once Palamedes of Troy, and he found his bitterest enemies in Odysseus and Homer, for the one laid an ambush against him of people by whom he was stoned to death, while the other denied him any place in his epic. And because neither the wisdom with which he was endowed was of any use to him, nor did he meet with any praise from Homer, to whom, nevertheless, many people of no great importance owe their renown, and because he was outwitted by Odysseus in spite of his innocence, he has conceived an aversion to philosophy, and deplores his ill luck. And he is Palamedes, for indeed he can write without having learned his letters. Chapter 23. While they were thus conversing, a messenger approached Iarchus and said, "The king will come early in the afternoon to consult you about his own business." And Iarchus replied, "Let him come, for he too will go away all the better for making acquaintance of a man from Hellas." And after this he went on with his former discourse. He accordingly asked Apollonius the question, "Will you tell us," he said, "about your earlier incarnation, and who you were before the present life?" And he replied, "Since it was an ignoble episode, I do not remember much of it." Iarchus therefore took him up and said, "Then you think it ignoble to have been the pilot of an Egyptian vessel? For I perceive that this is what you were." "What you say," said Apollonius, "is true, Iarchus, for that is really what I was. But I consider this profession not only inglorious, but also detestable, as though as of much value to humanity as that of a prince or the leader of an army, nevertheless it bears an evil repute by the reason of those who follow the sea. At any rate, the most noble of the deeds which I performed no one at the time saw fit to praise." "Well, and what would you claim for yourself in the way of noble achievement? Is it your having doubled the capes of Malea and Sunium by checking your ship when it was drifting out of its course, and your having discerned so accurately the quarters from which the winds would blow both fore and aft? Or you getting your boat past the reefs in the hollows of Euboea, where any number of ships' ornamental signs show sticking up?" Chapter 24. But Apollonius replied, "Since you tempt me to talk about pilotage, I would have you hear what I consider to have been my soundest exploit at that time. Pirates at one time infested the Phoenician Sea, and were hanging about the cities to pick up information about the cargoes which different people had. The agents of the pirates spied out accordingly a rich cargo which I had on board my ship, and having taken me aside in conversation, asked me what was my share in the freight, and I told them that it was 1,000 drachmas, for there were 4 people in command of the ship. And they say, 'Have you a house?' 'A wretched hut,' I replied, 'on the island of Pharos, where once upon a time Proteus used to live.' 'Would you like then,' they went on, 'to acquire a landed estate instead of the sea, and a decent house instead of your hut, and 10 times as much for the cargo as you are going to get now, and to get rid of 1,000 misfortunes which beset pilots owing to the roughness of the sea?' I replied that I would gladly do so, but that I did not aspire to become a pirate just at a time when I had made myself more expert than I ever had been, and had won crowns for my skill in my profession. However, they persevered, and promised to give me a purse of 10,000 drachmas if I would be their man and do what they wanted. Accordingly, I egged them on to talk by promising not to fail them, but to assist them in every way. Then they admitted that they were agents of the pirates, and besought me not to deprive them of a chance of capturing the ship, and instead of sailing away to the city whenever I weighed anchor thence, they arranged that I should cast anchor under the promontory, under the lee of which the pirate ships were riding, and they were willing to swear that they would not only not kill myself, but spare the life of any for whom I interceded. I, for my part, did not consider it safe to reprehend them, for I was afraid that if they were driven to despair, they would attack my ship on the high seas, and then we would all be lost somewhere at sea. Accordingly, I promised to assist their enterprise, but I insisted upon their taking oath to keep their promise truly. They accordingly made oath, for our interview took place in a temple, and then I said, "You betake yourselves to the ships of the pirates at once, for we will sail away by night." And they found me all the more plausible from the way I bargained about the money, for I stipulated that it must all be paid me in current cash, though not before they had captured the ship. They therefore went off, but I put straight out to sea after doubling the promontory. "This, then," said Iarchus, "O Apollonius, you consider the behaviour of a just man?" "Why, yes," said Apollonius, "and of a humane one too. For I consider it was a rare combination of virtues for one who was a mere sailor to refuse to sacrifice men's lives, or to betray the interests of merchants, so rising superior to all bribes of money." Chapter 25. Thereupon the Indian smiled and said, "You seem to think that mere abstention from injustice constitutes justice. And I am of opinion that all Greeks do the same. For as I once learned from the Egyptians that come thither, governors from Rome are in the habit of visiting your country, brandishing their axes naked over your heads, before you know they have bad men to rule or not. But you acknowledge them to be just if they merely do not sell justice. And I have heard that the slave merchants yonder do exactly the same. For when they come to you with convoys of carrion slaves, and are anxious to recommend their characters to you, they make it a great merit of the slaves that they do not steal. In the same way do you recommend on such grounds the rulers who sway your knowledge, and after decorating them with such praises as you lavish upon slaves, you send them away, objects, as you imagine, of universal admiration. Nay more, your cleverest poets will not give you leave to be just and good, even if you want to. For here was Minos, a man who exceeded all men in cruelty, and who enslaved with his navies the inhabitants of continent and islands alike, and yet they honour him by placing in his hand a sceptre of justice, and give him a throne in Hades to be umpire of spirits, while at the same time they deny food and drink to Tantalus, merely because he was a good man and inclined to share with his friends the immortality bestowed upon them by the gods. And some of them hang stones over him, and rain insults of a terrible kind upon this divine and good man. And I would much rather that they had represented him as swimming in a lake of nectar, for he regaled men with that drink humanely and ungrudgingly. And as he spoke, he pointed out a statue which stood upon his left hand, on which was inscribed the name Tantalus. Now this statue was 4 cubits high, and represented a man of 50 years, who was clad in the fashion of Argolis, though he differed in his cloak, that being like a Thessian's, and he held a cup sufficient at least for one thirsty man, and drank your health therefrom, and in the goblet was a liquor, an unmixed draught, which frothed and foamed, though without bubbling over the edge of the cup. Now I will presently explain what they consider this cup to be, and for what reason they drink from it. In any case, however, we must suppose that Tantalus was assailed by the poets for not giving rein to his tongue, but because he shared the nectar with mankind. But we must not suppose that he was really the victim of the gods' dislike. For, had he been hateful to them, he would never have been judged by the Indians to be a good man, for they are most religious people, and never transgress any divine command. Chapter 26. While they were still discussing this topic, a hubbub down below in the village struck their ears, for it seems the king had arrived equipped in the height of Median fashion and full of pomp. Iarchus then, not too well pleased, remarked, "If it were Phraortes who was halting here, you would find a dead silence prevailing everywhere as if you were attending a mystery." From this remark Apollonius realized that the king in question was not only inferior to Phraortes in a few details, but in the whole of philosophy; and as he saw that the sages did not bestir themselves to make any preparations, or provide for the king's wants, though he was come at midday, he said, "Where is the king going to stay?" "Here," they replied, "for we shall discuss by night the objects for which he is come, since that is the best time for taking counsel." "And will a table be laid for him when he comes?" said Apollonius. "Why, of course," they answered, "a rich table too, furnished with everything which this place provides." "Then," said he, "you live richly?" "We," they answered, "live in a slender manner, for although we might eat as much as we like, we are contented with little. But the king requires a great deal, for that is his pleasure. But he will not eat any living creature, for it is wrong to do here, but only dried fruits and roots, and the seasonable produce of the Indian land at this time of year, and whatever else the New Year's seasons will provide." Chapter 27. "But see," said he, "here he is." And just then the king advanced together with his brother and his son, ablaze with gold and jewels. And Apollonius was about to rise and retire, when Iarchus checked him from leaving his throne, and explained to him that it was not their custom for him to do so. Damas himself says that he was not present on this occasion, because on that day he was staying in the village, but he heard from Apollonius what happened and wrote it in his book. He says that when they had sat down, the king extended his hand as if in prayer to the sages, and they nodded their assent as if they were conceding his request, and he was transported with joy at the promise, just as if he had come to the oracle of a god. But the brother of the king and his son, who was a very pretty boy, were not more considered than if they had been the slaves of the others, that were mere retainers. After that, the Indian rose from his place, and in a formal speech bade the king take food, and he accepted the invitation, and that most cordially. Thereupon 4 tripods stepped forth like those of the Pythian temple, but of their own accord, like those which advanced in Homer's poem, and upon them were cupbearers of black brass, resembling the figures of Ganymede and of Pelops among the Greeks. And the earth strewed beneath them grass softer than any mattress, and the dried fruits and bread and vegetables and the dessert of the season all came in, served in order, and set before them more agreeably than if cooks and waiters had provided it. Now 2 of the tripods flowed with wine, but the other 2 supplied, the one of them a jet of warm water, and the other of cold. Now the precious stones imported from India are employed in Greece for necklaces and rings, because they are so small, but among the Indians they are turned into decanters and wine coolers because they are so large, and into goblets of such size that from a single one of them 4 persons can slack their thirst at midsummer. But the cupbearers of bronze drew a mixture, he says, of wine and water made in due proportions, and they pushed cups round just as they do in drinking bouts. The sages, however, reclined as we do in a common banquet, not that any special honor was paid to the king, although great importance should be attached to him among Greeks and Romans, but he took the first place that he chanced to reach. End of Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 16 through 27. Volume 1, Book 3, chapters 28 through 39 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 3. Chapter 28. And when the wine had circulated, Iarchus said, I pledge you to drink the health, O king, of a Hellen. And he pointed to Apollonius, who was reclining just below him, and he made a gesture with his hand to indicate that he was a noble man and divine. But the king said, I have heard that he and the persons who are halting in the village belong to Phraotes. Quite right, he answered, and true is what you heard, for it is Phraotes who entertains him here also. What, asked the king, is his mode of life and pursuit? Why, what else, replied Iarchus, except that of that king himself? It is no great compliment you have paid him, answered the king, by saying that he has embraced a mode of life which has denied even to Phraotes the chance of being a noble man. Thereupon Iarchus remarked, You must judge more reasonably, O king, both about philosophy and about Phraotes. For as long as you are a stripling, your youth excused you in such extravagances. But now that you have already reached man's estate, let us avoid foolish and facile utterances. But Apollonius, who found an interpreter in Iarchus, said, And what have you gained, O king, by refusing to be a philosopher? What have I gained? Why, the whole of virtue and the identification of myself with the sun. Then the other, by way of checking his pride and muzzling him, said, If you were a philosopher, you would not entertain such fancies. And you, replied the king, since you are a philosopher, what is your fancy about yourself, my fine fellow? That I may pass, replied Apollonius, for being a good man, if only I can be a philosopher. Thereupon the king stretched out his hand to heaven and exclaimed, By the sun, you come here full of Phraotes. But the other hailed this remark as a godsend, and catching him up, said, I have not taken this long journey in vain, if I am become full of Phraotes. But if you should meet him presently, you will certainly say that he is full of me, and he wished to write to you in my behalf. But since he declared that you were a good man, I begged him not to take the trouble of writing, seeing that in his case no one sent a letter commending me. Chapter 29. This put a stop to the incipient folly of the king for having heard that he himself was praised by Phraotes. He not only dropped his suspicions, but lowering his tone, he said, Welcome, goodly stranger. But Apollonius answered, And my welcome to you also, O king, for you appear to have just only arrived. And who, asked the other, attracted you to us? These gentlemen here, who are both gods and wise men. And about myself, O stranger, said the king, what is said among Hellenes? Why, as much, said Apollonius, as is said about the Hellenes here. As for myself, I find nothing in the Hellenes, said the other, that is worth speaking of. I will tell them that, said Apollonius, and they will crown you at Olympia. Chapter 30. And stooping towards Iarchus, he said, Let him go on like a drunkard, but do you tell me why do you not invite to the same table as yourself, nor hold worthy of other recognition those who accompany this man, though they are his brother and son, as you tell me? Because, said Iarchus, they reckon to be kings one day themselves, and by being made themselves to suffer disdain, they must be taught not to disdain others. And remarking that the sages were 18 in number, he again asked Iarchus what was the meaning of there being just so many and no more. For, he said, the number 18 is not a square number, nor is it one of the numbers held in esteem and honor, as are the numbers 10 and 12 and 16 and so forth. Thereupon the Indian took him up and said, Neither are we beholden to number, nor number to us, but we owe our superior honor to wisdom and virtue, and sometimes we are more in number than we are now, and sometimes fewer. And indeed I have heard that when my grandfather was enrolled among these wise men, the youngest of them all, they were 70 in number, but when he reached his 130th year, he was left here all alone, because not one of them survived him at that time, nor was there to be found anywhere in India a nature that was either philosophic or noble. The Egyptians accordingly wrote and congratulated him warmly on being left alone for 4 years in his tenure of the throne. But he begged them to cease reproaching the Indians for the paucity of their sages. Now we, O Apollonius, have heard from the Egyptians of the custom of the Eleans, and that the Hellanodice, who preside over the Olympic games, are 10 in number. But we do not approve of the rule imposed in the case of these men, for they leave the choice of them to the lot, and the lot has no discernment, for a worse man might be as easily chosen by lot as a better one. On the other hand, would they not make a mistake if they had made merit the qualification and chosen them by vote? Yes, a parallel one. For if you are on no account to exceed the number 10, there may be more than 10 just men, and you will deprive some of the rank which their merits entitle them to, while if on the other hand there are not so many as 10, then none will be thought to be really qualified. Wherefore the Eleans would be much wiser minded if they allowed the number to fluctuate, merely preserving the same standard of justice. Chapter 31. While they were thus conversing, the king kept trying to interrupt them, constantly breaking off their every sentence by his silly and ignorant remarks. He accordingly again asked them what they were conversing about, and Apollonius replied, We are discussing matters important and held in great repute among the Hellenes, though you would think of them but slightly, for you say that you detest everything Hellenic. I do certainly detest them, he said, but nevertheless I want to hear, for I imagine you are talking about those Athenians, the slaves of Xerxes. But Apollonius replied, Nay, we are discussing other things, but since you have alluded to the Athenians in a matter both absurd and false, answer me this question. Have you, O king, any slaves? 20,000, said the other, and not a single one of them did I buy myself, but they were all born in my household. Thereupon Apollonius, using Iarchus as his interpreter, asked him afresh whether he was in the habit of running away from his slaves, or his slaves from him. And the king, by way of insult, answered him, Your very question is worthy of a slave. Nevertheless, I will answer it. A man who runs away is not only a slave, but a bad one to boot, and his master would never run away from him, when, if he likes, both torture and card him. In that case, said Apollonius, O king, Xerxes has been proved out of your mouth to have been a slave of the Athenians, and like a bad slave to have run away from them. For when he was defeated by them in the naval action in the Straits, he was so anxious about his bridge of boats over the Hellespont that he fled in a single ship. Yes, but anyhow burned Athens with his own hands, said the king. But Apollonius answered, And for that act of audacity, O king, he was punished as never yet was any other man. For he had to run away from those whom he imagined he had destroyed. And when I contemplate the ambitions with which Xerxes set out on his campaign, I can conceive that some were justified in exalting him and saying that he was Zeus. But when I contemplate his flight, I arrive at the conviction that he was the most ill-starred of men. For if he had fallen at the hands of the Hellenes, no one would have earned a brighter fame than he. For to whom would the Hellenes have raised and dedicated a loftier tomb? What jousts of armed men, what contests of musicians, would not have been instituted in honour of him? For if men like Melicertes and Palemon and Pelops the Lydian immigrant, the former of whom died in childhood at the breast, while Pelops enslaved Arcadia and Argolis, and the land within the isthmus, if these were commemorated by the Greeks as gods, what would not have been done for Xerxes by men who are by nature more enthusiastic admirers of the virtues, and who consider that they praise themselves in praising those whom they have defeated? Chapter 32. These words of Apollonius caused the king to burst into tears, and he said, Dearest friend, in what an heroic light do you represent these Hellenes to me? Why then, O king, were you so hard upon them? The visitors who come hither from Egypt, O guest, replied the king, malign the race of Hellenes. And while declaring that they themselves are holy men and wise, and the true lawgivers who fixed all the sacrifices and rites of initiation which are in vogue among the Greeks, they deny to the latter any and every sort of good quality, declaring them to be ruffians and a mixed herd addicted to every sort of anarchy, and lovers of legend and miracle-mongers, and though indeed poor, yet making their poverty not a title of dignity, but a mere excuse for stealing. But now I have heard this from you, and understanding how fond of honour and how worthy the Hellenes are, I am reconciled for the future to them, and I engage both that they shall have my praise, and that I will pray all I can for them, and will never set trust in another Egyptian. But Iarchus remarked, I too, O king, was aware that your mind had been poisoned by these Egyptians, but I would not take the part of the Hellenes until you met some such counsellor as this. But since you have been put right by a wise man, let us now proceed to quaff the good cheer provided by Tantalus, and let us sleep over the serious issues which we have to discuss tonight. But at another time I will fill you full with Hellenic arguments, and no other race is so rich in them, and you will delight in them whenever you come hither. And forthwith he set an example to his fellow guests, by stooping the first of them all to the goblet which indeed furnished an ample draught for all, for the stream refilled itself plenteously, as if with spring waters welling up from the ground. And Apollonius also drank, for his cup is instituted by the Indians as a cup of friendship, and they feign that Tantalus is the wine-bearer who supplies it, because he is considered to have been the most friendly of men. Chapter 33. And when they had drunk, the earth received them on the couches which she had spread for them. But when it was midnight, they rose up, and first they sang a hymn to the ray of light, suspended aloft in the air as they had been at midday, and then they attended the king as much as he desired. Damis, however, says that Apollonius was not present at the king's conversation with them, because he thought that the interview had to do with secrets of state. Having then at daybreak offered his sacrifice, the king approached Apollonius, who offered him the hospitality of his palace, declaring that he would send him back to Greece an object of envy to all. But he commended him for his kindness. Nevertheless, he excused himself from inflicting himself upon one with whom he was on no sort of equality. Moreover, he said that he had been longer abroad than he liked, and that he scrupled to give his friends at home cause to think they were being neglected. The king thereupon said that he entreated him, and assumed such an undignified attitude in urging his request that Apollonius said, "A king who insists upon his request in such terms at the expense of his dignity is laying a trap." Thereupon Iarchus intervened and said, "You wrong, O king, this sacred abode by trying to drag away from it a man against his will, and moreover, being one of those who can read the future, he is aware that staying with you would not conduce to his own good, and would probably not be in any way profitable to yourself." Chapter 34. The king accordingly went down into the village, for the laws of the sages did not allow a king to be with them more than one day. But Iarchus said to the messenger, "We admit Damis also hither to our mysteries. So let him come, but do you look after the rest of them in the village." And when Damis arrived, they sat down together, as they were wont to do, and they allowed Apollonius to ask questions. And he asked them of what they thought the cosmos was composed, and they replied, "Of elements." "Are there then 4?" he asked. "Not 4," said Iarchus, "but 5." "And how can there be a 5th," said Apollonius, "alongside of water and air and earth and fire?" "There is the ether," replied the other, "which we must regard as the stuff of which gods are made. For just as all mortal creatures inhale the air, so do immortal and divine natures inhale the ether." Apollonius again asked which of the elements came first into being, and Iarchus answered, "All are simultaneous, for a living creature is not born bit by bit." "Am I," said Apollonius, "to regard the universe as a living creature?" "Yes," said the other, "if you have a sound knowledge of it, for it engenders all living things." "Shall I then," said Apollonius, "call the universe female, or of both the male and the opposite gender?" "Of both genders," said the other. "For by commerce with itself it fulfills the role both of mother and father in bringing forth living creatures, and it is possessed by a love for itself more intense than any separate being has for its fellow, a passion which knits it together in harmony. And it is not illogical to suppose that it cleaves unto itself. For as the movement of an animal dictates the function of its hands and feet, in cooperation with a soul in it by which it is set in motion, so we must regard the parts of the universe also, as adapting themselves through its inherent soul to all creatures which are brought forth or conceived. For example, the sufferings so often caused by drought are visited on us in accordance with the soul of the universe, whenever justice has fallen into disrepute and is disowned by men. And this animal shepherds itself not with a single hand only, but with many mysterious ones, which it has at its disposal, and though from its immense size it is controlled by no other, yet it moves obediently to the rein and is easily guided." Chapter 35. And the subject is so vast and so far transcends our mental powers, that I do not know any example adequate to illustrate it. But we will take that of a ship, such as the Egyptians construct for our seas and launch for the exchange of Egyptian goods against Indian wares. For there is an ancient law in regard to the Red Sea, which the king Eurystheus laid down, when he held sway over that sea, to the effect that the Egyptians should not enter it with a vessel of war, and indeed should employ only a single merchant ship. This regulation obliged the Egyptians to contrive a ship equivalent to several at once of those which other races have. And they ribbed the sides of this ship with bolts, such as hold a ship together. And they raised its bulwarks and its mast to a great height. And they constructed several compartments, such as are built upon the timber balks which run athwart a ship. And they set several pilots in this boat, and subordinated them to the oldest and wisest of their number, to conduct the voyage. And there were several officers on the prow, and excellent and handy sailors to man the sails. And in the crew of this ship there was a detachment of armed men, for it is necessary to equip the ship and protect it against the savages of the gulf that live on the right hand as you enter it, in case they should ever attack and plunder it on the high seas. Let us apply this imagery to the universe, and regard it in the light of a naval construction, for then you must apportion the first and supreme position to God, the begetter of this animal, and subordinate posts to the gods who govern its parts. And we may well assent to the statements of the poets, when they say that there are many gods in heaven, and many in the sea, and many in the fountains and streams, and many round about the earth, and that there are some even under the earth. But we shall do well to separate from the universe the region under the earth, if there is one, because the poets represent it as an abode of terror and corruption. Chapter 36. As the Indian concluded this discourse, Damis says that he was transported with admiration and applauded loudly, for he could never have thought that a native of India could show such mastery of the Greek tongue, nor even that, supposing he understood that language, he could have used it with so much ease and elegance. And he praises the look and smile of Iarchus, and the inspired air with which he expressed his ideas, admitting that Apollonius, although he had a delivery as graceful as it was free from bombast, nevertheless gained a great deal by contact with this Indian. And he says that whenever he sat down to discuss a theme, as he very often did, he resembled Iarchus. Chapter 37. As the rest of the company praised no less the contents of Iarchus's speech than the tone in which he spoke, Apollonius resumed by asking him which they considered the bigger, the sea or the land. And Iarchus replied, "If the land be compared with the sea, it will be found to be bigger, for it includes the sea in itself. But if it be considered in relation to the entire mass of water, we can show that the earth is the lesser of the two, for it is upheld by the water." Chapter 38. This discussion was interrupted by the appearance among the sages of the messenger bringing in certain Indians who were in want of succor. And he brought forward a poor woman who interceded in behalf of her child, who was, she said, a boy of 16 years of age, but had been for 2 years possessed by a devil. Now the character of the devil was that of a mocker and a liar. Here one of the sages asked why she said this, and she replied, "This child of mine is extremely good-looking, and therefore the devil is amorous of him, and will not allow him to retain his reason, nor will he permit him to go to school, or to learn archery, nor even to remain at home, but drives him out into desert places. And the boy does not even retain his own voice, but speaks in a deep, hollow tone, as men do, and he looks at you with other eyes rather than with his own. As for myself, I weep over all this, and I tear my cheeks, and I rebuke my son so far as I well may, but he does not know me. And I made my mind to repair hither. Indeed, I planned to do so a year ago, only the demon discovered himself using my child as a mask, and what told me was this, that he was the ghost of a man who fell long ago in battle, but that at death he was passionately attached to his woman. Now he had been dead for only 3 days when his wife insulted their union by marrying another man, and the consequence was that he had come to detest the love of women, and had transferred himself wholly into this boy. But he promised, if I would only not denounce him to yourselves, to endow the child with many noble blessings. As for myself, I was influenced by these promises, but he has put me off, and off for such a long time now, that he has got sole control of my household, yet has no honest or true intentions. Here the sage asked afresh if the boy was at hand, and she said not, for although she had done all she could to get him to come with her, the demon had threatened her with steep places and precipices, and declared that he would kill her son, in case, she added, I haled him hither for trial. Take courage, said the sage, for he will not slay him when he has read this. And so saying, he drew a letter out of his bosom and gave it to the woman, and the letter, it appears, was addressed to the ghost, and contained threats of an alarming kind. Chapter 39. There also arrived a man who was lame, he already 30 years old, and was a keen hunter of lions. But a lion had sprung upon him and dislocated his hip so that he limped with one leg. However, when they massaged with their hands his hip, the youth immediately recovered his upright gait. And another man had had his eyes put out, and he went away having recovered the sight of both of them. Yet another man had his hand paralyzed, but left their presence in full possession of the limb. And a certain woman had suffered in labor already 7 times, but was healed in the following way through the intercession of her husband. He bade the man, whenever his wife should be about, to bring forth her next child, to enter her chamber carrying in his bosom a live hare. Then he was to walk once round her, and at the same moment to release the hare, for that the womb would be extruded together with the fetus, unless the hare was at once driven out. End of chapters 28 through 39. Volume 1, Book 3, chapters 40 through 58 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 3. Chapter 40. And again, a certain man who was a father said that he had had several sons, but that they had died the moment they began to drink wine. Iarchus took him up and said, Yes, it is just as well they did die, for they would inevitably have gone mad, having inherited, as it appears, from their parents too warm a temperament. Your children, he added, must therefore abstain from wine, in order that they may never be led even to desire wine. Supposing you should have another boy, and I perceive you had only one 6 days ago, you must carefully watch the hen owl and find where it builds its nest. Then you must snatch its eggs and give them to the child to chew after boiling them properly. For if it is fed upon these before it tastes wine, a distaste for wine will be bred in it, and it will keep sober by your excluding from its temperament any but natural warmth. With such lore as this, then, they surfeited themselves, and they were astonished at the many-sided wisdom of the company. And day after day they asked all sorts of questions, and were themselves asked many in return. Chapter 41. Apollonius and Damis then took part in the interviews devoted to abstract discussions. Not so with the conversations devoted to occult themes, in which they pondered the nature of astronomy or divination, and considered the problem of foreknowledge, and handled the problems of sacrifice and of the invocations in which the gods take pleasure. In these, Damis says that Apollonius alone partook of the philosophic discussions together with Iarchus, and that Apollonius embodied the results in 4 books concerning the divination by the stars, a work which Maorgenes has mentioned. And Damis says that he composed a work on the way to offer sacrifice to the several gods in a manner pleasing to them. Not only then do I regard the work of the science of the stars, and the whole subject of such divination as transcending human nature, but I do not even know if any one has these gifts. But I found the treatise On Sacrifice in several cities, and in the houses of several learned men. Moreover, if any one should translate it, he would find it to be a grave and dignified composition, and one that rings of the author's personality. And Damis says that Iarchus gave 7 rings to Apollonius, named after the 7 stars, and that Apollonius wore each of these in turn on the day of the week which bore its name. Chapter 42. As to the subject of foreknowledge, they presently had a talk about it, for Apollonius was devoted to this kind of lore, and turned most of their conversations on to it. For this Iarchus praised him and said, "My good friend Apollonius, those who take pleasure in divination are rendered divine thereby and contribute to the salvation of mankind. For here we have discoveries which we must go to a divine oracle in order to make. Yet these, my good friend, we foresee of our unaided selves, and foretell to others things which they know not yet. This I regard as the gift of one thoroughly blessed and endowed with the same mysterious power as the Delphic Apollo. Now the ritual insists that those who visit a shrine with a view to obtaining a response must purify themselves first, otherwise they will be told to depart from the temple. Consequently, I consider that one who would foresee events must be healthy in himself, and must not have his soul stained with any sort of defilement, nor his character scarred with the wounds of any sins. So he will pronounce his predictions with purity, because he will understand himself and the sacred tripod in his breast, and with ever louder and clearer tone and truer import will he utter his oracles. Therefore you need not be surprised if you comprehend the science, seeing that you carry in your soul so much ether." Chapter 43. And with these words he turned to Damis, and said playfully, "And you, O Assyrian, have you no foreknowledge of anything, especially as you associate with such a man as this?" "Yes, by Zeus," answered Damis. "At any rate of the things that are necessary for myself. For when I first met with Apollonius here, he at once struck me as full of wisdom and cleverness, and sobriety, and of true endurance. But when I saw that he also had a good memory, and that he was very learned and entirely devoted to the love of learning, he became to me something superhuman. And I came to the conclusion that if I stuck to him, I should be held a wise man instead of an ignoramus and a dullard, and an educated man instead of a savage. And I saw that, if I followed him and shared his pursuits, I should visit the Indians and visit you, and that I should be turned into a Hellene by him, and be able to mix with the Hellenes. Now of course you set your oracles, as they concern important issues, on a level with those of Delphi and Dodona, and of any other shrine you like. As for my own premonitions, since Damis is the person who has them, and since his foreknowledge concerns himself alone, we will suppose that they resemble the guesses of an old beggar wife foretelling what will happen to sheep and such like. Chapter 44. All the sages laughed, of course, at this sally, and when their laughter had subsided, Iarchus led back the argument to the subject of divination, and among the many blessings which that art had conferred upon mankind, for he declared the gift of healing to be the most important. For, said he, the wise sons of Aesculapius would have never attained to this branch of science if Aesculapius had not been the son of Apollo, and as such had not in accordance with the latter's responses and oracles concocted and adapted different drugs to different diseases. These he not only handed on to his own sons, but he taught his companions what herbs must be applied to running wounds, and what to parched and dry wounds, and in what doses to administer liquid drugs for drinking, by means of which dropsical patients are drained and bleeding is checked, and diseases of decay and the cavities due to their ravages are put an end to. And who, he said, can deprive the art of divination of the credit of discovering simples which heal the bites of venomous creatures, and in particular of using the virus itself as a cure for many diseases? For I do not think that men without the forecasts of a prophetic wisdom would ever have ventured to mingle with medicines that save life these most deadly of poisons. Chapter 45. And inasmuch as the following conversation also has been recorded by Damis as having been held upon this occasion with regard to the mythological animals and fountains and men met with in India, I must not leave it out, for there is much to be gained by neither believing nor yet disbelieving everything. Accordingly, Apollonius asked the question whether there was an animal called the man-eater, and Iarchus replied, "And what have you heard about the make of this animal? For it is probable that there is some account given of its shape." "There are," replied Apollonius, "tall stories current which I cannot believe, for they say that the creature has 4 feet, and that his head resembles that of a man, but that in size it is comparable to a lion, while the tail of this animal puts out hairs a cubit long and sharp as thorns, which it shoots like arrows at those who hunt it." And he further asked about the golden water which they say bubbles up from a spring, and about the stone which behaves like a magnet, and about the men who live underground, and the pygmies also, and the shadow-footed men. And Iarchus answered his questions thus: "What have I to tell you about animals or plants, or fountains which you have seen yourselves on coming here? For by this time you are as competent to describe these to other people as I am, but I never yet heard in this country of an animal that shoots arrows, or of springs of golden water." Chapter 46. However, about the stone which attracts itself and binds to itself other stones, you must not be skeptical, for you can see the stone yourself if you like, and admire its properties. For the greatest specimen is exactly of the size of this fingernail, and here he pointed to his own thumb, and it is conceived in a hollow in the earth at a depth of 4 fathoms, but it is so highly endowed with spirit that the earth swells and breaks open in many places when the stone is conceived in it. But no one can get a hold of it, for it runs away, unless it is scientifically attracted. But we alone can secure, partly by performance of certain rites, and partly by certain forms of words, the pantarbe, for such is this name given to it. Now in the night time it glows like the day, just as fire might, for it is red and gives out rays. And if you look at it in the daytime, it smites your eyes with 1,000 glints and gleams. And the light within it is a spirit of mysterious power, for it absorbs to itself everything in its neighborhood. And why do I say in its neighborhood? Why, you can sink anywhere in river or in sea as many stones as you like, and these not even near to one another, but here, there, and everywhere, and then you let down this stone among them by a string, it gathers them all together by the diffusion of its spirit, and the stones yield to its influence and cling to it in a bunch like a swarm of bees. Chapter 47. And having said this, he showed the stone itself and all that it was capable of effecting. And as to the pygmies, he said that they lived underground, and that they lay on the other side of the Ganges, and lived in the manner which is related by all. As to the men that are shadow-footed or have long heads, and as to the other poetical fancies which the treatise of Scylax recounts about them, he said that they didn't live anywhere on the earth, and least of all in India. Chapter 48. As to the gold which the griffins dig up, there are rocks which are spotted with drops of gold as with sparks, which this creature can quarry because of the strength of its beak. For these animals do exist in India, he said, and are held in veneration as being sacred to the sun, and the Indian artists, when they represent the sun, yoke 4 of them abreast to draw the imaged car, and in size and strength they resemble lions, but having this advantage over them that they have wings, they will attack them, and they will get the better of elephants and of dragons. But they have no great power of flying, no more than have birds of short flight, for they are not winged as is proper with birds, but the palms of their feet are webbed with red membranes, such that they are able to revolve them, and make a flight and fight in the air. And the tiger alone is beyond their power of attack, because in swiftness it rivals the winds. Chapter 49. And the phoenix, he said, is the bird which visits every 500 years, but the rest of that time it flies about in India. And it is unique in that it gives out rays of sunlight and shines with gold, in size and appearance like an eagle, and it sits upon the nest, which is made by it at the springs of the Nile out of spices. The story of the Egyptians about it, that it comes to Egypt, is testified to by the Indians also. But the latter add this touch to the story, that the phoenix, which is being consumed in its nest, sings funeral strains for itself. And this is also done by the swans, according to the account of those who have the wit to hear them. Chapter 50. In such conversations with the sages, Apollonius spent the 4 months which he passed there, and he acquired all sorts of lore, both profane and mysterious. But when he was minded to go on his way, they persuaded him to send back to Phraortes with a letter his guide and the camels, and they themselves gave him another guide and camels, and sent him forth on his way, congratulating both themselves and him. And having embraced Apollonius, they declared that he would be esteemed a god by the many, not merely after his death, but while he was still alive. They turned back to their place of meditation, though ever and anon they turned towards him, and showed by their action that they parted from him against their will. And Apollonius, keeping the Ganges on his right hand and the Hyphasis on his left, went down towards the sea a journey of 10 days from the sacred ridge. And as they went down, they saw a great many ostriches, and many wild bulls, and many asses, and lions, and pards, and tigers, and another kind of apes than those which inhabit the pepper trees, for these were black and bushy-haired, and were dog-like in features, and as big as small men. And in the usual discussion of what they saw, they reached the sea, where small factories had been built, and passenger ships rode in them resembling those of the Tyrians. And they say that the sea called Urethra, or Red, is of a deep blue color, but that it was so named from a king Eurystheus, who gave his own name to the sea in question. Chapter 51. And having reached this point, Apollonius sent back the camels to Iarchus, together with the following letter. Apollonius to Iarchus, and the other sages, greeting. I come to you on foot, and yet you presented me with the sea. But by sharing with me the wisdom which is yours, you have made it mine even to travel through the heavens. All this I shall mention to the Hellens, and I shall communicate my words to you as if you were present, unless I have in vain drunk the draught of Tantalus. Farewell, ye goodly philosophers. Chapter 52. He then embarked upon the ship, and was borne away by a smooth and favourable breeze. And he was struck at the formidable manner in which the Hyphasis discharges itself into the sea at its mouth. For in its latter course, as I said before, it falls into rocky and narrow places and over precipices, and breaking its way through these to the sea by a single mouth, presents a formidable danger to those who hug the land too closely. Chapter 53. They say, moreover, that they saw the mouth of the Indus, and that there was situated on it the city of Patala, round which the Indus flows. It was to this city that the fleet of Alexander came, under the command of Nearchus, a highly trained naval captain. But as for the stories of Pythagoras about the sea called Urethra, to the effect that the constellation of the Bear is not to be seen in it, and that the mariners cast no reckoning at midday, and that the visible stars there vary from their usual positions, this account is endorsed by Damis, and we must consider it to be sound, and based on local observations of the heavens. There is also mentioned a small island of the name of Byblus, in which there is a large cockle, and where there are mussels and oysters, and such like organisms, clinging to the rocks, and 10 times as big as those which we find in Greece. And there is also taken in this region a stone, the pearl in a white shell, wherein it occupies the place of the heart of the oyster. Chapter 54. And they say they also touched at Bigade, in the country of the Orichae. As for these people, they have rocks of bronze and sand of bronze, and the dust which the rivers bring down is of bronze. But they regard their land as full of gold, because the bronze is of such high quality. Chapter 55. And they say that they came across the people called the fish-eaters, whose city is Stobera, and they clothe themselves in the skins of very large fishes. And the cattle there look like fish, and eat extraordinary things, for the shepherds feed them upon fish, just as in Caria the flocks are fed on figs. But the Indians of Carmen are a gentle race, who live on the edge of a sea so well stocked with fish that they neither lay them in by stores, nor salt them as is done in Pontus, but they just sell a few of them, and throw back most they catch panting into the sea. Chapter 56. They say that they also touched Balara, which is an emporium full of myrtles and date palms, and they also saw laurels, and the place was well watered by springs. And there were kitchen gardens there, as well as flower gardens, all growing luxuriantly, and the harbours therein were entirely calm. But off there lies a sacred island, which is called Celera, and the passage to it from the mainland was 100 stades long. Now in this island there lived a Nereid, a dreadful female demon, which would snatch away many mariners, and would not even allow ships to fasten a cable to the island. Chapter 57. It is just as well not to omit the story of the other kind of pearl, since even Apollonius did not regard it as puerile, and it is anyhow a pretty invention, and there is nothing in the annals of sea-fishing so remarkable. For on the side of the island which is turned towards the open sea, the bottom is of great depth, and produces an oyster in a white sheath full of fat, for it does not produce any jewel. The inhabitants watch for a calm day, or they themselves render the sea smooth, and this they do by flooding it with oil, and then a man plunges in order to hunt the oyster in question, and he is in other aspects equipped like those who cut off the sponges from the rocks, but he carries in addition an oblong iron block and an alabaster case made of myrrh. The Indian then halts alongside of the oyster and holds out the myrrh before him as a bait, whereupon the oyster opens and drinks itself drunk upon the myrrh. It is then pierced with a long pin and discharges a peculiar liquid called ichor, which the man catches in the iron block which is hollowed out in regular holes. The liquid so obtained petrifies in regular shapes, just like the natural pearl, and it is a white blood furnished by the Red Sea. And they say that the Arabs also, who live on the opposite coast, devote themselves to catching these creatures.
From this point on, they found the entire sea full of wild animals, and it was crowded with seals. And the ships, they say, in order to keep off these animals, carry bells at the bow and at the stern, the sound of which frightens away these creatures, and prevents them from approaching the ships. Chapter 58. And when they had sailed as far as the mouth of the Euphrates, they say that they sailed up by it, to Babylon to see Vardan, whom they found just as they had found him before. They then came afresh to Nineveh, and as the people of Antioch displayed their customary insolence, and took no interest in any affairs of the Hellenes, they went down to the sea at Seleucia, and finding a ship, they sailed to Cyprus, and landed at Paphos, where there is the statue of Aphrodite. Apollonius marveled at the symbolic construction of the same, and gave the priests much instruction with regard to the ritual of the temple. He then sailed to Ionia, where he excited much admiration and no little esteem among all lovers of wisdom.
End of Volume 1, Book 3, Chapters 40 through 58.
Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 1 through 15 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus. Translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 4. Chapter 1. And when they saw our sage in Ionia, and he had arrived in Ephesus, even the mechanics would not remain at their handicrafts, but followed him, one admiring his wisdom, another his beauty, another his way of life, another his bearing, some of them everything alike about him. Reports also were current about him, which originated from various oracles. Thus, from the oracle at Colophon it was announced that he shared its peculiar wisdom, and was absolutely wise, and so forth. From that of Didyma similar rumors emanated, as also from the shrine of Pergamon. For the god urged not a few of these who were in need of health to betake themselves to Apollonius, for this was what he himself approved, and was pleasing to the fates. Deputations also waited upon him from various cities, offering him their hospitality, and asking his advice about life in general, as well as about the dedication of altars and images. And he relegated their several affairs, in some case by letter, but in others he said would visit them. And the city of Smyrna also sent a deputation, but they would not say what they wanted, though they besought him to visit them. So he asked a legate what they wanted of him, but he merely said, "To see him and to be seen." So Apollonius said, "I will come, but, O ye Muses, grant that we may also like one another." Chapter 2. The first discourse then which he delivered was to the Ephesians from the platform of their temple, and its tone was not that of the Socratic school, For he dissuaded and discouraged them from other pursuits, and urged them to devote themselves to philosophy alone, and to fill Ephesus with real study rather than with idleness and arrogance such as he found around him there. For they were devoted to dancers, and taken up with pantomimes, and the whole city was full of pipers, and full of effeminate rascals, and full of noise. So, though the Ephesians had come over to him, he determined not to wink at such things, but cleared them out, and made them odious to most of them. Chapter 3. His other discourses he delivered under the trees which grow hard by the cloisters, and in these he sometimes dealt with the question of communism, and taught that they ought to support and be supported by one another. While he was doing so, on one occasion, sparrows were sitting quite silent upon the trees, but one of them suddenly gave a chirp as it flew up, just as if he had some instruction to give to his fellows, and the latter, on hearing it, themselves set up a chirping, and rose and flew off under the guidance of the one. Now Apollonius went on with his argument, for he knew what it was that made the sparrows take wing, but he did not explain the matter to the multitudes who were listening to him. But when they all looked at the birds, and some of them in their silliness thought it a miraculous occurrence, Apollonius interrupted this argument and said, "A boy has slipped who was carrying some barley in a bowl, and after carelessly gathering together what was fallen, he has gone off, leaving much of it scattered about in yonder alley. And this sparrow, witnessing the occurrence, has come here to acquaint his fellows with the good luck, and to invite them to come and eat with him." Most of his audience accordingly ran off to the spot, but Apollonius continued to those who remained with him the discourse he had proposed to himself on the topic of communism. And when they returned talking loudly and full of wonder, he continued thus: "You see how the sparrows care for one another and delight in communism, but we are far from approving of it. Nay, should we happen to see anyone sharing his own in common with others, we set him down as a spendthrift, and talk about his extravagance and so forth, while as for those who are supported by him, we call them parasites and flatterers. What then is left for us to do, except to shut ourselves up like birds that are being fed up and fattened, and gorge ourselves in the dark until we literally burst with fat?" Chapter 4. A pestilence was creeping over Ephesus, but the disease had not yet reached its full violence before Apollonius understood that it was approaching, and impressed with the danger, he foretold it, and interspersed his discourses with such exclamations as, "O earth, remain true to thyself!" And he added a tone of menace such appeals as these: "Do thou preserve these men here," and "Thou shalt not pass hither." But his hearers did not attend to these warnings, and thought them mere rhodomontade, all the more because they saw him constantly visiting all the temples in order to avert and depreciate the calamity. And since they conducted themselves so foolishly in respect of the scourge, he thought that it was not necessary to do anything more for them, but began a tour of the rest of Ionia, relegating their several affairs, and from time to time recommending in his discourses what was salutary for his audiences. Chapter 5. But when he came to Smyrna, the Ionians went out to meet him, for they were just celebrating the Pan-Ionian sacrifices. And he there read a decree of the Ionians, in which they besought him to take part in their solemn meeting. And in it he met with a name which had not at all an Ionian ring, for a certain Lucullus had signed the resolution. He accordingly sent a letter to their council, expressing his astonishment at such an instance of barbarism, for he had, it seems, also found the name Fabricius, and other such names in the decrees. The letter on this subject shows how sternly he reprimanded them. Chapter 6. And on another day he presented himself before the meeting of the Ionians, and asked, What is this cup? And they answered, It is the Pan-Ionian cup. Whereupon he took a draught from it, and poured a libation, saying, O ye gods, who are patrons of the Ionians, may ye grant to this fair colony to enjoy safety at sea, that no disaster may wreak itself on them by land therefrom, and that Aogeon, the author of earthquakes, may never shake down their cities. These words he uttered under divine impulse, because he foresaw, as I believe, the disasters which afterwards betook Smyrna and Miletus, and Chios and Samos, and several of the Iades. Chapter 7. And remarking the zeal with which the people of Smyrna devoted themselves to all sorts of compositions, he encouraged them, and increased their zeal, and urged them to take pride rather in themselves than in the beauty of their city. For although they had the most beautiful of cities under the sun, and although they had a friendly sea at their doors which held the springs of the Zephyr, nevertheless it was more pleasing for the city to be crowned with men than with porticos and pictures, or even with gold in excess of what they needed. For, he said, public edifices remain where they are, and are nowhere seen except in that particular part of the earth where they exist. But good men are conspicuous everywhere, and everywhere talked about, and so they can magnify the city more to which they belong, in proportion to the numbers in which they are able to visit any part of the earth. And he said that cities which are beautiful in the same way as Smyrna was, resemble the statue of Zeus, wrought in Olympia by Phidias. For there Zeus sits, just as it pleased the artist that he should, whereas men who visit all regions of the earth may be well compared with the Homeric Zeus, who is represented by Homer under many shapes, and is a more wonderful creation than the image made of ivory, for the latter is only to be seen upon earth, but the former is an ideal presence imagined everywhere in heaven. Chapter 8. And in these discussions, moreover, with the people of Smyrna, he wisely taught them also how best to guarantee the security of those who live in the cities. For he saw that they were at issue with one another, and did not agree with their ideals. He accordingly told them that for a city to be rightly conducted by its inhabitants, you need a mixture of concord with party spirit. And as this utterance seemed inadmissible and hardly logical, Apollonius, realizing that most of them did not follow his argument, added, White and black can never be one and the same, nor can bitter be wholesomely blended with sweet, but concord can be blended with party spirit to secure the safety of the cities. And let us not consider any meaning to be somewhat as follows. Far be from your city the factiousness which leads men to draw swords and to stone one another. For in a city we need our children to be brought up properly, and we need laws, and we need inhabitants equally versed in discussion and in deeds. But mutual rivalry between men in behalf of the common weal, and with the object that one should give better advice than another, and that one should discharge better than another the duties of magistrate, and that one should discharge the office of an ambassador or of an aedile more brilliantly than his fellows, here, he said, I think you have worthy rivalry and a real contention among yourselves in behalf of the common weal. But that one person should practice one thing, and another another, with a view to benefiting the city, seemed of old a foolish thing to the Lacedaemonians, because they only cultivated the arts of war, and because they all strengthened themselves for this end, and interested themselves in nothing else. But to me it seems best that each man should do what he understands best, and what he best can do. For that city will recline in peace, nay, will rather stand up erect, where one man is admired for his popular influence, and another for his wisdom, and another for his liberal expenditure on public objects, and another for his kindliness, and another for his severity and unbending sternness towards malefactors, and another because his hands are pure beyond suspicion. Chapter 9. And as he was thus discoursing, he saw a ship with 3 sails leaving the harbour, of which the sailors were each discharging their particular duties in working it out to sea. Accordingly, by way of reforming his audience, he said, "Now look at that ship's crew, how some of them, being rowers, have embarked in the tugboats, while others are winding up and making fast the anchors, and others again are spreading the sails to the wind, and others are keeping an outlook at bow and stern. Now if a single member of this community abandoned any one of his particular tasks, or went about his naval duties in an inexperienced manner, they would have a bad voyage, and would themselves impersonate the storm. But if they vie with one another, and are rivals only with the object of one showing himself as good a man as the other, then the ship will make the best havens, and all their voyage be one of fair weather and fair sailing, and the precaution they exercise about themselves will prove to be as valuable as if Poseidon, our Lord of safety, were watching over them." Chapter 10. With such harangues as these, he knit together the people of Smyrna. But when the plague began to rage in Ephesus, and no remedy sufficed to check it, they sent a deputation to Apollonius, asking him to become physician of their infirmity. And he thought that he ought not to postpone his journey, but said, "Let us go." And forthwith he was in Ephesus, performing the same feat, I believe, as Pythagoras, who was in Thurii and Metapontum at one and the same moment. He therefore called together the Ephesians, and said, "Take courage, for I will today put a stop to the course of the disease." And with these words he led the population entire to the theatre, where the image of the averting god had been set up. And there he saw what seemed an old mendicant artfully blinking his eyes as if blind, and he carried a wallet and a crust of bread in it, and he was clad in rags, and was very squalid of countenance. Apollonius therefore ranged the Ephesians around him, and said, "Pick up as many stones as you can, and hurl them at this enemy of the gods." Now the Ephesians wondered what he meant, and were shocked at the idea of murdering a stranger so manifestly miserable, for he was begging and praying them to take mercy upon him. Nevertheless, Apollonius insisted and egged on the Ephesians to launch themselves on him, and not to let him go. And as soon as some of them began to take shots and hit him with their stones, the beggar, who had seemed to blink and be blind, gave them all a sudden glance, and his eyes were full of fire. Then the Ephesians recognized that he was a demon, and they stoned him so thoroughly that their stones were heaped into a great cairn around him. After a little pause, Apollonius bade them remove the stones, and acquaint themselves with the wild animal they had slain. When therefore they had exposed the object which they thought they had thrown their missiles at, they found that he had disappeared, and instead of him there was a hound who resembled in form and look a Molossian dog, but was in size the equal of the largest lion. There he lay before their eyes, pounded to a pulp by their stones, and vomiting foam as mad dogs do. Accordingly, the statue of the averting god, namely Hercules, has been set up over the spot where the ghost was slain. Chapter 11. Having purged the Ephesians of the plague, and having had enough of the people of Ionia, he started for Hellas. Having made his way then to Pergamon, and being pleased with the temple of Asclepius, he gave hints to the supplicants of the gods what to do in order to obtain favorable dreams. And having healed many of them, he came to the land of Ilium. And as his mind was stored with all the traditions of their past, he went to visit the tombs of the Achaeans, and he delivered himself of many speeches over them, and he offered many sacrifice of a bloodless and pure kind. And then he bade his companions go on board ship, for he himself, he said, must spend a night on the mound of Achilles. Now his companions tried to deter him, for in fact the sons of Dioscorus and the Phidemi and a whole company of such already followed in the train of Apollonius, alleging that Achilles was still dreadful to look upon, for such was the conviction about him of the inhabitants of Ilium. Nevertheless, said Apollonius, I know Achilles well, and that he thoroughly delights in company, for he heartily welcomed Nestor when he came from Pylos, because he always had something useful to tell him, and he used to honor Phoenix with the title of foster father and companion and so forth, because Phoenix entertained him with his talk, and he looked most mildly upon Priam also, although he was his bitterest enemy, so soon as he heard him talk. And when in the course of a quarrel he had an interview with Odysseus, he made himself so gracious that Odysseus thought him more handsome than terrible. For I think that his shield and his plumes that wave so terribly, as they say, are a menace to the Trojans, because he can never forget what he suffered at their hands, when he played him false over the marriage. But I have nothing in common with Ilium, and I shall talk to him more pleasantly than his former companions. And if he slays me, as you say he will, why then I shall repose with Memnon and Cycnus, and perhaps Troy will bury me in a hollow sepulchre, as they did Hector. Such were the words to his companions, half playful and half serious, as he went up alone to the Baro. But they went on board ship, for it was already evening. Chapter 12. But Apollonius came about dawn to them, and said, Where is Antisthenes of Paros? And this person had joined their society 7 days before in Ilium. And when Antisthenes answered that he was there, he said, Have you, O young man, any Trojan blood in your veins? Certainly I have, he said, for I am a Trojan by ancestry. And a descendant of Priam as well? Asked Apollonius. Why, yes, by Zeus, answered the other, and that is why I consider myself a good man and of good stock. That explains, then, said the sage, why Achilles forbids me to associate with you. For after he bade me go as his deputy to the Thessalians in the matter of a complaint which he has against them, and I asked him whether there was anything else which I could do to please him. Yes, he said, you must take care not to initiate the young man from Paros in your wisdom, for he is too much of a descendant of Priam, and the praise of Hector is never out of his mouth. Chapter 13. Accordingly, Antisthenes went off, though against his will, and when the day broke, and the wind offshore increased in strength, and the ship was ready to be launched, it was invaded, in spite of its small dimensions, by a number of other people who were anxious to share the voyage with Apollonius, for it was already autumn, and the sea was not much to be trusted. They all then regarded Apollonius as one who was master of the tempest and of fire, and of perils of all sorts, and so wished to go on board with him, and begged him to allow them to share the voyage with him. But as the company was many times too great for the ship, spying a larger ship, for there were many in the neighborhood of the tomb of Ajax, he said, Let us go on board this, for it is a good thing to get home safely with as many as may be. He accordingly doubled the promontory of Troy, and then commanded the pilot to shape his course towards the country of the Iolians, which lies over against Lesbos, and then to turn as close as he could to Methymna, and there to cast anchor. For there it was, he said, that Achilles declared Palamedes lay, where also they would find his image a cubit high, representing, however, a man older than was ever Palamedes. And at the moment of disembarking from the ship, he said, Let us show our respect, O ye Greeks, for so good a man to whom we owe all wisdom. For we shall anyhow prove ourselves better men than the Achaeans, if we pay tribute to the excellence of one whom they so unjustly slew. They accordingly leapt out of the ship, but he hit upon the tomb and found the statue buried beside it. And there were inscribed on the base of the statue the words, To the divine Palamedes. He accordingly set it up again in its place, as I myself saw. And he raised a shrine around it, of the size which the worshippers of the goddess of the crossways, called Enodia, use. For it was large enough for 10 persons at once to sit and drink and keep good cheer in, and having done so, he offered up the following prayer. O Palamedes, do thou forget the wrath, wherewith thou wast wrought against the Achaeans, and grant that men may multiply in numbers and wisdom. Yea, O Palamedes, author of all eloquence, author of the Muses, author of myself. Chapter 14. He also visited, in passing, the shrine of Orpheus, when he had put in at Lesbos. And they tell that it was here that Orpheus once on a time loved to prophesy, before Apollo had turned his attention to him. For when the latter found that men no longer flocked to Gryneum for the sake of oracles, nor to Clarus, nor to Delphi, where is the tripod of Apollo, and that Orpheus was the only true oracle, his head having lately come from Thrace, he presented himself before the giver of oracles, and said, Cease to meddle with my affairs, for I have already put up long enough with your vaticinations. Chapter 15. After this they continued their voyage along the Sea of Euboea, which Homer considered to be one of the most dangerous and difficult to traverse. However, the sea was smooth, and was much better than you expected in that season, and their conversation turned upon the many and famous islands which they were visiting, and upon shipbuilding and pilotage and other topics suitable to a voyage. But as Damis found fault with some of the things they said, and cut short many of their remarks, and would not allow some of their questions to be put, Apollonius realized that he was anxious to discuss some other topic, and said, What ails you, Damis, that you break in on the course of our questions in this way? For I am sure that it is not because you are seasick or in any way inconvenienced by the voyage that you object to our conversation, for you see how smoothly our ship is wafted over her bosom by the submissive sea. Why then are you so uneasy? Because, replied the other, when a great topic suggests itself, which we surely ought rather to be asking about, we are asking questions about these threadbare and antiquated subjects. And what, said Apollonius, may be this topic which makes you regard all others as superfluous? You have, he answered, had an interview with Achilles, O Apollonius, and probably you have heard him speak at length of many things so far unknown to ourselves, and yet you tell us nothing about these, nor do you describe to us the figure of Achilles, but you fill your conversation with talk of the islands we are sailing round and of shipbuilding. If you will not accuse me of bragging, said Apollonius, you shall hear everything. End of Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 1 through 15. Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 16 through 24 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 4. Chapter 16. The rest of the company also besought him to tell them all about it, and as they were in a mood to listen to him, he said, "Well, it was not by digging a ditch, like Odysseus, nor by tempting souls with the blood of sheep, that I obtained a conversation with Achilles, but I offered up the prayer which the Indians say they use in approaching their heroes. 'O Achilles,' I said, 'most of mankind declare that you are dead, but I cannot agree with them, nor can Pythagoras, my spiritual ancestor. If then we hold the truth, show to us your own form, for you would profit not a little by showing yourself to my eyes, if you should be able to use them to attest your existence.' Thereupon a slight earthquake shook the neighborhood of the barrow, and a youth issued forth 5 cubits high, wearing a cloak of Thessalian fashion, but in appearance he was by no means the braggart figure which some imagine Achilles to have been. Though he was stern to look upon, he had never lost his bright look, and it seems to me that his beauty has never received its meed of praise, even though Homer dwelt at length upon it, for it was really beyond the power of words, and it is easier for the singer to ruin his fame in this respect than to praise him as he deserved. At first sight he was of the size which I have mentioned, but he grew bigger, till he was twice as large, and even more than that. At any rate, he appeared to me to be 12 cubits high, just at that moment when he reached his complete stature, and his beauty grew apace with his length. He told me then that he had never at any time shorn off his hair, but preserved it inviolate for the river Spiricius, for this was the first river he had consulted. But on his cheeks you saw the first down. And he addressed me and said,
'I am pleased to have met you, since I have long wanted a man like yourself. For the Thessalians, for a long time past, have failed to present their offerings at my tomb, and I do not yet wish to show my wrath against them, for if I did so, they would perish more thoroughly than ever the Hellenes did on this spot. Accordingly, I resort to gentle advice, and would warn them not to violate ancient custom, nor to prove themselves worse men than the Trojans here, who, though they were robbed of so many of their heroes by myself, yet sacrifice publicly to me, and also give me the tithes of their fruits in season, and olive branch in hand, ask for a truce from my hostility. But this I will not grant, for the perjuries which they committed against me will not suffer Ilium ever to resume its pristine beauty, nor to regain the prosperity which yet has favored many a city that was destroyed of old. Nay, if they rebuild it, things shall go as hard with them as if their city had been captured only yesterday. In order then to save me from bringing the Thessalian polity to the same condition, you must go as my envoy to their council in behalf of the object I have mentioned.'
'I will be your envoy,' I replied, 'for the object of my embassy were to save them from ruin. But, O Achilles, I would ask something of you.'
'I understand,'
said he,
'for it is plain you are going to ask about the Trojan War. So, ask me 5 questions about whatever you like, and that the fates approve of.'
I accordingly asked him firstly if he had obtained burial in accordance with the story of the poets.
'I lie here,'
he answered,
'as was most delightful to myself and Patroclus, for you know we met in mere youth, and a single golden jar holds the remains of both of us, as if we were one. But as for the dirges of the Muses and of the Nereids, which they say are sung over me. The Muses, I may tell you, never once came here at all, though the Nereids still resort to the spot.
Next I asked him if Polyxena was really slaughtered over his tomb, and he replied that this was true, but that she was slain not by the Achaeans, but that she came of her own free will to the sepulchre, and that so high was the value she set on her own passion for him and his for her, that she threw herself upon a drawn sword. The third question I asked was this: Did Helen, O Achilles, really come to Troy, or was it Homer that was pleased to make up the story?
For a long time,
He replied,
we were deceived and tricked into sending envoys to the Trojans and fighting battles in her behalf, in the belief that she was in Ilium, whereas she really was living in Egypt and in the house of Proteus, whither she had been snatched away by Paris. But when we became convinced thereof, we continued to fight to win Troy itself, so as not to disgrace ourselves by retreat.
The fourth question which I ventured upon was this: I wonder, I said, whether Greece has ever produced at any one time so many and such distinguished heroes as Homer says were gathered against Troy. But Achilles answered,
Why, even the barbarians did not fall short of us. So abundantly then did excellence flourish all over the earth.
And my fifth question was this: Why was it that Homer knew nothing about Palamedes? Or if he knew him, then kept him out of your story?
If Palamedes,
he answered,
never came to Troy, then Troy never existed either. But since this wisest and most warlike hero fell in obedience to Odysseus's whim, Homer does not introduce him into his poems, lest he should have to record the shame of Odysseus in his song.
And withal, Achilles raised a wail over him as over one who was the greatest and most beautiful of men, the youngest and also the most warlike, one who in sobriety surpassed all others, and had often foregathered with the Muses.
But you,
he added,
O Apollonius, since sages have a tender regard for one another, you must care for his tomb and restore the image of Palamedes that has been so contemptuously cast aside, and it lies in Aeolis, close to Methymna in Lesbos.
With these words, and with the closing remarks concerning the youth from Paros, Achilles vanished with a flash of summer lightning, for indeed the cocks were already beginning their chant. Chapter 17. So much for the conversation on board. But having sailed into the Piraeus at the season of the Mysteries, when the Athenians keep the most crowded of Hellenic festivals, he went post-haste up from the ship into the city, but as he went forward, he fell in with quite a number of students of philosophy on their way down to Phalerum. Some of them were stripped and underwent the heat, for in autumn the sun is hot upon the Athenians, and others were studying books, and some were rehearsing their speeches, and others were disputing. But no one passed him by, for they all guessed that it was Apollonius, and they turned and thronged around him and welcomed him warmly. And 10 youths in a body met him, and holding up their hands towards the Acropolis, they cried, By Athena yonder! We were on the point of going down to the Piraeus there to take ship to Ionia in order to visit you. And he welcomed them, and said how much he congratulated them on their study of philosophy. Chapter 18. It was then customary of the Epidaurian festival, at which it is still customary for the Athenians to hold the initiation at a second sacrifice, after both proclamation and victims have been offered, and this custom was instituted in honor of Asclepius, because they still initiated him when, on one occasion, he arrived from Epidaurus too late for the mysteries. Now most people neglected the initiation and hung around Apollonius, and thought more of doing that than of being perfected in their religion before they went home. But Apollonius said that he would join them later on, and urged them to attend at once to the rites of religion, for that he himself would be initiated. But the Hierophant was not disposed to admit him to the rites, for he said that he would never initiate a wizard and charlatan, nor open the Eleusinian rite to a man who dabbled in impure rites. Thereupon Apollonius, fully equal to the occasion, said, "You have not yet mentioned the chief of my offence, which is that knowing, as I do, more about the initiatory rite than you do yourself, I have nevertheless come for initiation to you, as if you were wiser than I am." The bystanders applauded these words, and deemed that he had answered with vigor and like himself, and thereupon the Hierophant, since he saw that his exclusion of Apollonius was not by any means popular with the crowd, changed his tone, and said, "Be thou initiated, for thou seemest to be some wise man that has come here." But Apollonius replied, "I will be initiated at another time, and it is so and so," mentioning a name, "who will initiate me." Herein he showed his gift of prevision, for he glanced at the Hierophant, who succeeded the one he addressed, and presided over the temple 4 years later. Chapter 19. Many were the discourses which according to Damis the sage delivered at Athens, though he did not write down all of them, but only the more important ones in which he handled great subjects. He took then for the topic of his first discourse the matter of rites and ceremonies, and this because he saw that the Athenians were much addicted to sacrifices, and in it he explained how a religious man could best adapt his sacrifice, his libation, or prayers to any particular divinity, and that what hours of day and night he ought to offer them. And it is possible to obtain a book of Apollonius, in which he gives instructions on these points in his own words, but at Athens he discussed these topics with a view to improving his own wisdom and that of others in the first place, and in the second, of convicting the Hierophant of blasphemy and ignorance in the remarks he had made. For who could continue to regard as one impure in his religion a man who taught philosophically how the worship of the gods is to be conducted? Chapter 20. Now while he was discussing the question of libations, there chanced to be present in his audience a young dandy who bore so evil a reputation for licentiousness that his conduct had once been the subject of coarse street corner songs. His home was Corcyra, and he traced his pedigree to Alcinous the Phaeacian, who entertained Odysseus. Apollonius was then talking about libations, and was urging them not to drink out of a particular cup, but to reserve it for the gods, without ever touching it or drinking out of it. But when he also urged them to have handles on the cup, and to pour the libation over the handle, because that is the part of the cup at which men are least likely to drink, the youth burst out into loud and coarse laughter, and quite drowned his voice. Then Apollonius looked up at him and said, "It is not yourself that perpetuates this insult, but the demon, who drives you on without you knowing it." And in fact the youth was, without knowing it, possessed by a devil, for he would laugh at things that no one else laughed at, and then he would fall to weeping for no reason at all, and he would talk and sing to himself. Now most people thought that it was the boisterous humor of youth which led him into such excess, but he was really the mouthpiece of a devil, though it only seemed a drunken frolic in which on that occasion he was indulging. Now when Apollonius gazed on him, the ghost in him began to utter cries of fear and rage, such as one hears from people who are being branded or racked. And the ghost swore that he would leave the young man alone, and never take possession of any man again. But Apollonius addressed him with anger, as a master might a shifty, rascally, and shameless slave, and so on. And he ordered him to quit the young man, and show by a visible sign that he had done so. "I will throw down yonder statue," said the devil, and pointed to one of the images which was in the king's portico, for there it was that the scene took place. But when the statue began by moving gently and then fell down, it would defy anyone to describe the hubbub which arose thereat, and the way they clapped their hands with wonder. But the young man rubbed his eyes as if he had just woke up, and he looked towards the rays of the sun, and won the consideration of all who now had turned their attention to him. For he no longer showed himself licentious, nor did he stare madly about, but he had returned to his own self, as thoroughly as if he had been treated with drugs. And he gave up his dainty dress and summery garments and the rest of his sybaritic way of life, and he fell in love with the austerity of philosophers, and donned their cloak, and stripping off his old self, modelled his life in future upon that of Apollonius. Chapter 21. And he is said to have rebuked the Athenians for their conduct of the festival of Dionysus, which they hold at the season of the month Anthesterion. For when he saw them flocking to the theatre, he imagined that they were going to listen to solos and compositions in the way of processional and rhythmic hymns, such as are sung in comedies and tragedies. But when he heard them dancing lascivious jigs to the rondos of a flute, and in the midst of the solemn and sacred music of Orpheus striking attitudes as the Hours, or as nymphs, or as bacchantes, he set himself to rebuke their proceedings, and said, "Stop dancing away the reputations of the victors of Salamis, as well as of many other good men departed from this life. For if, indeed, this were a Lacedaemonian form of dance, I would say, Bravo, soldiers, for you are training yourselves for war, and I join in your dance. But as it is a soft dance, and one of effeminate tendency, what am I to say of your national trophies? Not as monuments of shame to the Medians or Persians, but to your own shame they will have been raised, should you degenerate so much from those who set them up. And what do you mean by your saffron robes and your purple and scarlet raiment? For surely the Arcanians never dressed themselves up in this way, nor ever the kings of Colonus rode in such garb. And why do I say this? A woman commanded a ship from Caria, and sailed against you with Xerxes. And about her there was nothing womanly, but she wore the garb and armor of a man. But you are softer than the woman of Xerxes' day, and you are dressing yourselves up to be your own despite, old and young and tender youth alike, you who of old flocked to the temple of Agraulus in order to swear to die in battle on behalf of the fatherland. And now it seems that the same people are ready to swear to become Bacchantes, and don the thyrsus in behalf of their country. And no one bears a helmet, but disguised as female harlequins, to use the phrase of Euripides, they shine in shame alone. Nay more, I hear that you turn yourselves into winds, and wave your skirts, and pretend that you are ships bellying their sails aloft. But surely you might at least have some respect for the winds that were your allies and once blew mightily to protect you, instead of turning Boreas, who was your patron, and who of all the winds is the most masculine, into a woman. For Boreas would never have become the lover of Oreithyia, if he had seen her executing, like you, a skirt dance. Chapter 22. He also corrected the following abuse at Athens. The Athenians ran in crowds to the theatre beneath the Acropolis to witness human slaughter, and the passion for such sports was stronger there than it is in Corinth today. For they would buy for large sums adulterers and fornicators, and burglars and cutpurses and kidnappers, and such like rabble, and then they took them and armed them and set them to fight with one another. Apollonius then attacked these practices, and when the Athenians invited him to attend their assembly, he refused to enter a place so impure and reeking with gore. And this he said in an epistle to them. He said that he was surprised that the goddess had not already quitted the Acropolis, when you shed such blood under her eyes. For I suspect that presently, when you are conducting the Pan-Athenaic procession, you will no longer be content with bulls, but will be sacrificing hecatombs of men to the goddess. And thou, O Dionysus, dost thou after such bloodshed frequent their theatre? And do the wise among the Athenians pour libations to thee there? Nay, do thou depart, O Dionysus. Holier and purer is thy Citharon. Such were the more serious of the subjects which I have found he treated of at that time in Athens in his philosophic discourses. Chapter 23. And he also went as envoy to the Thessalians in behalf of Achilles, at the time of the conferences held in Pylaea, at which the Thessalians transact the Amphictyonic business. And they were so frightened that they passed a resolution for the resumption of the ceremonies at the tomb. As for the monument of Leonidas the Spartan, he almost surrounded it with a shrine, out of admiration for the hero. And as he was coming to the mound where the Lacedaemonians are said to have been overwhelmed by the bolts which the enemy rained upon them, he heard his companions discussing with one another which was the loftiest hill in Hellas, this topic being suggested, it seems, by the sight of the mountain of Oita, which rose before their eyes. So ascending the mound, he said, I consider this the loftiest spot of all, for those who fell here in defense of freedom raised it to a level with Oita, and carried it to a height surpassing many mountains like Olympus. It is these men that I admire, and beyond any of them Megistias and Arcanian, for he knew the death that they were about to die, and deliberately made up his mind to share in it with these heroes, fearing not so much death as the prospect that he should miss death in such company. Chapter 24. And he also visited all the Greek shrines, namely that of Dodona, and the Pythian temple, and the one at Abai. And he betook himself to those of Amphiaraus and of Trophineus, and he went up to the shrine of the Muses on Mount Helicon. And when he visited these temples, and corrected the rites, the priests went in his company, and the votaries followed in his steps, and goblets were set up flowing with rational discourse, and the thirsty quaffed their wine. And as the Olympic games were coming on, and the people of Elis invited him to take part in the contest, he answered, You seem to me to tarnish the glory of the Olympic games. If you need to send special invitations to those who intend to visit you from this very land. And he was at the Isthmus when the sea was roaring around Lycaeum, and hearing it, he said, This neck of land shall be cut through, or rather it shall not be cut. And herein he uttered a prediction of the cutting of the Isthmus, which was attempted soon afterwards, when Nero in the 7th year of his reign projected it. For the latter left his imperial palace, and came to Hellas, with the intention of submitting himself to the herald's commands, in the Olympic and Pythian festivals. And he also won the prize at the Isthmus, his victories being won at the contest of singing to the harp, and in that of the heralds. And he also won the prize for tragedians at Olympia. It is said that he then formed the novel project of cutting through the Isthmus, in order to make it possible for ships to sail right round and by it, and to unite the Aegean with the Adriatic Sea. So instead of every ship having to go round Cape Malea, most by passing through the canal so cut could abridge an otherwise circuitous voyage. But mark the upshot of the oracle delivered by Apollonius. They began to dig the canal at Lycaeum, but they had not advanced more than about 4 stadia of continuous excavation, when Nero stopped the work of cutting it. Some say because Egyptian men of science explained him the nature of the seas, and declared that the sea above Lycaeum would flood and obliterate the island of Aegina and others because he apprehended a revolution in the empire. Such then was the meaning of Apollonius's prediction that the isthmus would be cut through and would not be cut through. End of Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 16 through 24.
Mark, it appears to me, and by no means clear. But the sage restored the youth to health by a clear interpretation of the wise law. End of Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1 to 9. Recording by Father Ziley of Detroit, Michigan. DRZEILE.net.
Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 10 through 19 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 1. Chapter 10. One day he saw a flood of blood upon the altar, and there were victims laid out upon it, Egyptian bulls that had been sacrificed, and great hogs, and some of them were being flayed, and others were being cut up, and 2 gold vases had been dedicated set with jewels, the rarest and most beautiful that India can provide. So he went up to the priest and said, "What is all this? For someone is making a very handsome gift to the gods." And the priest replied, "You may rather be surprised at a man's offering all this without having first put up a prayer in our fane, and without having stayed with us as long as other people do, and without having gained his health from the god, and without obtaining all the things he came to ask for here. For he appears to have come only yesterday, and yet he is sacrificing on this lavish scale. And he declares that he will sacrifice more victims and dedicate more gifts, if Asclepius will hearken to him. And he is one of the richest men in existence. At any rate, he owns in Cilicia an estate bigger than all the Cilicians together possess. And he is supplicating the god to restore to him one of his eyes that has fallen out." But Apollonius fixed his eyes upon the ground, as he was accustomed to do in later life, and asked, "What is his name?" And when he heard it, he said, "It seems to me, O priest, that we ought not to welcome this fellow in the temple, for he is some ruffian who has come here, and that he is afflicted in this way is due to some sinister reason. Nay, his very conduct in sacrificing on such a magnificent scale before he has gained anything from the god is not that of a genuine votary, but rather of a man who is begging himself off from the penalty of some horrible and cruel deeds." This was what Apollonius said, and Asclepius appeared to the priest by night, and said,
"Send away so-and-so at once, and with all his possessions, and let him keep them, for he deserves to lose the other eye as well."
The priest accordingly made inquiries about the Cilician, and learned that his wife had by a former marriage borne a daughter, and he had fallen in love with the maiden, and had seduced her, and was living with her in open sin. For the mother had surprised the 2 in bed, and had put out both her eyes and one of his by stabbing them with her brooch-pin. Chapter 11. Again, he inculcated the wise rule that in our sacrifices or dedications we should not go beyond the just mean in the following way. On one occasion several people had flocked to the temple, not long after the expulsion of the Cilician, and he took the occasion to ask the priest the following questions. He said, "Are then the gods just?" Answered the priest, "Why, of course, most just." "Well, and are they wise?" Said the other, "And what can be wiser than the Godhead?" But do they know the affairs of men, or are they without experience of them? Said the other, Why, this is just the point in which the gods excel mankind, for the latter, because of their frailty, do not understand their own concerns, whereas the gods have the privilege of understanding the affairs both of men and of themselves. Apollonius said, All of your answers are excellent, O priest, and very true. Since, then, they know everything, it appears to me that a person who comes to the house of God and has a good conscience should put up the following prayer: O ye gods, grant unto me that which I deserve. For the holy, O priest, surely deserve to receive blessings, and the wicked the contrary. Therefore the gods, as they are beneficent, if they find anyone who is healthy and whole and unscarred by vice, will send him away surely, after crowning him, not with golden crowns, but with all sorts of blessings. And if they find a man branded with sin and utterly corrupt, they will hand him over and leave him to justice, after inflicting their wrath upon him all the more, because he dared to invade their temples without being pure. And at the same moment he looked toward Asclepius and said, O Asclepius, the philosophy you teach is secret and congenial to yourself, in that you suffer not the wicked to come hither, not even if they pour into your lap all the wealth of India and Sardis. For it is not out of reverence for the divinity that they sacrifice these victims and kindle these fires, but in order to purchase a verdict which you will not concede to them in your perfect justice. And much similar wisdom he delivered himself of in this temple while he was still a youth. Chapter 12. This tale also belongs to the period of his residence at Aige. Cilicia was governed at the time by a ruffian addicted to infamous forms of passion. No sooner did he hear the beauty of Apollonius spoken of, than he cast aside the matters he was busy upon, and he was just then holding a court at Tarsus, and hurrying off to Aige, pretended he was sick, and must have the help of Asclepius. There he came upon Apollonius walking alone, and prayed himself to recommend him to the god. But he replied, What recommendation can you want from anyone if you are good? For the gods love men of virtue, and welcome them without any introductions. Said the other, Because, to be sure, the god, O Apollonius, has invited you to be his guest, but so far has not invited me. Answered Apollonius, Nay, 'tis my humble merits, so far as a young man can display good qualities, which have been my passport to the favor of Asclepius, whose servant and companion I am. If you too really care for goodness, go boldly up to the god, and tender what prayer you will. Said the other, By heaven I will, if you will allow me to address you one first. Apollonius said, And what prayer can you make to me? A prayer which can only be offered to the beautiful, and which is that they may grant to others participation in their beauty, and not grudge their charms. This he said with a vile leer and voluptuous air, and all the usual wriggles of such infamous debauchees. But Apollonius, with a stern, fierce glance at him, said, You are mad, you scum! The other not only flamed up at these words, but threatened to cut off his head, whereat Apollonius laughed at him, and cried out loud, Ha! That day is to come. And in fact, it was only 3 days later that the ruffian was executed by the officers of justice on the high road for having intrigued with Archelaus the king of Cappadocia against the Romans. These and many similar incidents are given by Maximus of Aige in his treatise, a writer whose reputation for oratory won him a position in the emperor's secretariat. Chapter 13. Now when he heard that his father was dead, he hurried to Tyana, and with his own hands buried him hard by his mother's sepulchre, for she too had died not long before. and he divided the property, which was very ample, with his brother, who was an incorrigibly bad character and given to drink. Now the latter had reached his 23rd year, and was of an age no longer to need a guardian. Apollonius, on the other hand, was only 20, and the law subjected him to guardians. He therefore spent afresh some time in Asia, and turned the temple into a lyceum and academy, for it resounded with all sorts of philosophical discussions. After that he returned to Tyana, by this time grown to manhood and his own master. Some one said to him that it was his duty to correct his brother and convert him from his evil ways, whereon he answered, "This would seem a bold enterprise, for how can I, who am the younger one, correct and render wise an older man? But so far as I can do anything, I will heal him of these bad passions." Accordingly, he gave to him the half of his own share of the property, on the pretence that he required more than he had, while he himself needed little. And then he pressed him and cleverly persuaded him to submit to the counsels of wisdom, and said, "Our father has departed this life, who educated us both, and corrected us, so that you are all that I have left, and I imagine I am all that you have left. If, therefore, I do anything wrong, please advise me and cure me of my faults, and in turn, if you yourself do anything wrong, suffer me to teach you better." And so he reduced his brother to a reasonable state of mind, just as we break in skittish and unruly horses by stroking and patting them. And he reformed him from his faults, numerous as they were, for he was the slave of play and of wine. And he led a riotous life, and was vain of his hair, which he dressed up and dyed, strutting about like an arrogant dandy. So when all was well between him and his brother, he at once turned his attention to his other relatives, and consolated such of them as were in want, by bestowing on them the rest of his property, leaving only a trifle to himself. For he said that Anaxagoras of Clazomenae kept his philosophy for cattle rather than for men when he abandoned his fields to flocks and goats, and that of Crates of Thebes, when he threw his money into the sea, benefited neither man nor beast. And as Pythagoras was celebrated for his saying that "a man should have no intercourse except with his own wife," he declared that this was intended by Pythagoras for others than himself, for that he was resolved never to wed, nor have any connection whatever with women. In laying such restraint on himself, he surpassed Sophocles, who only said that in reaching old age he had escaped from a mad and cruel master, but Apollonius, by dint of virtue and temperance, never even in his youth was so overcome. While still a mere stripling, in full enjoyment of his bodily vigor, he mastered and gained control of the maddening passion. And yet there are those who accuse him falsely of an addiction to venery, alleging that he fell a victim of such sins, and spent a whole year in their indulgence among the Scythians, the facts being that he never once visited Scythia, nor was ever carried away by such passions. Not even Euphrates ever accused the sage of venery, though he traduced him otherwise, and composed lying treatises against him, as we shall show when we come to speak of him below. And his quarrel with Apollonius was that the latter rallied him for doing everything for money, and tried to wean him of his love of filthy lucre, and of huckstering his wisdom. But these matters I must defer to the times to which they belong. Chapter 14. On one occasion Euxenus asked Apollonius why so noble a thinker as he, and one who was master of a diction so fine and nervous, did not write a book. He replied, "I have not yet kept silence." And forthwith he began to hold his tongue from a sense of duty, and kept absolute silence, though his eyes and his mind were taking note of many a thing, and though most things were being stored in his memory. Indeed, when he reached the age of 100, he still surpassed Simonides in point of memory, and he used to chant a hymn addressed to memory, in which it is said that everything is worn and withered away by time, whereas time itself never ages, but remains immortal because of memory. Nevertheless, his company was not without charm during the period of his silence, for he would maintain a conversation by the expression of his eyes, by gestures of his hand, and nodding his head. Nor did he strike men as gloomy or morose, for he retained his fondness for company and his cheerfulness. This part of his life, he says, was still the most uphill work he knew, since he practised silence for 5 whole years. For he says he often had things to say and could not do so, and he was often obliged not to hear things the hearing of which would have enraged him, and often when he was moved and inclined to break out in rebuke to others, he said to himself, "Bear up then, my heart and tongue." And when reasoning offended him, he had to give up for the time the refuting of it. Chapter 15. These years of silence he spent partly in Pamphylia and partly in Cilicia, and though his paths lay through such effeminate races as these, he never spoke nor was even induced to murmur. Whenever, however, he came on a city engaged in civil conflict, and many were divided into factions over spectacles of a low kind, he would advance and show himself, and by indicating part of his intended rebuke, by manual gesture or by look on his face, he would put an end to all the disorder, and people hushed their voices, as if they were engaged in the mysteries. Well, it is not so very difficult to restrain those who have started a quarrel about dances and horses, for those who are rioting about such matters, if they turn their eyes to a real man, blush and check themselves, and easily recover their senses. But a city hard pressed by famine is not so tractable, nor so easily brought to a better mood by persuasive words, and its passion quelled. But in the case of Apollonius, mere silence on his part was enough for those so afflicted. Anyhow, when he came to Aspendus in Pamphylia, and this city is built on the river Eurymedon along with 2 others, he found nothing but vetch on sale in the market, and the citizens were feeding upon this and on anything else they could get, for the rich men had shut up all the corn, and were holding it up for export from the country. Consequently, an excited crowd of all ages had set upon the governor, and were lighting a fire to burn him alive, although he was clinging to the statues of the emperor, which were more dreaded at that time and more inviolable than the Zeus in Olympia. For they were statues of Tiberius, in whose reign a master is said to have been held guilty of impiety, merely because he struck his own slave, when he had on his person a silver drachma coined with the image of Tiberius. Apollonius then went up to the governor, and with a sign of his hand asked him what was the matter, and he answered that he had done no wrong, but was indeed being wronged quite as much as the populace. But, he said, if he could not get a hearing, he would perish along with the populace. Apollonius then turned to the bystanders, and beckoned to them that they must listen, and they not only held their tongues from wonderment at him, but they laid the fire they had kindled on the altars which were there. The governor then plucked up the courage and said, "This man and that man," and he named several, "are to blame for the famine which has arisen, and they have taken away the corn and are keeping it, one in one part of the country and another in another." The inhabitants of Aspendus thereupon passed the word to one another to make for these men's estates. But Apollonius signed with his head that they should do no such thing, but rather summon those who were to blame, and obtain the corn from them with their consent. And when, after a little time, the guilty parties arrived, he very nearly broke out in speech against them, so much was he affected by the tears of the crowd. For the children and women had all flocked together, and the old men were groaning and moaning as if they were on the point of dying by hunger. However, he respected his vow of silence, and wrote on a writing board his indictment of the offenders, and handed it to the governor to read out aloud. And his indictment ran as follows: Apollonius to the corn-dealers of Aspendus. The earth is mother of us all, for she is just. But you, because you are unjust, have pretended that she is your mother alone. And if you do not stop, I will not permit you to remain upon her. They were so terrified by these words that they filled the marketplace with corn, and the city revived. Chapter 16. After the term of his silence was over, he also visited the great Antioch, and passed into the temple of the Apollo of Daphne, to which the Assyrians attach the legend of Arcadia. For they say that Daphne, the daughter of Ladon, there underwent her metamorphosis, and they have a river flowing there, the Ladon, and a laurel tree is worshipped by them, which they say was substituted for the maiden, and cypress trees of enormous height surround the temple, and the ground sends up springs both ample and placid, in which they say Apollo purified himself by ablution. And there it is that the earth sends up a shoot of cypress, they say in honor of Cyparissus, an Assyrian youth, and the beauty of the shrub lends credence to the story of his metamorphosis. Well, I perhaps may seem to have fallen into a somewhat juvenile vein to approach my story by such legendary particulars as these, but my interest is not really in mythology. What
story shows its hero to have been more of a prophet than Proteus, and to have triumphed over many difficulties and dangers in the moment when they beset him most closely. Book 1, Chapter 5. Now he is said to have been born in a meadow, hard by which there had been now erected a sumptuous temple to him. And let us not pass by the manner of his birth. For just as the hour of his birth was approaching, his mother was warned in a dream to walk out into the meadow and pluck the flowers. And in due course she came there, and her maids attended to the flowers, scattering themselves over the meadow, while she fell asleep lying on the grass. Thereupon the swans who fed in the meadows set up a dance around her as she slept, and lifting their wings as they are wont to do, cried out aloud all at once, for there was somewhat of a breeze blowing in the meadow. She then leaped up at the sound of their song, and bore her child, for any sudden fright is apt to bring on a premature delivery. But the people of the country say that just at the moment of the birth, a thunderbolt seemed about to fall to earth, and then rose up into the air and disappeared aloft. And the gods thereby indicated, I think, the great distinction to which the sage was to attain, and hinted in advance how he should transcend all things upon earth and approach the gods, and signified all the things that he would achieve. Book 1, Chapter 6. Now there is near Tyana a well sacred to Zeus, the god of oaths, so they say, and they call it the well of Asbama. Here a spring rises cold, but bubbles up like a boiling cauldron. This water is favorable and sweet to those who keep their oaths, but to perjurers it brings hot-footed justice. For it attacks their eyes and hands and feet, and they fall the prey of dropsy and wasting disease. And they are not even able to go away, but are held on the spot and bemoan themselves at the edge of the spring, acknowledging their perjuries. The people of the country then say that Apollonius was a son of Zeus, but the sage called himself the son of Apollonius. Book 1, Chapter 7. On reaching the age when children are taught their letters, he showed great strength of memory and power of application, and his tongue affected the Attic dialect, nor was his accent corrupted by the race he lived among. All eyes were turned upon him, for he was, moreover, conspicuous for his beauty. When then he reached his 14th year, his father brought him to Tarsus, to Euthydemus, the teacher from Phoenicia. Now Euthydemus was a good rhetor, and began his education. But though he was attached to his teacher, he found the atmosphere of the city harsh and strange, and little conducive to the philosophic life. For nowhere are men more addicted than here to luxury. Jesters and full of insolence are they all, and they attend more to their fine linen than the Athenians did to wisdom. And a stream called the Cydnus runs through their city, along the banks of which they sit like so many waterfowl. Hence the words which Apollonius addresses to them in his letter: "Be done with getting drunk upon your water." He therefore transferred his teacher with his father's consent to the town of Ægae, which was close by, where he found a peace congenial to one who would be a philosopher, and a more serious school of study, and a temple of Asclepius, where that God reveals himself in person to men. There he had as his companions in philosophy followers of Plato and Chrysippus and peripatetic philosophers. And he diligently attended also to the discourses of Epicurus, for he did not despise these either, though it was to those of Pythagoras that he applied himself with unspeakable wisdom and ardor. However, his teacher of the Pythagorean system was not a very serious person, nor one who practiced in his conduct the philosophy he taught, for he was the slave of his belly and appetites, and modeled himself upon Epicurus. And this man was Euxenus from the town of Heraclea in Pontus, and he knew the opinions of Pythagoras, just as birds know what they learn from men. For the birds will wish you farewell, and say, "Good day," or "Zeus help you," and such like, without understanding what they say, and without any real sympathy for mankind, merely because they have been trained to move their tongue in a certain manner. Apollonius, however, was like the young eagles, who, as long as they are not fully fledged, fly alongside of their parents and are trained by them in flight, but who, as soon as they are able to rise in the air, outsoar the parent birds, especially when they perceive the latter to be greedy and to be flying along the ground in order to snuff the quarry. Like them, Apollonius attended Euxenus as long as he was a child, and was guided by him in the path of argument, but when he reached his 16th year, he felt an impulse towards the life of Pythagoras, being fledged and winged thereto by some higher power. Notwithstanding, he did not cease to love Euxenus. Nay, he persuaded his father to present him with a villa outside the town, where there were tender groves and fountains, and he said to him, "Now you live there your own life, but I will live that of Pythagoras." Book 1, Chapter 8. Now Euxenus realized that he was attached to a lofty ideal, and asked him at what point he would begin it. Apollonius answered, "At the point at which physicians begin, for they, by purging the bowels of their patients, prevent some from being ill at all, and heal others." And having said this, he declined to live upon a flesh diet, on the ground that it was unclean, and also that it made the mind gross. So he partook only of dried fruits and vegetables, for he said that all the fruits of the earth are clean. And of wine he said that it was a clean drink, because it is yielded to men by so well domesticated a plant as the vine. But he declared that it endangered the mental balance and system, and darkened, as with mud, the ether which is in the soul. After then, having thus purged his interior, he took to walking without shoes, by way of adornment, and clad himself in linen raiment, declining to wear any animal product. And he let his hair grow long, and lived in the temple. And the people round about the temple were struck with admiration for him. And the god Asclepius one day said to the priest that he was delighted to have Apollonius as witness of his cures of the sick, and such was his reputation that the Cilicians themselves and the people all around flocked to Ægae to see him. Hence the Cilician proverb, "Whither runnest thou? Is it to see the stripling?" Such was the saying that arose about him, and it gained the distinction of becoming a proverb. Book 1, Chapter 9. Now it is well that I should not pass over in my narrative the life led in the temple by my hero, who was held in esteem even by the gods. For an Assyrian stripling came to Asclepius, and though he was sick, yet he lived the life of luxury, and being continually drunk, I will not say he lived, rather he was ever dying. He suffered then from dropsy, and finding his pleasure in drunkenness, took no care to dry up his malady. On this account then Asclepius took no care of him, and did not visit him even in a dream. The youth grumbled at this, and thereupon the god, standing over him, said, "If you were to consult Apollonius, you would be easier." He therefore went to Apollonius and said, "What is there in your wisdom that I can profit by? For Asclepius bids me consult you." And he replied, "I can advise you of what under the circumstances will be most valuable to you, for I suppose you want to get well." "Yes, by Zeus," answered the other, "I want the health which Asclepius promises, but never gives." "Hush," said the other, "for he gives to those who desire it, but you do things that irritate and aggravate your disease. For you give yourself up to luxury, and you accumulate heavy meals upon your water-logged and worn-out stomach, and as it were choke water with a flood of mud." This was a clearer response, in my opinion, than Heraclitus in his wisdom gave. For he said, when he was visited by this affliction, that what he needed was some one to substitute a drought for his rainy weather. A very unintelligible
Then is the purport of my narrative. Apollonius, when he beheld a temple so graceful, and yet the home of no serious studies, but only of men half barbarous and uncultivated, remarked, "O Apollo, change these dumb dogs into trees, so that at least as cypresses they may become vocal." And when he had inspected the springs, and noted how calm and quiet they were, and how not one of them made the least babble, he remarked, "The prevailing dumbness of this place does not permit even the springs to speak." And when he saw the Ladon, he said, "It is not your daughter alone that underwent a change, but you too, so far as one can see, have become a barbarian after being a Hellen and an Arcadian." And when he was minded to converse, he avoided the frequented regions and the disorderly, and said that it was not a rabble he wanted, but real men, and he resorted to the more solemn places, and lived in such temples as were not shut up. At sunrise, indeed, he performed certain rites by himself, rites which he only communicated to those who had disciplined themselves by a 4-year spell of silence. But during the rest of the day, in case the city was a Greek one, and the sacred rites familiar to him, he would call the priests together, and talk wisely about the gods, and would correct them, supposing that they had departed from the traditional forms. If, however, the rites were barbarous and peculiar, then he would find out who had founded them, and on what occasion they were established, and having learnt the sort of cult it was, he would make suggestions, in case he could think of any improvement upon them, and then he would go in quest of his followers, and bid them ask any questions they liked. For he said that it was the duty of philosophers of his school to hold converse at the earliest dawn with the gods, but as the day advanced, about the gods, and during the rest of the day to discuss human affairs in friendly intercourse. And having answered all the questions which his companions addressed to him, and when he had had enough of their society, he would rise and give himself up for the rest of the day to the general public, not, however, before midday, but as far as possible just when the day stood still. And when he thought he had had enough of such conversation, he would be anointed and rubbed, and then fling himself into cold water, for he called hot baths the old age of men. At any rate, when the people of Antioch were shut out of them because of the enormities committed there, he said, "The emperor, for your sins, has granted you a new lease of life. And when the Ephesians wanted to stone their governor because he did not warm their baths enough, he said to them, You are blaming your governor because you get such a sorry bath, but I blame you because you take a bath at all. Chapter 17. The literary style which he cultivated was not dithyrambic or tumid and swollen with poetical words, nor again was it far-fetched and full of affected atticisms, for he thought that an excessive degree of atticizing was unpleasant. Neither did he indulge in subtleties, or spin out his discourses, nor did anyone ever hear him disassembling in an ironical way, nor addressing to his audience methodical arguments. But when he conversed, he would assume an oracular manner, and use the expressions, I know, or it is my opinion, or where are you drifting to, or you must know. And his sentences were short and crisp, and his words were telling and closely fitted to the things he spoke of, and his words had a ring about them as of the dooms delivered by a sceptred king. And when a certain quibbler asked him why he asked no questions of him, he replied, Because I asked questions when I was a stripling, and it is not my business to ask questions now, but to teach people what I have discovered. The other asked him afresh, How then, O Apollonius, should a sage converse? He replied, Like a lawgiver, for it is the duty of the lawgiver to deliver to the many the instructions of whose truth he has persuaded himself. This was the line he pursued during his stay in Antioch, and he converted to himself the most unrefined people. Chapter 18. After this, he formed the scheme of an extensive voyage, and had in mind the Indian race and the sages there, who are called Brahmans and Hyrcanians, for he said that it was a young man's duty to go abroad and to embark upon foreign travel. But he made a great deal of the Magi who live in Babylon and Susa, for, he said, he was determined to acquaint himself thoroughly with their lore, even if it cost him a journey. And he announced his intention to his followers, who were 7 in number. But when they tried to persuade him to adopt another plan, in hopes of drawing him off from his resolution, he said, I have taken the gods into counsel, and I have told you their decision, and I have made trial of you to see if you are strong enough to undertake the same things as myself. Since therefore you are so soft and effeminate, I wish you very good health, that you may go on with your philosophy. But I must depart whither wisdom and the gods lead me. Having said this, he quitted Antioch with 2 attendants, who belonged to his father's house, one of them a shorthand writer, and the other a calligraphist. Chapter 19. And he reached the ancient city of Nineveh, where he found an idol set up of barbarous aspect, and it is, they say, Io, the daughter of Inachus, and horns short and, as it were, budding project from her temples. While he was staying there and forming wiser conclusions about the image than could the priests and prophets, one Damas, a native of Nineveh, joined him as a pupil, the same, as I said at the beginning, who became the companion of his wanderings abroad, and his fellow-traveller and associate in all wisdom, and who has preserved to us many particulars of the sage. He admired him, and, having a taste for the road, said, Let us depart, O Apollonius, you following God, and I you, for I think you will find me of considerable value. For if I know nothing else, I have at least been to Babylon, and I know all the cities there are, because I have been up there not long ago, and also the villages in which there is much good to be found. And moreover, I know the languages of the various barbarous races, and there are several, for example, the Armenian tongue, and that of the Medes and Persians, and that of the natives of Cadus, and I am familiar with all of them. Apollonius said, And I, my good friend, understand all languages, though I never learnt a single one. The native of Nineveh was astonished at this answer, but the other replied, You need not wonder at my knowing all human languages, for, to tell you the truth, I also understand all the secrets of human silence. Thereupon the Assyrian worshipped him when he heard this, and regarded him as a demon, and he stayed with him, increasing in wisdom, and committing to memory whatever he learnt. This Assyrian's language, however, was of a mediocre quality, for he had not the gift of expressing himself, having been educated among the barbarians, but he kept a journal of their intercourse, and recorded in it whatever he heard or saw, and he was very well able to put together a memoir of such matters, and managed this better than anyone else could do. At any rate, the volume which he calls his scrapbook was intended to serve such a purpose by Damis, who was determined that nothing about Apollonius should be passed over in silence, nay, that his very solecisms and negligent utterances should also be written down. And I may mention the answer which he made to one who cavilled and found fault with this journal. It was a lazy fellow and malignant who tried to pick holes in him, and remarked that he had recorded well enough a lot of things. For example, the opinions and ideas of his hero, but that in collecting such trifles as these he reminded him of dogs who pick up and eat the fragments which fall from a feast. Damis replied thus: "If the banquets are those of gods, and it is gods who are being fed, surely they must have attendants whose business it is that not even the parcels of ambrosia that fall to the ground should be lost." End of Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 10-19. Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 20-28 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 1. Chapter 20. Such was the companion and admirer that he had met with, and in common with him most of his travels.
Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1-9 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Father Ziley. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare, Volume 1, Book 1, Chapters 1-9. The votaries of Pythagoras of Samos have this story to tell of him, that he was not an Ionian at all, but that, once on a time in Troy, he had been Euphorbus, and that he had come to life after death, but had died as the songs of Homer relate. And they say that he declined to wear apparel made from dead animal products, and, to guard his purity, abstained from all flesh diet, whether of animals or of sacrificial victims. For that he would not stain the altars with blood, nay, rather the honey cake and frankincense and the hymn of praise, these, they say, were the offerings made to the gods by this man, who realized that they welcome such tribute more than they do the hecatombs and the knife laid upon the sacrificial basket. For they say that he had of a certainty social intercourse with the gods, and learnt from them the conditions under which they take pleasure in men or are disgusted, and on this intercourse he based his account of nature. For he said that, whereas other men only make conjectures about the divinity, and make guesses that contradict one another concerning it, in his own case he said that Apollo had come to him acknowledging that he was the god in person, and that Athena and the Muses and other gods, whose forms and names men did not yet know, had also consorted with him, though without making such acknowledgment. And the followers of Pythagoras accepted as law any decisions laid down by him, and honored him as an emissary from Zeus, but imposed, out of respect for their divine character, a ritual silence on themselves. For many were the divine and ineffable secrets which they had heard, but which it was difficult for any to keep who had not previously learnt that silence also is a mode of speech. Moreover, they declare that Empedocles of Acragas had trodden this way of wisdom when he wrote the line, "Rejoice ye, for I am unto you an immortal God, and no more mortal." And this also, "For erewhile I already became both girl and boy." And the story that he made at Olympia a bull out of pastry and sacrificed it to the god shows that he approved of the sentiments of Pythagoras. And there is much else that they tell of those sages who observed the rule of Pythagoras. But I must not now enter upon such points, but hurry on to the work which I have set myself to complete. Book 1, Chapter 2. For quite akin to theirs was the ideal which Apollonius pursued. And more divinely than Pythagoras, he wooed wisdom and soared above tyrants. And though he lived in times not long gone, nor again quite of our own day, yet men know him not because of the true wisdom which he practiced as a sage and sanely, but one man singles out one feature for praise in him, and another, while some, because he had interviews with the wizards of Babylon, and with the Brahmins of India, and with the nude ascetics of Egypt, put him down as a wizard, and spread the calumny that he was a sage of an illegitimate kind, judging of him ill. For Empedocles and Pythagoras himself and Democritus consorted with wizards, and uttered many supernatural truths, yet never stooped to the black art. And Plato went to Egypt, and mingled with his own discourses much of what he heard from the prophets and priests there. And though, like a painter, he laid their colors on to his rough sketches, yet he never passed for a wizard, although much envied of mankind for his wisdom. For the circumstance that Apollonius foresaw and foreknew so many things does not in the least justify us in imputing to him this kind of wisdom. We might as well accuse Socrates of the same, because, thanks to his familiar spirit, he knew things beforehand. And we might also accuse Anaxagoras, because of the many things which he foretold. And indeed, who does not know the story of how Anaxagoras at Olympia, in a season of intense drought, came forward wearing a fleece into the stadium by way of predicting rain, and of how he foretold the fall of the house, and truly, for it did fall, and of how he said that day would be turned into night, and stones would be discharged from heaven round Aegospotami, and of how his predictions were fulfilled. Now these feats are set down to the wisdom of Anaxagoras by the same people who would rob Apollonius of the credit of having predicted things by dint of wisdom, and say that he achieved these results by art of wizardry. It seems to me, then, that I ought not to condone or acquiesce in the general ignorance, but write a true account of the man, detailing the exact times at which he said or did this or that, as also the habits and temper of wisdom, by means of which he came near to being considered a supernatural and divine being. And I have gathered my information partly from the many cities where he was loved, and partly from the temples whose long neglected and decayed rites he restored, and partly from the accounts left of him by others, and partly from his own letters. For he addressed these to kings, sophists, philosophers, to men of Elis, of Delphi, to Indians and Egyptians. And his letters dealt with the subjects of the gods, of customs, of moral principles, of laws, and in all these departments he corrected the errors into which men had fallen. And the precise details which I have collected are as follows. Book 1, Chapter 3. There was a man Damis, by no means stupid, who formerly dwelt in the ancient city of Nineveh. He resorted to Apollonius in order to study wisdom, and having shared, by his own account, his wanderings abroad, wrote an account of them. And he records his opinions and discourses and all his prophecies. And a certain kinsman of Damis drew the attention of the Empress Julia to the documents containing these memoirs hitherto unknown. Now I belonged to the circle of the Empress, for she was a devoted admirer of all rhetorical exercises, and she commanded me to recast and edit these essays, at the same time paying more attention to the style and diction of them. For the man of Nineveh had told his story clearly enough, yet somewhat awkwardly. And I also read the book of Maximus of Ægae, which comprised all the life of Apollonius in Ægae. And furthermore, a will was composed by Apollonius, from which one can learn how rapturous and inspired a sage he really was. For we must not pay attention anyhow to Moeragenes, who composed 4 books about Apollonius, and yet was ignorant of many of the circumstances of his life. That then I combined these scattered sources together and took trouble over my composition, I have said. But let my work, I pray, redound to the honor of the man who is the subject of my compilation, and also be of use to those who love learning, for assuredly they will here learn things of which as yet they are ignorant. Book 1, Chapter 4. Apollonius' home, then, was Tyana, a Greek city amidst a population of Cappadocians. His father was of the same name, and the family was ancient and directly descended from the first settlers. It excelled in wealth the surrounding families, though the district is a rich one. To his mother, just before he was born, there came an apparition of Proteus, who changes his form so much in Homer in the guise of an Egyptian demon. She was in no way frightened, but asked him what sort of child she would bear. And he answered, "Myself." "And who are you?" she asked. "Proteus," answered he, "the god of Egypt." Well, I need hardly explain to readers of the poets the quality of Proteus and his reputation as regards wisdom; how versatile he was, and for ever changing his form, and defying capture, and how he had the reputation of knowing both past and future. And we must bear Proteus in mind all the more when my advancing